Ever since the horror game simulator embedded itself in Guan Shan's mind, his world had transformed into a living nightmare. A quaint meat restaurant where human corpses dangled in the kitchen. An abandoned apartment where the phone rang at midnight. A psychiatric hospital filled with murderers. The simulation will only end once the final boss is slain. For an ordinary man, this was terrifying. Against these nightmarish entities, Guan Shan had only one option: survive. He scavenged, fought, and adapted, barely scraping through each horrific ordeal. Yet, while he saw himself as nothing more than a reluctant survivor, to others, he had become the real nightmare. Captain, the S-class psychic anomaly is dead, the entire base is in ruins, but why is he crying for help like he's the victim? Should we step in? Are you insane? He's running toward us. Run. The horror game begins. Captain, another victim has appeared. Time is running out. When do we take action? If this continues, more innocent people will die. Hiding in the dimly lit corner of the restaurant, Lin Schumann watched as Guan Shan took a seat at a nearby table. Her expression was grim as she reported to her superiors. She wore special C-class ability user headphones, allowing her to communicate telepathically without being detected even by the 2D class ability users lurking in the restaurant. Lin Schumann's mission target, Zhao Hong and Feng Minmin, the chef and waiter. Both were flesh-type ability users, one an enhancer, the other a mutator. Psychopaths who murdered purely for their own twisted pleasure. Lure, control, slaughter. In just 1 week, they had already claimed dozens of lives. Lin Schumann, an agent of the Special Safety Action Team, had been sent undercover because of her disguise abilities. Captain Lin Wu's voice crackled in her earpiece. Stay calm. Their abilities are still under analysis. Acting recklessly could result in mass casualties. Lin Schumann clenched her fists. Understood. She turned her gaze back to the waiter, who had just placed a steaming plate of mysterious but delicious-looking meat before Guan Shan. The moment he took a bite, he'd be infected. Another mindless puppet added to their collection. Damn it. Another innocent is about to be sacrificed. The horror unfolds. A pale hand dangled from a hook in the kitchen. Slender knuckles, faintly visible palm lines, nails painted deep red. A woman's hand. Guan Shan froze. His mind screamed for a logical explanation. A hallucination? How could this be a hallucination? Then it hit him. The horror game simulator. The system's words echoed in his mind. Ensure personal safety during gameplay. Does this game want my life? He felt a chill creeping down his spine. He had just wanted a meal and now he was trapped in a real-life horror movie. Guan Shan's instincts told him not to panic. In horror films, the ones who screamed first were usually the first to die. So, suppressing his fear, he forced himself to look away from the hand. Then, a putrid stench rolled over him. Rotten. Rank. Suffocating. It smelled like a slaughterhouse, where discarded offal had been left to rot for weeks. Ugh. Guan Shan's face twisted. His stomach lurched as he covered his nose and mouth, trying not to vomit. This wasn't animal meat. His entire body went cold. The waiter the thing turned back toward him. Sir, is there anything I can help you with? Its voice was smooth, almost too polite. Guan Shan's skin crawled. He couldn't breathe. His trembling hand unconsciously pointed at the plate. This. And then, the waiter's face shifted. Chunks of flesh twisted and writhed, molding together, separating, then reforming. Greasy and mottled, moving like maggots in a corpse. A mouth opened. And another. And another. What the F? Guan Shan almost jumped out of his chair. This thing wasn't human. The system's notification flashed before him. Flesh nest waiter, LV.6. Health, 400. Description, where is she? She is everywhere. A monster. This thing was a monster. The waiter wasn't alone. Guan Shan slowly turned his head toward the kitchen. A massive figure loomed in the doorway, hunched over a chopping block. His butcher's knife came down thud, thud, thud as he methodically hacked apart flesh. The system flashed again. Boss, butcher chef, LV.8. Health, 1200. Description, alive, it's a person. Dead, it's meat. This was the final boss. Guan Shan gritted his teeth. His odds were bad. Then, something glinted under the nearby table. A gun. Glock 17. Ammo, 17/17. Attack power, 50. Description, a ubiquitous handgun. Bio. Weapons. Health bars. Monsters. This really was a horror game. Guan Shan took a deep breath. If he made a move, the waiter would notice. The restaurant was too small. Once he attacked, every carnivore here, those mindless, infected customers would turn on him. He only had one chance. Plan. Find weaknesses. Get stronger. Survive. The first move. The waiter's eye suddenly emerged from the shifting mass of flesh, slithering out and staring at him. It was watching. It was testing him. Guan Shan forced a grin. And no, cough, no problem, he stammered, swallowing bile. Just an old allergy acting up? Haha, nothing serious, no need to worry. He laughed too loudly. The eye twitched, then slithered back into the waiter's writhing mass. Then I won't disturb your meal, the thing murmured, stepping away. Our restaurant prioritizes service. Guan Shan exhaled sharply. His back was drenched in sweat. The waiter was gone. Now was the time. Carefully, Guan Shan glanced at his surroundings. The level 1 carnivores sat nearby, mindlessly devouring their food. The gun was less than a meter away. He had one shot at this. The waiter's back was turned. The chef was distracted. Guan Shan tensed his muscles. In one smooth motion, he darted under the table. His fingers wrapped around the gun's handle. Item acquired, Glock 17. Now, he was armed. He was ready. And the game had just begun. This version intensifies the suspense.
Hello everyone, welcome to another episode of Web Audio TV. If you enjoy my content, make sure to subscribe to my channel and hit the like button.
In the corner of the restaurant, Lin Shuman was deeply focused, communicating with Captain Lin Wu. Xiaoman, let me repeat the intel. Zhao Hong's physical enhancement focuses purely on strengthening. His cellular strength and metabolic capabilities have greatly increased, giving him immense power and regenerative abilities. However, the excessive proliferation of nerve cells has intensified his pain and muddled his mind. He's tough to handle head-on but clumsy in action. Try kiting him. If you can hit vital spots like his eyes, you can cause damage that takes time to heal. But Fang Minmin is easier to deal with. Her ability is rated C-, mainly a combination of flash and special mental control. According to the experts' research on the blood samples from the rescued survivors, her power only works within a certain range, and once she dies, the control breaks. So your primary task is not to kill them but to lure these two out of the restaurant and into our ambush. Then we can rescue the controlled people. Got it. Lin Shuman took a deep breath, replying seriously, got it. Lin Wu whispered, good, begin the operation. Lin Shuman drew her gun from behind her leg, closed her eyes briefly to let her gaze unfocus, then stood up and moved slowly towards the kitchen. Strangely, the waitress, Fang Minmin, who had been patrolling the restaurant, seemed not to notice her. Even when her gaze swept over Lin Shuman, she continued walking. This was Lin Shuman's special ability, lack of presence. Though it sounded ridiculous, it was a rare and powerful cognitive rewrite ability. However, due to her currently weak mental power, the conditions for activating it were stringent. Ordinary people wouldn't detect her at all, but it was more troublesome with other ability users. If they detected her gaze or heard her, they might discover her. Thus, she had to be extremely careful. There was only one chance to critically wound Zhao Hong. If she could anger him, the chance of luring him away would be 100%. And since Fang Minmin always followed Zhao Hong, she would undoubtedly leave with him. In the kitchen, the butcher was taking down an arm from a nearby hook, an arm that clearly belonged to Fang Minmin, chopping it up and mixing it into the meat for the customers. Chop, 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 chop. The sound of chopping meat grew closer, accompanied by the heavy, coarse breathing of the butcher, making Lin Shuman's skin crawl with goosebumps. The constantly moving figure flickered in the kitchen's shaky light, as if it could turn around at any moment. Lin Shuman raised her gun. But suddenly, Zhao Hong seemed to notice something, turning sharply. Lin Shuman rolled to the side, under a table. Cold sweat broke out instantly, but Zhao Hong just muttered something and waved away some flies. Phew. Lin Shuman let out a long breath. That was close. Hey, this guy. Just as Lin Shuman was about to stand up, she noticed the young man sitting next to her, the last customer who had entered the restaurant before her operation began. Raobes. Strange, his meat hasn't been touched. He didn't eat any. Lin Shuman was puzzled. Ordinary people influenced by Fang Minmin's ability should have uncontrollable cravings for her flesh. But this young man hadn't taken a single bite. Just as Lin Shuman's curiosity piqued, the young man suddenly looked around and then lunged towards her. Lin Shuman was bewildered, the unexpected move leaving her no time to react. Instinctively, she raised her gun. But in the next moment, the young man snatched it from her. What? We rely on your support. Novelplex.org. Donate now. Guan Shan reached for the glowing spot and indeed grabbed a handgun, which automatically went into his inventory. Though he didn't understand why there was a gun in a restaurant, he didn't care. Isn't it common knowledge that horror games are filled with weapons and ammo? As he thought. As soon as he left his seat, the waitress noticed the movement, turned sharply, and let out an indescribable scream. The slick, purple-black chunks of meat on her face split open, revealing dozens of frenzied eyes that all fixed on Guan Shan. All the customers in the restaurant looked up, their faces covered in web-like black veins. The chopping in the kitchen stopped abruptly, and the meat mountain let out an inhuman roar, smashing through the wall. Boom! The massive shadow squeezed out of the narrow kitchen, instantly crushing the diners around it into meat paste. The chef's bloated, fleshy face sprouted countless tiny tentacles, waving as bloodshot eyes filled with murderous intent glared. The 3-meter-tall chef focused directly on Guan Shan. Roar! He roared, and his tumors and tentacles flailed wildly, stomping with a butcher knife, cracking the floor like a steamroller. Damn, damn, damn! Guan Shan's scalp tingled, his hair standing on end. Not daring to stop for a second, he started running, trembling as he raised the gun towards the small monsters around him. As soon as he aimed, a targeting reticle appeared in his vision, following his gaze. Locking his sight, the gun's barrel also locked, highlighting weak spots on the monsters. Auto-aim? Thank goodness, this game is playable. Guan Shan felt tears of relief well up. Bang, bang, bang. 3 consecutive shots, all headshots. The staggering customers fell instantly. These level 1 customers had 75 health, taking 2 shots with the gun's 50 attack power. But headshots meant instant kills. EXP plus 50, EXP plus 50, EXP plus 50. Leave 1 rightward arrow, leave 2. Current EXP, 50/200. Current health, 100 rightward arrow 200. Leveled up. Guan Shan was ecstatic, feeling a strange warmth spread through his body, making his punches feel lighter and stronger. But this small improvement was still far from enough. The raging giant behind him was closing in. Guan Shan dodged and weaved, shooting more second and third level monsters, quickly leveling up to 5. Current EXP, 150/500. Current health, 400 rightward arrow 500. The visibly longer health and stamina bars gave Guan Shan a better chance of survival. But now, he only had 5 bullets left. Suddenly, he spotted a white glint near the bodies of the small monsters. Loot? His eyes lit up, just as a chilling sensation crept up his back. Guan Shan turned instinctively, seeing the sharp blade rushing towards him. Damn. Guan Shan's heart tightened as he rolled to the side. Slash. Boom. The chef roared, swinging his knife, cutting through the nearby table and a customer in one stroke. The force didn't stop there, ripping up the floor, sending debris flying. Thanks to his significantly enhanced physique, Guan Shan reacted in an instant, dodging the blade. But the next moment, the tumors and tentacles on the chef's shoulders suddenly grew, twisting into a third arm that attacked him. The speed was so fast that it formed an afterimage. Boom. Guan Shan felt like he had been hit by a mammoth. His spinning vision was shrouded in dark red, and his health bar dropped by about a quarter. He rolled on the ground a few times, got up, and coughed twice. Wiping his mouth, he found it full of blood. But, it didn't hurt? This simulator is for entertainment purposes, aiming to provide a realistic environment, and promises never to cause players pain. The mechanical prompt sounded timely. So considerate of you. Guan Shan cursed, scrambling to his feet and crawling to a corner, collecting the glowing items along the way. Though the wounds didn't hurt, the damage to his body didn't disappear. His left arm and right leg seemed to be broken, and his breathing was not smooth, likely due to internal injuries. But thanks to being knocked away, he had temporarily put some distance between himself and the boss. Guan Shan took the chance to check the loot, instantly overjoyed. These monsters drop healing items. Entwined parasite flesh *3. Effect, slowly restores health. Description, a connective tissue exuding a strange stench, seemingly part of someone's body, containing a bit of tenacious vitality. This item looked rather unappealing. But in a critical moment, Guan Shan didn't care. He gritted his teeth and swallowed it whole. Thankfully it has no taste, but the texture is awful. Guan Shan saw his health bar start to rise immediately, 10 points at a time, about once per second. Physically, his wounds began to heal automatically, and his arm and leg were quickly enveloped in white light, gradually recovering. This isn't slow at all. If this is slow, how effective is a fast healing potion? He was pleasantly surprised, feeling a bit more at ease. He turned back to try shooting the chef's eyes, but the chef instantly pulled his fat and tentacles around his face, forming a meat shield. The bullets sank in without a sound. 2 pathetic -30 damages floated up, chilling Guan Shan's heart. This guy's defense is really high. I can't deal effective damage without hitting vital spots. I only have 3 bullets left. If I can't find a way to incapacitate him, I'm dead. And there's still that scheming waitress. I can't stay passive. Guan Shan took a deep breath, calmed his mind, and raised his gun. There's no unbeatable boss. There must be a weak point he can't protect. If it's not on the obvious parts, I'll have to rely on the simulator's hints. But the hints required gazing to trigger, meaning he had to keep his eyes on the target long enough. And face the boss directly? Lin Shuman stayed under the table, completely stunned. The man had taken her gun, and after alerting Zhao Hong and Fang Minmin, the first thing he did was shoot 3 customers dead. The sight of the customers' brains bursting and blood splattering was vividly imprinted in her mind. Her initial guess that he might be one of them was instantly overturned. Someone who would unhesitatingly shoot controlled ordinary people couldn't be from the special safety team. Moreover, their mission's most important rule was to save the restaurant's hostages if possible. But the man's precise headshots while moving, and his decisive actions, seemed like those of a highly trained soldier or someone from the gray areas. We rely on your support. Novelplex.org. Donate now. Could he be a mercenary who makes money off low-level ability users' heads? Or a member of the recently surfaced ability organization Murder Hornet in Binjiang City? Omicron. Not far away. Zhao Hong roared, his muscles swelling to the extreme, transforming into a muscle-bound devil, charging at the young man with a butcher knife. Meanwhile, the latter was weaving through the restaurant, continuously and precisely taking out customers, moving faster and faster. Every gunshot meant the death of a customer. Captain Lin's voice came through the earpiece. Xiaoman, I heard gunfire. Did you start? Where will you come out? I'll have them ready to cover you. Lin Shuman quickly replied, it wasn't me. Lin Wu, what's going on? What's the situation? Lin Shuman stammered, the last customer who came in 10 minutes ago, he just took my gun and is now fighting Zhao Hong, but he's also killing the hostages. Lin Wu said solemnly, calm down. Are you saying this customer might be a third-party force? Yes. I've pulled up the customer's file. He's a reporter named Guan Shan. Nothing unusual on the surface. He might have been replaced. Lin Wu's experience in handling emergencies far exceeded Lin Shuman's. He immediately changed strategies. That person's main target is Zhao Hong, and you haven't been exposed yet, right? Lin Shuman nodded. Right. Good. Lin Wu said, your task now is to kill Fang Minmin. Lin Shuman widened her eyes and couldn't help but say, brother, but. Xiaoman, trust me. Lin Wu said gently, Fang Minmin is less aggressive than Zhao Hong. Zhao Hong is being held off by the third party, so the biggest threat is temporarily gone. This is the best time to kill Fang Minmin. The hostages will lose control and no longer be hostages. Only then can we take action. So, use your ability and kill her. Understand? Lin Wu's decisions were never to be challenged. Lin Shuman took a deep breath. Understood. The situation was urgent. She carefully peeked out, then moved towards Fang Minmin, who was controlling the customers, drawing a dagger. Lin Shuman's ability ensured she wouldn't be discovered, and her training and special combat suit gave her the strength to kill Fang Minmin. The rest was simple. However, just as Lin Shuman got behind Fang Minmin, ready to strike, she saw Guan Shan, who had been kiting, suddenly get distracted and stop. Zhao Hong grinned, sped up, and punched Guan Shan. Crack. The dull sound of the punch brought with it the sound of bones breaking. Lin Shuman was shocked, her heart sinking. Although Zhao Hong was only D-class, the brute force of a flesh-type ability user could penetrate alloy plates when fully unleashed, let alone a human body. From that man's performance, he seemed like a trained ordinary person. That punch would likely incapacitate him. Without this distraction, Zhao Hong would quickly refocus on Fang Minmin, making the assassination much harder. Lin Shuman gritted her teeth, aiming to slit Fang Minmin's throat from behind. Just then, she saw Guan Shan, who had rolled on the ground several times, get up cursing, unharmed and moving at full speed. More terrifyingly, he then quickly dug into the customer's brains with his bare hands, extracting writhing, tentacle-like, heart-like objects. Then, he swallowed them. Her pupils constricted in disbelief. How is this possible? What is he doing? What are those things? But these three questions flashed through her mind in an instant as her dagger slit Fang Minmin's throat. Unexpectedly smoothly, Fang Minmin's corpse fell at her feet, but Lin Shuman suddenly felt a chill crawl up her spine. If the customer's brains had turned into those things, then, from the start, there might have been no hostages, only replacements with Fang Minmin's parasitic tissue. But what really made Lin Shuman's scalp tingle was that they had previously rescued over a dozen hostages and placed them in the research institute for several weeks. During such a long period, the experts in the research institute and all members of their third team had been in contact with these parasitic entities from Fang Minmin. She looked up. All the customers had turned to her, smiling eerily, and said in unison, Xiaoman, did you kill Fang Minmin? Why aren't you speaking? Their voices perfectly overlapped with the one in her earpiece. It was Lin Wu's voice. Trap? It's a trap? Lin Shuman instantly understood, raising her dagger as she looked at the surrounding customers closing in. Trembling, she demanded, what have you done to my brother and the research institute? I named my ability Desire Virus. Apart from making others have an uncontrollable craving for my body, its greatest effect is to parasitize the consumer and control their mind, making them another vessel for me. The only problem is, it must lie dormant in the host for 3 months. Sounds long, doesn't it? Lin Wu laughed devilishly through the earpiece. Unfortunately, it has been exactly 3 months since you captured my first parasitic host. And in just the first day, my parasite infected over 20 people. In an enclosed environment like the research institute, can you imagine how fast the infection spread? Ha 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 ha. Lin Wu laughed, seemingly switching the earpiece to a public channel. A chaotic mix of fighting and gunfire could be heard, indicating the fall of the third team and its affiliated research institute. Lin Shuman's heart sank to the bottom. Now, she was utterly alone. The so-called reinforcements waiting outside to assist her were nothing but a lie. She retreated step by step, forcing herself to stay calm, trying to buy time. So, this whole operation, from planning to execution, has been under your control, and the remaining uninfected people are just clowns in your eyes. One of the female customers spoke in Fang Minmin's voice, smiling as she approached Lin Shuman. That's right. But because Lin Wu's resistance was too strong, he even sealed off part of his self, so I couldn't fully access his memories. I only learned right before the operation that your ability is to erase your presence. The invisible you became the only uncertain factor. She paused, then continued, at least, until now. Lin Shuman's pupils constricted as she understood their plan. So, you tricked me into attacking head-on? Once you detect me, my ability breaks on its own. Fang Minmin's smile grew eerie. Stop stalling. The research institute is fully under my control. You carry no weapons other than a gun with special bullets and a dagger because your ability requires you to keep your body weight below 50 kilograms to be effective. And your gun was taken by that guy. The customers closed in, their eyes like wolves eyeing their prey. Lin Shuman kept retreating until she bumped into a table. She swallowed hard and shouted, you know he took my gun. Aren't you afraid he'll kill your husband? Engi. Data showed that Zhao Hong and Fang Minmin were a married couple before awakening their abilities. And Zhao Hong was the dominant partner. That's why the plan assumed that once Zhao Hong was lured away, Fang Minmin would follow. Fang Minmin's smile grew even brighter as she stepped forward and grabbed Lin Shuman's throat, tightening her grip slowly. I don't know where that lunatic came from, but do you really think he can kill a pure physical enhancement ability user with just a few bullets? She saw clearly that the disruptor had no abilities. With Zhao Hong's strength, a few punches would turn him into mush. More laughably, he had willingly swallowed her parasites, so many of them that with a single thought, nothing happened. Fang Minmin's smile froze, turning into disbelief. Impossible. How can my parasites, how can they not respond? Her confidence suddenly vanished. She turned around sharply. Bang, bang, bang. Gunshots rang out. The mountain of flesh that was the chef fell with a wail. Roar. The roaring meat mountain closed in within the targeting view, moving unbelievably fast. The chef's gaping maw revealed spiral teeth leading straight to the throat, covered in rotting meat. The foul breath felt almost tangible. Tables and chairs shattered along the way, an unstoppable force like dark clouds ready to crush everything. In just 3 seconds, the chef charged forward, eyes filled with pure malice and killing intent. 5 meters, 3 meters, 1 meter. He raised his massive arm, swinging a meter-long butcher knife, the blade like a crescent moon. Guan Shan's heart pounded, ready to leap out of his throat, his hands trembling. In this almost slow-motion scene, he finally saw the chef's marked weak spot. The silver blade slashed towards Guan Shan's head. Bang! The gunshot rang out. A spray of blood erupted. Roar! The chef howled in pain, dropping the knife, clutching his bleeding lower body. Bang! Bang! Guan Shan had no pity for a horror game boss that nearly killed him. He fired the last 2 bullets immediately. Blood flowed like a waterfall, looking painful. But Guan Shan, seeing the -300, -300, -100 damage float up, felt only joy. Hitting the same spot has limited effect, but dropping from 1200 to 500 health is huge. Guan Shan, previously scared to death, now felt vindicated. Strike while the iron is hot? He put the gun in his bag, bent down, and grabbed the butcher knife. Large butcher knife. Attack, 100. Description, a custom-made oversized knife, once used to skin lambs, leaving indelible bloodstains. A new weapon already. The simulator auto-equipped it, adjusting his stance. A fixed attack of 100, meaning with luck and a critical hit, it might end the fight in one blow. Feeling victory close, Guan Shan walked to the fallen, wailing chef. He flexed his fully healed arm, raised the butcher knife, aiming at the chef's exposed red-marked neck. Guan Shan took a deep breath. Facing a human-shaped monster was different from killing chickens or ducks. At the crucial moment, it wasn't easy to strike. He encouraged himself, nothing to fear, it'll be over soon. It's just a game. For better leverage, Guan Shan stepped on the chef's grotesque jaw, forcing it shut, and plunged the knife down. 400? Critical hit? The chef's struggles weakened, eyes wide, gasping harshly. Still has health. Guan Shan prepared for another strike. We rely on your support. Novelplex.org. Donate now. But then, a piercing scream sounded. The customers suddenly went berserk, crawling towards him. The waitress's face turned inside out, like unzipping, skin falling to reveal tentacles and a giant central eye. Tentacle-laden appendages advanced like spider legs, reaching him in seconds, a sanity-draining sight. Guan Shan's eyelids twitched, nearly stepping back, final stage boss summoning minions, troublesome. But now his level was higher, and his equipment better. With the main boss underfoot, no need to fear the minions. Roar. The leading customer lunged at Guan Shan, mouth full of writhing tentacles. Guan Shan swung the butcher knife upward. Slash. The blade pierced through the jaw, exiting the top of the head, a critical hit, skewering the level 3 customer. EXP plus 150. Guan Shan kicked the lifeless body, sending several customers flying. Some level 1 unlucky ones died instantly, hitting their heads. EXP plus 50. Such a level difference makes them fragile. Guan Shan's eyes lit up, seeing the minions as walking EXP. With the unintelligent minions crowded together, Guan Shan calculated the angle, standing firm, and spun. The butcher knife sliced through several customers' abdomens, spilling blood. EXP plus 100 EXP plus 50 EXP plus 50 EXP plus 150. Leave 5 rightward arrow leave 6. Current EXP, 200/600. Current health, 600. The leveling up chime rang as the waitress reached him. Seeing the leave 6, health 400 label above her, Guan Shan shoved the corpses aside, exhaled, and faced her head on. Your turn. Guan Shan murmured, swinging the knife. Blood dripped from the blade. EXP plus 50. That's it. Guan Shan was puzzled, then saw a figure among the customers flash, becoming the waitress, marked as such. He recalled the waitress's description, she's everywhere. So, she has clones. Realizing this, Guan Shan surveyed the area. I'll have to clear all the minions. Lin Shuman sat on the ground, coughing for a while before recovering. She staggered up, seeing the carnage. Nearby, Guan Shan decapitated another customer, or rather, a parasite. He tossed the headless body aside, mumbling, not this one, then continued to the next. With each kill, he murmured, not this one, not this one neither. Lin Shuman, terrified, covered her mouth and hid in a corner. The earpiece suddenly crackled with Lin Wu's weak, urgent voice, Xiaoman. Xiaoman, what's your status? Reinforcements have arrived, breaking Fang Minmin's control over non-deeply parasitized individuals. Evacuate the restaurant immediately. It's about to be purged violently. Yes, understood. Lin Shuman nodded vigorously. She noticed Fang Minmin's parasite was dead. Though unsure if Lin Wu's voice was genuine, she needed to leave the restaurant quickly. Zhao Hong, barely alive, struggled desperately, his gaze filled with despair and bloodshot eyes. So, was Guan Shan looking for Fang Minmin's real body? Seeing Zhao Hong's bloodshot eyes filled with desperation, and Guan Shan, drenched in blood and killing one by one, Lin Shuman shivered. It suddenly dawned on her. Maybe this guy was torturing Zhao Hong. In front of her husband, Guan Shan was methodically killing every potential host, trying to find Fang Minmin's true body, and then killing her. There could be no greater torment than this. Was this guy avenging that punch? But after searching the entire restaurant, killing all but 2 remaining minions, and collecting all the loot, Guan Shan still couldn't find the real waitress. He thought for a moment and suddenly turned to stare at the barely breathing chef. Eliminate all impossibilities, and whatever remains, no matter how improbable, must be the truth, right? Guan Shan walked over and delivered the final blow. EXP plus 1200. Leave 7 rightward arrow leave 8. Current EXP, 450/800. Current health, 800. The chef's eyes went completely dark. Simultaneously, his chest began to wriggle, countless tentacles bursting out, spreading everywhere. But halfway through their spread, they lost vitality, turning into charred fragments that disintegrated and scattered. The chef's heart was actually the waitress's flesh nest. EXP plus 600. Leave 8 rightward arrow leave 9. Current EXP, 250/900. Current health, 900. Final boss defeated. Simulation ending. This scene will be destroyed. Please leave immediately. Countdown, 0059 boom. As Guan Shan ran out of the alley, a huge explosion sounded behind him. He turned around to see flames erupting from the restaurant, shattering the glass windows in an instant. The fire spread rapidly, enveloping the entire building in moments, its flames clawing at the sky. In the night, this man-eating restaurant was finally swallowed by the inferno. Hiss. Watching the collapsing walls and roof, Guan Shan took a deep breath. So this is what they mean by destroying the scene? Such a big commotion. But then he remembered that the simulator had mentioned before that it bases its scenes on reality. Although the monsters and scenes he saw were fake, he himself had been running around, rolling, and getting knocked about in a real space. This meant that if he was indeed in that SX snack shop, it was likely that the tables and chairs were destroyed, and there might be some bloodstains left behind his own, of course. Thinking about it this way, destroying the evidence was indeed necessary. Thankfully, it was an abandoned shop, so no one should have been hurt. And no one saw me, right? Guan Shan suddenly felt a pang of guilt. Imagining the scene just now, it must have looked like he was jumping around wildly, making all sorts of inexplicable moves. He must have seemed like a lunatic. If anyone had seen that, it would have been more terrifying than the horror game itself. A large-scale public embarrassment. It's late at night, no one would be around, right? Heh. Guan Shan laughed dryly, trying to reassure himself. He instinctively looked around. Indeed, he saw no one, but he did hear the distant sound of police sirens approaching. After a moment's hesitation, his reporter instincts kicked in, and he took out his phone to snap a final photo of the SX snack shop engulfed in flames. At the same time, the countdown hit 0. The settlement screen unfolded. Game simulation ended. Meet restaurant. Final boss defeated, 1/1, rating level upward arrow. Elite monsters defeated, 1/1, rating level upward arrow. Normal monsters defeated, 15/15, rating level upward arrow. Items obtained, Glock 17, ammo, 0/17, *1, large butcher knife *1, entwined parasite flesh *7, butcher's heart *1, flesh nest embryo *1. Rating level, perfect, all obtained items can be retained. Rewards, game coins 1000, skill point 1. Achievement unlocked, breaking up in the kitchen, defeat all monsters in this simulation. Achievement reward, skill book rotting flesh accumulation *1. All rewards have been sent to your inventory. Please check them. Shop, achievements, and skill panels unlocked. Settlement complete. Please wait for the next simulation to start. The next day, 7 a.m. Guan Shan yawned on the bus, holding onto the handrail with one hand, looking sleepily at his phone. When he came out of the restaurant last night, he realized it was already 2 a.m., with no transportation available. So he had to walk home, messaging Shen Dinghua on the way to reassure her. The silly girl drank the cold tremella soup out of spite, and ended up with a stomachache that kept her awake. Half asleep, she held her phone, insisting on seeing Guan Shan's reply before falling asleep. By the time Guan Shan lay in bed, it was almost 4 a.m. Dawn was breaking. Fortunately, the damage to his clothes and bloodstains had restored when he took the healing potion. Otherwise, even getting home would have been a problem. No. Don't ask why the healing potion can also fix clothes, it's a traditional skill in horror games. Sorting through the rewards and items took some time until 5 a.m. If not for my college days of staying up late, I would have had to take the day off. Guan Shan glanced at the floating shop, achievements, and skill panels in front of him. These were the 3 new features unlocked after completing the game yesterday. The achievement system was straightforward, completing certain conditions unlocked corresponding achievements and extra rewards. His only unlocked achievement, breaking up in the kitchen, gave him a skill book rotting flesh accumulation. But skill books only provide the qualification to learn skills, requiring skill points to unlock and learn. With only one skill point at hand, Guan Shan had no choice but to learn it. We rely on your support. Novelplex.org. Donate now. Now one of his 4 skill slots was occupied. Skill, rotting flesh accumulation, level 1. Type, passive. Cooldown, none. Effect, increases health by 10%, each monster kill boosts strength. Description, death and decay will bring you power. Currently, the shop was mostly locked. At his current level, he could only exchange for 4 items. Inventory expansion slot *1. Infinite magazine, once equipped, cannot change model, *1. Nuclear-powered flashlight *1. Beginner survival kit *1. The bottom right corner showed his game coins 2300. Besides the 1000 from the reward settlement, he got 1300 by exchanging the flesh nest embryo with the shop. By the way, items retained after a simulation could be exchanged for game coins in the shop. Guan Shan had 2 drops from the chef. Butcher's Heart, 3/3. Effect, greatly increases strength for 30 seconds when used, occupies 1 accessory slot. Description, a butcher who doesn't aspire to be a berserker isn't a good chef. Flesh nest embryo. Effect, swallowing it grants the parasite ability, details unfold, a chance for mutation. Description, strange vitality brews within. Ignoring the many problematic aspects of the former, its effect was quite good. Though usable only 3 times, it promised a great strength increase. Guan Shan had experienced slow health recovery before, knowing the simulator's descriptions were different from ordinary understanding. If it said great, it must mean a very large boost. The latter, with its dubious effect and description, had many restrictions on activating the parasite ability. So Guan Shan decided to exchange it for game coins. But inventory expansion and infinite magazine each cost 1000. The nuclear-powered flashlight cost 666, which seemed useless, so he ruled it out. The beginner survival kit cost 648, containing an emergency bandage, adrenaline shot, crowbar, and a strange mark. Except for the mysterious metal mark, the other items were quite valuable, making it a must-buy. This meant he had to choose between inventory expansion and the magazine. Based on my gaming experience, expanding inventory is crucial, but without the magazine, my Glock becomes useless, and it's one of my only weapons. But during the novice stage, there's no rush. My current inventory has 10 slots, and items equipped don't count towards it. With the items in the beginner kit, I'll have 5 slots left, which should suffice for the next simulation. The priority is to arm myself well. Still shaken by the chef's power and lethality, Guan Shan decided to buy the infinite magazine and beginner kit. The infinite magazine installed on the Glock 17, his game coins dropped to 625. As he got off the bus, Shen Dinghua messaged him. Ruxiang, Xiao Shan, hurry up, don't be late today. The deputy editor is furious. Oh, Guan Shan was puzzled. Shan Weiqing Shan, what happened? Ruxiang, last night, the SX snack shop exploded due to a gas leak. He's mad that we didn't get the first-hand material despite being so close, and could only use others. Weren't you around there last night? Shan Weiqing Shan, yeah, I got lost actually. Guan Shan thought, was it a coincidence or arranged by the simulator? At least there was no risk of public embarrassment, for now. Ruxiang, good thing you got lost. What if you got hurt, Carrot? Shan Weiqing Shan, you'd take care of me. JPG. Guan Shan smiled at Shen Dinghua's reply, I'd take care of you. JPG, and looked up at the sunlit building in front of him. On the 8th floor of this building was the office of the Hangzhou Evening News. Hangzhou Evening News was a local newspaper with not much fame. Or rather, in recent years, print media has declined, and only a few well-known newspapers still hold any reputation. The office wasn't large and didn't have too many departments. Besides the news department where ordinary reporters like Guan Shan worked, there were the editorial department, typesetting room, storage room, editor-in-chief's office, and a few independent offices for the leaders, plus a rarely used temporary dormitory. Guan Shan walked out of the elevator that ran through the center of the building and turned right from the reception. Passing by the restroom, the large office of the news department was on the left. As soon as Guan Shan reached the door, he heard the loud voice of Deputy Editor-in-Chief Zhang Xiyang. Tell me, the fire scene was less than 100 meters away from our newspaper office, yet our material sources were the citizen hotline and other media. No first-hand materials at all leftovers from others. Isn't that embarrassing? The title of Deputy Editor-in-Chief might sound impressive, but Hangzhou Evening News had 3 Deputy Editors-in-Chief, and Zhang Xiyang was just one of them. Additionally, there was an Editor-in-Chief who also served as the president, forming the entire leadership team. Typically, the 3 deputy editors-in-chief took turns sitting in the office, 1 week per turn. This week it was Zhang Xiyang's turn. Though Guan Shan had only worked at the newspaper for half a year, he had roughly figured out the temperaments of the 3 deputy editors-in-chief. Generally, the other 2 rarely managed things, only stepping in for major events. But Zhang Xiyang loved doing 2 things, giving lectures and making examples out of people. He's already giving a lecture, which means he's likely going to make an example out of someone. Guan Shan silently sensed trouble and resignedly pushed the door open. Creak. The sound of the metal frame of the frosted glass door rubbing together drew everyone's attention in the office. The moment Guan Shan walked in, all eyes were on him. Over a dozen pairs of eyes silently, openly, and secretly watched him, creating an oppressive atmosphere comparable to the chef's crushing presence. Shen Dinghua was among them. The girl hid at her workstation in the corner, sneaking glances at him, her eyes filled with concern. Guan Shan smiled at her, then turned and, with a thick skin, nodded and bowed slightly towards Zhang Xiyang. Hello, Director Zhang. Director Zhang was what Guan Shan had learned from some senior reporters, as Zhang Xiyang particularly liked being addressed this way. Zhang Xiyang, in his 40s, wore a suit and tie, had a scholarly look, gold-rimmed glasses, slicked back hair with streaks of grey, meticulously combed. Alpha B. When he stared straight at you, it felt like being caught by the high school principal for doing something wrong. Guan Shan then turned and greeted Peng Fei, the news department head, who stood on the other side. Peng Fei was a chubby middle-aged man with an honest face. He winked at Guan Shan, hinting that the situation was not good. The atmosphere made it clear that the situation was bad. Guan Shan silently sighed and headed towards his seat, hoping to slip by unnoticed. Unfortunately, things didn't go as hoped. Stop. Zhang Xiyang spoke in a low voice, tapping the desk in front of him. Guan Shan, I checked yesterday's clock-in records. You were the last one to leave, right? As expected, here it comes? Guan Shan thought, feeling both extremely tired and a bit impatient. He sighed inwardly and nodded. Yes, it was me. I left after finishing the electronic edition's 2 drafts. Director Zhang, is there a problem? Zhang Xiyang's face darkened. A problem? Do you know about the fire at the SX snack shop yesterday? Guan Shan naturally nodded. Before he could speak, Zhang Xiyang continued. The police reported that the fire started around 1 o'clock. You left at 12:30, and I remember your way home was along the same route. Yet you didn't provide any clues. Where's your competence as a reporter? These words were completely unreasonable, pure venting of anger. Guan Shan just happened to be caught in the crossfire? Normally, Guan Shan would nod and agree, dealing with it perfunctorily. But today was different. The thrilling, life-threatening moments from last night, the resulting fear, anger, and tension still lingered in Guan Shan's mind. Though simulated, the scenes were almost real, and no normal person could remain calm after experiencing that. Moreover, he had barely slept and got up early for work. Now, being unfairly questioned. Guan Shan felt his emotions surging but restrained his anger. Director Zhang, you can't ignore the facts. There's half an hour between 12:30 and 1. The SX snack shop is 500 meters from the office. Even if I walked slowly, I'd have long passed the shop. How could I provide clues? Zhang Xiyang didn't expect this young reporter, who had only been here for half a year, to dare retort. But he was frustrated with the seasoned reporters who wouldn't react, needing to assert his authority. This kid was perfect material? Zhang Xiyang sneered inwardly. Oh, even if you didn't see the shop, you could see the smoke, right? And if not, you'd hear the sirens, wouldn't you? Something happened, and you ignored it. You either lack professional skills or are incredibly lazy. He glared at Guan Shan. I think, for someone like you, lacking competence and enthusiasm, contributing nothing to the paper, why keep you? Nonsense? Twisting the facts? Even if Guan Shan could bear it, Shen Dinghua couldn't. She stood up angrily. Deputy Editor Zhang, Guan Shan stayed late last night to finish the electronic edition drafts. He was the last to leave. In your eyes, does that mean he lacks competence and enthusiasm? She emphasized. Are you denying the significance of employees' efforts? Zhang Xiyang dismissed it. Finishing work doesn't mean doing it well. Why don't you send me the files so I can see how well it was done? He turned to Guan Shan with a condescending look. Clearly, he was the boss, and whether the drafts were good or not was up to him. Guan Shan's temper flared, but he kept his cool, walking up to Zhang Xiyang. No need, Director Zhang. If you think a reporter's competence is in those photos, then, what if I get them? He stared at Zhang Xiyang. What if I get photos of the fire scene? What I say matters, not you. Zhang Xiyang's first instinct was to shut him down. He wasn't actually interested in the photos, just establishing authority. But before he could speak, he felt a strange sensation on his back. Ah! Zhang Xiyang instinctively cried out, terrified. He was leaning against his desk, and there was no one behind him. He turned sharply, seeing only a desk. Yet the touch on his back was clear, cold and damp. Zhang Xiyang nervously touched his back. It was wet. Could it be? No, it must be a ceiling leak. Zhang Xiyang's eyelids twitched, his hands trembling. Others looked on, puzzled. Peng Fei hesitated. Are you okay? Should we? Zhang Xiyang regained his composure, though still shaken, and slammed the desk. What do you mean? If you get them, then you've got skills. The onlookers were stunned. This Zhang the nitpicker changed his tune? He was ready to destroy someone, now saying you've got skills? Knock, knock. Suddenly, there was a crisp knock at the door. What's all the noise about? A gentle yet authoritative voice asked. Everyone turned to see a woman in a beige-fitted dress standing at the door. Her black hair was tied up, her elegant face exuding classical beauty, and her long, shapely legs were stunning. Peng Fei hurried over. Good morning, President. The woman was Li Jiying, the editor-in-chief and president of Hangzhou Evening News. Seeing that even the president had been alerted, news department director Peng Fei quickly stepped forward to explain. It's nothing, really. It's about last night's fire. Director Zhang was asking if we got any first-hand material. He was clearly trying to smooth things over for Guan Shan, changing the nature of the issue from questioning one person to asking everyone. This way, if Li Jiying didn't pursue it further, the matter would be settled as a general inquiry. No matter how argumentative Zhang Xiyang was, he wouldn't dare to push against the president under such unjust circumstances and would have to let it go. and the issue would be settled. Though Peng Fei appeared silent and honest, he was actually much more cunning than Zhang Xiyang. However, Li Jiying didn't intend to accept this muddling explanation. She glanced around, stopping for a few seconds on the angry Shen Dinghua and the still tense Guan Shan and Zhang Xiyang, understanding the situation. For such a small matter, there's no need to call someone up for a separate questioning, is there? Li Jiying walked over to Zhang Xiyang, her high heels tapping the floor, her gaze calm but with an invisible pressure. Zhang Xiyang immediately put on a businesslike demeanor, smiling insincerely. I was just giving some education to some young folks who lack ambition. They don't take their work seriously and can't handle criticism. How can such people work properly? Although he had inexplicably lost some momentum earlier, he absolutely did not believe that Guan Shan could produce any real photos. If there were any first-hand materials, those chasing hot topics like wild dogs would have released them already. The lack of any news indicated either there were no witnesses, or the news was suppressed. He knew this well, otherwise, how could he exploit it? As long as this was certain, he didn't believe Guan Shan could turn the tables. Could he conjure materials out of thin air? Since things were already confrontational, Guan Shan didn't bother dealing with Zhang Xiyang politely anymore. He stood tall and said calmly, Director Zhang, my seriousness and work quality should be evaluated by Director Peng. And you, with all due respect, you spend your days drinking tea in the office, without even turning on your computer. How would you know how I work? Zhang Xiyang was furious. How dare you mock me? Guan Shan gave him a strange look. No, you misunderstood. Zhang Xiyang thought he was about to back down, his face softening slightly, only to hear Guan Shan continue. I was just stating facts. How is that mockery, Arbeta? He smacked his lips and sighed. Sometimes I find you quite amazing. Always unseen and untraceable, yet somehow, you are mysteriously omnipresent and noticeable. Guan Shan said politely, have you ever thought you're very much like a fart? Everyone in the office immediately bent over their desks, their shoulders shaking with suppressed laughter, the sound of muffled snickers rising and falling like a symphony. Shen Dinghua outright laughed. Seeing Guan Shan's attitude shift, her worry vanished. Xiao Shen always had his own ideas. Once he decided to do something, he must have considered the consequences and countermeasures. At times like this, all she needed to do was support and wait. You. Zhang Xiyang had never been publicly insulted like this before, his face turning livid as he pointed at Guan Shan, angrily complaining to Li Jiying, President, look at his attitude. He's already insulting his superior. Who knows what he'll do in the future? Such a person should not stay. Guan Shan sneered, insult. Even if you don't understand or know the quality of my work, since I started, I've never missed a day, always completing my tasks on time, even if it means working late into the night. This can be verified by checking the records. But in your eyes, I'm a lazy, incompetent, unserious, unreliable failure. His eyes burned with anger. Who exactly is insulting whom? Seeing the situation escalating, Peng Fei, sweating profusely, looked around, feeling helpless. At this point, there was no way to mediate. Sigh, Peng Fei thought, he really appreciated Guan Shan's drive and principles. The young man usually knew how to be patient. But today, he seemed ready to risk his career. Now, it all depended on the president's stance. Tap, tap, tap. Li Jiying finally acted. She tapped the desk with her slender fingers, sternly saying, quiet, do you think this is the place for this? Zhang Xiyang, almost bursting with rage at Guan Shan, was about to scold him loudly, but Li Jiying's words silenced him, choking on his words and glaring angrily. Of all times, why now? The kid had finished talking, and he had no chance to rebut, forced to put down his finger pointed at Guan Shan. In fact, from the brief exchange, Li Jiying already understood what had happened. She knew Zhang Xiyang's character and abilities well. He was a middle-aged dilettante. His position in the newspaper was largely due to his elderly father's significant status in the newspaper industry. Given the relationship between their elders, Li Jiying had given him the position. Today's issue was likely Zhang Xiyang making trouble out of nothing. She was unexpectedly impressed by Guan Shan, this young reporter who had just recently become a full-time employee. He was bold, but Zhang Xiyang's behavior was indeed excessive. She did need a reason to rein him in. Guan Shan might be a good choice, but first, he needed to prove his ability. Li Jiying pondered, then asked Guan Shan, you said you could get photos of the fire scene. Guan Shan nodded. Zhang Xiyang felt a pang of worry. This meant she was going to support Guan Shan? If this kid got through today, his reputation would be ruined. Zhang Xiyang, disregarding his anger, quickly said, he's just talking nonsense. If even the media has no news, how can a junior reporter have the capability? Li Jiying's sharp eyes silenced him. As media professionals, we should let facts speak. How do you know he can't? Her words mirrored Guan Shan's earlier mockery, but this time, it came from his superior. Zhang Xiyang had nothing to say, sulking in silence. Li Jiying turned to Guan Shan, I'm preparing a special edition on fire safety for the upcoming Fire Safety Day. If you can get the photos, they will be included in the recent fire examples. You and Director Peng will be responsible for the content. She squinted her eyes, her gaze sharp, but if you're lying. Guan Shan glanced at Zhang Xiyang and solemnly said, then I will resign myself. Good. Li Jiying nodded in satisfaction, news is time sensitive. I'll give you only 1 day. The matter was settled. Zhang Xiyang had initially panicked when Li Jiying mentioned Guan Shan taking charge of the special edition, but then he realized Guan Shan couldn't possibly get the photos? This was self-destruction? Ah, this was solid? Thinking of Guan Shan's inevitable exposure and angry resignation, Zhang Xiyang felt his tea would taste sweeter. Just need to get the ceiling fixed. After Zhang Xiyang and Li Jiying left, a still-shaken Peng Fei called Guan Shan into his office and earnestly scolded him. The content was mainly about how he shouldn't have been so impulsive today and shouldn't gamble with his future. Guan Shan was recruited by Peng Fei, and Peng Fei genuinely appreciated and supported Guan Shan, which Guan Shan fully understood. Although today's incident didn't actually involve impulsiveness on Guan Shan's part and he was quite confident about it, Peng Fei didn't know that Guan Shan had the photos. Guan Shan could only respond perfunctorily. Seeing Guan Shan's indifferent attitude, Peng Fei earnestly patted his shoulder and said, I know you young people have your own ideas, but circumstances are stronger than people. Today, you may have vented, but what about afterward? Zhang Xiyang is still the deputy editor-in-chief, still your superior. You can deal with his troublemaking once, but can you handle it 100 times, 1,000 times? Not to mention afterward, but in the current situation, how do you plan to handle it? Peng Fei's face was serious. You have one day. Where are you going to get the photos? Underhanded methods won't work. If you're caught, it's career suicide. The underhanded method naturally referred to photoshopping. Guan Shan's lips twitched. Do I look like someone who would do that? Peng Fei scrutinized him, disappointedly shaking his head. I wish you were that kind of person, otherwise, why would you go head-to-head with Zhang Xiyang? Please spare me. Guan Shan smiled wryly. Honestly, I have a friend who happened to be nearby during the fire and took a photo of the scene. She sent it to me this morning. He simply showed Peng Fei the photo on his phone, shrugging. I was planning to upload it to the article library, but who knew I'd be blocked by Director Zhang as soon as I arrived? This. Peng Fei was stunned, dumbfounded. He took the phone, examining it closely. With his years of experience, he confirmed that the photo was indeed not photoshopped, and the angle was perfect, capturing the fire at its most intense, with the flames illuminating the shaking sign. Your friend has quite a knack for photography. After a long pause, Peng Fei managed to squeeze out this sentence, handing the phone back to Guan Shan, unable to resist giving him a thumbs up. You're impressive. You were baiting him with this photo. His eyes were filled with admiration. I really thought you were straightforward, but it turns out you know how to fish too. Guan Shan spread his hands. I can't be blamed for that. You saw it. Director Zhang didn't give me a chance to speak. All right, all right. Peng Fei waved him off. I was worried about you, planning to recommend you to try out at the TV station. Now, I'm worried Zhang Xiyang might die of anger instead with diuresis nu. He returned to his usual amiable self, instructing, do a good job on this special edition. The president wants to put Zhang Xiyang in his place. You're probably her top pioneer right now. Don't waste this opportunity. Understood. Guan Shan closed the door to the director's office. Next door was Zhang Xiyang's office. This guy was still leisurely making tea, looking calm and unperturbed. Guan Shan shook his head, amused, and turned back to the news department. As soon as he sat down, a message popped up on his phone. Daphne, Xiao Shan, how are things? Are you okay? He glanced over and, sure enough, saw a little head sneakily peeking in his direction. Guan Shan, there's something big going on. As Guan Shan replied seriously, he opened his computer and sent the photo to Li Jiying's QQ account. Usually quick to respond during work, Li Jiying took a while to receive the photo and then asked about its origin. Guan Shan used the same excuse to brush it off. Ruxiang, what happened? Is it that serious? Did Director Peng scold you? Or is it that you really don't have the photo? If it comes to that, I'll ask my dad to pull some strings. Guan Shan glanced over to see Shen Dinghua staring at her phone, her face tense and worried. Shan Weiqing Shan, none of those. I'm just hungry. Ruxiang, sigh, sigh you bad person. Guan Shan was chatting happily. Lu Ping, sitting in front, couldn't hold back any longer. He moved his chair back, craning his neck to whisper, hey, what did the director say? You're amazing, brother. If I could scold that stubborn man face to face like you did, it would be worth quitting. But seriously, weren't you a bit impulsive? Where are you going to find photos in a day? Lu Ping had joined the company with Guan Shan, and they often interacted, so they had a good relationship. When he spoke, everyone around, though seemingly focused on their work, was actually eavesdropping. After all, as journalists, they were naturally curious. Seeing that this usually chatty guy was about to start rambling, Guan Shan said, exasperated, the director didn't say anything. Get back to work. I've already got the photos. Lu Ping was stunned and quickly asked, really? No way. You just sat down. Where did you get the photos? Hey, don't ignore me, tell me what's going on. But no matter how much Lu Ping pried, Guan Shan ignored him, focusing on discussing the fire safety special edition with Li Jiying on QQ. Lu Ping, with his burning curiosity, was nearly driven mad. But it was work time, and he couldn't slack off too blatantly, so he had to turn back to his work with a belly full of questions. Others who overheard naturally didn't believe it. Dai Yi, in the back row, sneered inwardly, convinced that Guan Shan was making a desperate final stand. All for a bit of face, pretending to be calm. They had joined the company together, yet Guan Shan was especially valued by Peng Fei. but Dai Yi always thought he was far superior to Guan Shan. It's just because he always stayed late to impress the bosses? He couldn't wait for Guan Shan to get fired, so his own talents could shine. But, tomorrow, we probably won't see him, right? Haha, serves him right for daring to confront his boss, throwing away his job like an idiot. If he actually gets the photos, I'll take his surname. Dai Yi thought maliciously, coughing to hide his smirk. All day, everyone in the office secretly watched to see what Guan Shan would do. After all, everyone was curious about the fate of the brave man who dared to face the dragon. But Guan Shan didn't run around or type furiously. He didn't even furrow his brow. He worked as usual, ate with Shen Dinghua, and worked some more. No sense of urgency at all. He even had an extra bowl of rice. We rely on your support. Novelplex.org. Donate now. When it was time to clock out, Zhang Xiyang, having heard all day about Guan Shan doing nothing, smugly walked into the office. Seeing Guan Shan packing up, he immediately smiled. Isn't this our all-powerful reporter Guan? Are you preparing to leave? Why pack your own things? Can't you see? Come help him. Since they had already clashed, Zhang Xiyang no longer pretended, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Guan Shan remained calm. Yes, I'm preparing to leave. I have no tasks today, so I thought I'd go home early. Everyone else felt a mix of emotions. Usually, Guan Shan was never without work. Was he really resigning? The hero ultimately couldn't defeat the dragon. Zhang Xiyang felt a surge of satisfaction. Dai Yi, behind him, eagerly ran over, pretending to help Guan Shan pack, sighing, we've only worked together for half a year, but I didn't expect you to leave. I'll really miss you. Hey, no need to touch that. I'll still need it tomorrow. Guan Shan stopped Dai Yi from touching his files, looking puzzled. I'm just clocking out, not leaving. What are you talking about? Dai Yi was stunned, and Zhang Xiyang was too. The latter immediately sneered, you made a promise to the president. If you don't get the photos today, you'll resign? Are you going back on your word? Guan Shan shrugged, of course not. So, I sent the photos to the president this morning. What? Everyone was dumbfounded. Zhang Xiyang didn't believe it, shouting, where are the photos? Don't think you can just say that and get away with it. Wait for the fire safety edition. You can review it then if you have time. Now, I need to clock out. Oh, the president is so nice. Seeing how hard I work, she allowed me to finish early today when assigning the fire safety edition task. Guan Shan sincerely sighed and patted Dai Yi's shoulder. Thank you for helping me pack. Guan Shan left gracefully. Dai Yi stood there awkwardly, feeling dizzy at the thought that he had seriously helped Guan Shan pack. He muttered, I'm going now, and fled. Zhang Xiyang, who had been basking in the thought of Guan Shan resigning, was now utterly humiliated. This morning, while he was savoring his victory, it was all over. Guan Shan had been waiting for him to come and humiliate himself. And he walked right into it, feeling proud after being slapped twice. Guan Shan. Zhang Xiyang roared internally, storming out in anger. He swore he wouldn't rest until Guan Shan couldn't work in the press anymore. Furious, Zhang Xiyang stomped out of the news department. Just as he was stewing in his anger, he felt something trip him. Ah! Zhang Xiyang yelped, falling flat on his face. His chin smashed into the marble floor with a thud. He had been gritting his teeth in anger, and the impact knocked out his front teeth, sending them flying. The excruciating pain, combined with the intense vibration, felt like steel needles piercing his toes, making him roll his eyes, tears streaming down as he lay sprawled, screaming in agony. Ow! The scene was so pitiful that even fangirls would exclaim, so sweet, Zhang and the floor are such a cute couple. Hearing the commotion, employees rushed over to help him up. Director Zhang, are you okay? Zhang Xiyang, drenched in cold sweat from the pain, trembled, stuttering, hospital, get me to the hospital. He still managed to curse, get someone to fix this damned floor tomorrow. What the hell tripped me? The employee was baffled, but the floor is even, see, no bumps. Zhang Xiyang was furious, pointing to the floor, it's right there. He suddenly froze. The floor was indeed smooth, but in his view was a pair of women's feet. Red high heels, slender ankles, skin so pale it was almost translucent, veins visible. Looking up, he saw a woman in white clothes. Zhang Xiyang felt a chill, his scalp tingling. Who are you? The woman didn't speak, staring at him. The employee was puzzled. Who? Director Zhang, it's me, Xiao Wang from the editing department. Let's get you to the hospital. He thought to himself, this fall must have given Director Zhang a concussion. He's talking nonsense now. Not only would he need to see a dentist, but a neurologist too. Zhang Xiyang felt a chill down his spine, pulling the employee, trembling as he pointed at the woman. There? Can't you see her? Don't joke with me. Xiao Wang was dumbfounded. To him, there was no one there, just a slightly dim corridor. But Zhang Xiyang's words made the usually familiar corridor seem eerie and terrifying. He gulped, Don't scare me. There's really no one here. Zhang Xiyang panicked. There? Right there? You see her, right? Xiao Wang was about to cry. No, there's no one. The woman in white started moving, slowly approaching Zhang Xiyang, reaching out as if to grab him. Zhang Xiyang screamed, stay back, don't come closer. Xiao Wang felt his blood run cold. Whether Zhang Xiyang had hit his head or seen a ghost, he grabbed him and tried to pull him back. But Zhang Xiyang's legs were weak, and the heavy fall earlier made it impossible for him to stand. He clung to Xiao Wang's clothes like a drowning man clutching at straws, making it impossible for Xiao Wang to move. As they struggled, Zhang Xiyang saw the woman's hand getting closer, her face pale with pitch-black eyes and a sinister smile. He desperately tried to back away but couldn't. Zhang Xiyang put all his hope on Xiao Wang. But even now, the employee seemed unable to see the woman, only focusing on pulling Zhang Xiyang. Finally, as the fingers reached him, Zhang Xiyang broke down completely. A ghost? There's a ghost? Help! Zhang Xiyang screamed in terror, flailing wildly. With his front teeth knocked out, he couldn't control his facial expressions, tears and saliva streaming down, nearly crawling to retreat. Hihi, give up. No one else can see me. The woman blinked, stood up, and kicked Zhang Xiyang's leg. The sensation was identical to what tripped him earlier. Zhang Xiyang couldn't take the shock, blacking out on the spot. How could there be such a person, so useless and only knows how to make things difficult for others? The female ghost in red high heels and white clothes retracted her feigned eerie smile, spat on the unconscious Zhang Xiyang, and muttered indignantly. After spitting, she quickly left the crime scene with a bit of guilt, trailing behind Guan Shan. Part of the observation task includes stabilizing the target's emotions. This isn't a violation, it's part of the job, the female ghost mumbled to herself as she strutted past Xiao Wang, who was frantically making an emergency call, seemingly oblivious to her presence. The ability known as no presence was an insurmountable superpower for ordinary people. As long as she didn't interfere too much like tripping Zhang Xiyang, no one would notice her existence. However, if she specifically targeted someone, only that person could see her. This ability was extremely effective for both infiltration and interrogation. Yes, this so-called female ghost was Lin Shuman, who had been ordered to observe Guan Shan secretly. Last night, after escaping the scene in a panic, Lin Shuman, along with the arriving U squad of the Special Security Unit, her third squad's direct superior, returned to the Chaotic Research Institute to clean up the mess. In a way, Zhang Xiyang's intuition was quite accurate. Last night's fire at SX restaurant wasn't entirely unseen, it had been deliberately erased. The real cause of the so-called accident wasn't a gas explosion but the Special Security Unit's last resort in dealing with a bloodbath caused by ability users. The cleanup team had to eliminate all potential hazards in the area, which included not just photos but also the memories of those involved. That's why, despite the fire occurring in broad daylight, no media had first-hand information. No, the only one who had it now was this reporter named Guan Shan. Time, 22:06, location, Wanji Building, 8th floor, reporting officer, Lin Shuman. Observation task is about to end. The target is heading to the elevator, expected to board the 22:15 bus. Please have the handover personnel ready. To summarize, throughout the entire day, except for submitting a photo to the newspaper's president, the target has shown no other abnormal behavior. Alpha Beta. Lin Shuman quickly followed Guan Shan into the elevator, sticking to a corner, and added, Instructor Xia, should we retrieve the photo? Using her special earpiece, she reported while cautiously glancing at Guan Shan. Completely unaware, Guan Shan stood less than a meter away, engrossed in his phone. Lin Shuman had been observing him closely all day, but he had no idea. She noticed that Guan Shan was chatting with Shen Dinghua again. Throughout the day, Lin Shuman's main observation was a lot of dog food. Guan Shan, outside of work, was mostly chatting about everyday matters with Shen Dinghua, like an old married couple. From their records, these two had been in the same class from kindergarten to high school, epitomizing childhood sweethearts. In high school, when Guan Shan took a 6-month break due to family issues, Shen Dinghua took care of him. Later, she chose to study photography at university to support his decision to become a journalist. It would be unreasonable for them not to marry. Lin Shuman murmured, their relationship is so good. But since they live next door, why don't they go home together when there's no overtime? Thinking about it, she realized they rarely had close interactions and mostly communicated through their phones. Without knowing their background, one might think they were just acquaintances. Lin Shuman shook her head, curbing her curiosity. Maybe it's just a weird habit. The task is more important. After the incident last night, her superiors didn't blame them much, since the root cause was the lack of intelligence. Lin Shuman learned that Zhao Hong and Fang Minmin were involved in something more significant, possibly related to the recently surfaced ability user organization Killer Bees. These matters would be handled by higher UPS. Lin Shuman was assigned a new task, observe the mysterious figure from last night Guan Shan. As the only one who had close contact with Guan Shan without being killed, and whose ability worked on him, she was deemed suitable for the task. Her main duty was to record Guan Shan's behavior and report it to the logistics department for a personality and ability risk assessment. However, Guan Shan acted like an ordinary person, which was precisely what made him unusual. Because this young man named Guan Shan was anything but ordinary, which ordinary person could easily kill 2 D-rank ability users with just a gun? D-rank wasn't the lowest level. According to international classification, ability users are divided into F, E, D, C, B, A, and S levels based on their energy levels, which represent their general strength. Generally, the higher the level, the stronger the user. Reaching D level meant an ability user had significant destructive power and posed a considerable threat. Someone who could kill 2 D-rank ability users must be at least D rank, especially since Guan Shan had shown some anomalies. A close-range energy detection scan should react even if he were a Frank. This was part of Lin Schumann's task. However, Guan Shan showed no energy reaction. If Lin Schumann hadn't scanned herself, she'd have doubted the device's functionality. Is it due to his ability? But he seemed to have combat-oriented powers, not disguise. As Lin Schumann speculated, the elevator door opened. She followed Guan Shan out of the building towards the bus stop. The earpiece responded, "No need, the photo poses no risk." Instructor Xia Lei from U Squad said, "You did well, but the personality analysis requires more observation. Continue tomorrow. The handover personnel are on the bus. You can clock out." Seeing the approaching bus lights in the night, Lin Schumann sighed in relief. In her peripheral vision, Guan Shan's profile was divided by the light and darkness, his black eyes reflecting a faint glimmer, reminding her of his blood-covered face from the previous night. Hurry up, hurry up. Staying with this lunatic for another second made her feel she might be sliced in half any time. As the bus opened its doors, she exchanged a glance with the handover personnel inside, communicating through her earpiece, ending her task for the day. Watching the bus leave, Lin Schumann was about to remove her earpiece when Xia Lei chimed in, "By the way, don't do unnecessary actions outside the task. The psychologists are complaining." Lin Schumann was puzzled. "Huh." Xia Lei explained, "They gave Zhang Xiyang psychological suggestions this morning to amplify his emotions and target Guan Shan to observe his reactions. After all, a person shows their true self when angry. So, that means." "Yes, it was part of the plan." Xia Lei sighed. "Now Zhang Xiyang is in the hospital because of you. Finding another suitable, easily suggestible target to provoke the subject won't be easy." Lin Schumann blushed, embarrassed. I won't do it again." Xia Lei chuckled. "No worries, just a reminder. You've already gathered enough for today." After the earpiece went silent, Lin Schumann stood dazed in the cold wind, then slowly squatted down, hugging her head, trying to make herself as small as possible. She wished she had an S-level no presence. What have I done? If the leaders and colleagues find out about my idiotic antics pretending to be a ghost, I'll be dead. I'm already dead. I need a train ticket out of here." This moment on the bus, the person taking over from Lin Schumann was He Zhang. He Zhang was a reformed criminal ability user, now a member of the U Squad's 4th team under the Special Security Unit, still carrying a special locator. As a D-level flesh-type enhancement ability user, He Zhang's power was high-speed regeneration. This ability was common among flesh-type users, but He Zhang specialized in it. His combat power wasn't particularly strong, but unless he suffered an instantly fatal injury, he could escape most situations unscathed. The higher UPS sending me probably means they consider the target extremely dangerous, potentially leading to casualties. He Zhang knew this well. His ability and former status made him an ideal scapegoat. However, He Zhang glanced at Guan Shan, who was boarding the bus and paying with his phone. He looked so ordinary. How dangerous could he be if even the energy detector showed no reaction? Beep. Guan Shan put away his phone after paying and instinctively glanced towards the back seats of the bus. At this hour, the bus was usually empty, being the last run of the night. Apart from a young man sitting by the window in the middle section, the only other passenger was Guan Shan. The bus started, leaving the stop. The bright, empty bus swayed as it moved, the handles swinging back and forth. The streetlights outside flashed by like shooting stars in the night sky. Guan Shan made his way to the back seats. He preferred the back row, avoiding the hassle of giving up his seat and getting a good vantage point to observe the diverse passengers. He never knew when he might find an interesting story. The higher seats also provided a good angle for photos. Settling in, the first thing he did was notify Shan Dinghua of his whereabouts. "Shan Weiqing Shan, on the bus now. Ruxiang, Yai, in 20 minutes, I'll see you, Xiao Shan. I ordered pizza and cola. My parents aren't home tonight. Want to come over and play games? A with diuresis beta epsilon S. Shan Weiqing Shan, eating so much at night, be careful not to gain weight. Ruxiang, I won't. Super fierce.jpg. Shan Weiqing Shan, why such a feast tonight? Something good happen? Ruxiang, yes. Shan Weiqing Shan, what? Ruxiang, Xiao Shan defeated Zhang Xiyang and got the chance to work on the special edition, bringing you closer to your dream. I'm very happy. Carrot carrot. Guan Shan's gaze softened, picturing Shan Dinghua's mischievous expression through her words. Shan Weiqing Shan, so this is to celebrate? Ruxiang, yes. Hands on hips.jpg. Shan Weiqing Shan, thanks for speaking up for me today. Next time, I'll treat you. Ruxiang, no treat. I want Xiao Shan to cook for me, trying to act cute.jpg. Shan Weiqing Shan, okay. Shan Dinghua then shared a story about a stray cat she saw on the road. Guan Shan commented on its cuteness, and the conversation drifted, touching on the ecosystem of stray cats and eventually wandering off topic. Occasionally, he looked up at the night scenery, feeling a sense of peace. Guan Shan wasn't sure when he and Shan Dinghua had developed this habit, maintaining a very delicate distance. Emotionally close but never crossing a certain line in daily life. A platonic love? We rely on your support. Novelplex.org. Donate now. Not quite. Guan Shan admitted he had those worldly desires for Shan Dinghua, so if he had to describe it, it felt like two wild animals watching each other, never stepping into each other's territory without permission. Heh. Guan Shan chuckled, finding his description absurd. Shan Dinghua, a wild beast? No way. Well, if she were, she'd be a clingy little orange cat. Chatting with Shen Dinghua to pass the time, Guan Shan habitually observed the only other passenger. A very ordinary young man, in his 20s, wearing headphones, a long-sleeve jacket, and track pants typical for early autumn. The only noticeable feature was his non-mainstream black neck ring. However, before boarding, Guan Shan noticed him looking at the seat next to him through the window. Guan Shan prided himself on his observation skills. It wasn't a casual glance but a focused look, as if communicating with someone. But there was no one else at the bus stop. Maybe there was something noteworthy, like an advertisement or a passing cat. Guan Shan speculated idly as the bus's automated announcement played. Welcome to bus 514. The bus is starting, please hold on. The next stop is Jiuquan. Passengers getting off, please prepare and don't forget your belongings. Jiuquan, 2 more stops to home. Realizing it was almost time, Guan Shan prepared to notify Shen Dinghua of his arrival. Picking up his phone, he noticed his face was nearly frozen from the cold wind due to the engrossing conversation. BRR. The temperature difference between day and night is quite large these days. Guan Shan quickly rubbed his icy face, stood up, and grabbed the window handle, pulling the drafty sliding window shut. At the same time, the passenger in front seemed to see something outside, his expression changing abruptly as he leaned out to check. Click. As the window shut, the wind noise disappeared. Guan Shan vaguely saw something the size of a basketball flying through the streetlight outside, hitting the ground with a dull thud. Like a watermelon bursting. Is that passenger throwing out trash? Guan Shan was puzzled, turning to see the passenger still leaning out of the window, motionless. Hey, that's dangerous. Guan Shan started towards him but noticed a drop of liquid falling from the seat. Then 2, 3, a lot of dark red, sticky liquid splattered on the floor, the walls, the windows, spreading uncontrollably with the bus's movement. Suddenly, a bus jolt caused the passenger's body to slide down several inches. Guan Shan froze, trembling uncontrollably as his neck hair stood on end. The passenger's neck, above the collar, was empty, his head was gone. Only a bloody neck stump gushed blood. In a flash, Guan Shan realized. What flew out the window wasn't trash, it was the passenger's head. Terrified, Guan Shan stepped back, familiar mechanical sounds echoing in his mind. Scene scan complete, generating horror game. Horror game generated, last bus. Loading story, please wait. Not long ago, a certain residential house. Not long ago, a certain residence near Guan Shan's home had been set up as a temporary base for the Special Security Unit's operation. 3 members of the U Squad's first team, a psychological analyst from the logistics department, and the instructor Xiaolei were present, making a total of 5 people. The Special Security Unit consisted of 22 squads, named after the heavenly stems and earthly branches. The 12 squads of the earthly branches were divided into 2 types, the first 6 were special combat units, and the latter 6 were ability user squads. The former supported the latter. The U Squad was one of these, with the squad instructor being a B-level ability user, Xiaolei. Each squad was further divided into 4 teams, with the first team being the default strongest in combat, followed by the second and third teams. The 4th team consisted of reformed criminals, each carrying a special locator, a black explosive neck ring. Although it was a bit crude, the tasks given to these criminals were usually highly dangerous, making post-task cleanup less troublesome. This time, due to the failure of the 3rd team, the 1st team was sent to carry out the mission. Xiaolei was relaying Lin Schumann's observation results to the psychologist. The psychologist, a quiet, long-haired woman with glasses, methodically recorded the information on her computer, occasionally nodding and providing her insights. Xiaolei pondered, so, based on current observations, his personality tends towards the positive, perhaps even more upright and patient than the average person. The psychologist nodded seriously. Yes, during today's test, I applied 3 pressure points that would typically trigger anger in a normal person. But he neither retreated nor lost his temper, nor did he show any signs of using his abilities. Instead, he used the photo to set up his opponent. Of course, this was one of the expected possibilities. Xiaolei asked, puzzled, no signs of using abilities? But Zhang Xiyang showed clear signs of fear. The psychologist shook her head. That was not a sign of ability use, just a subconscious intimidation. From this, we can see that he hasn't experienced memory loss, personality switches, or been replaced. The person last night was indeed him. In summary, my detailed evaluation report is here. I will upload it later, and you can review it. The next tests will be in other areas. The psychologist manipulated her computer, bringing up an evaluation interface. A gradient color bar, ranging from white to black and encompassing all colors, was prominently displayed, indicating danger levels below. For now, I believe he can be marked as green, indicating an absolutely safe personality. The psychologist concluded. But Xiaolei looked at the green color on the screen, smiling wryly. Last night, he killed 17 people in 1 hour. Even if they were deeply parasitized puppets, it shouldn't have been visually obvious. Omicron. The psychologist nodded. Indeed. Xiaolei waited for more, but couldn't hold back. That's it. The psychologist shrugged. I can only state the facts within my professional scope. Personality-wise, he's very normal. She added seriously, in simple terms, he's a good person. However, The psychologist paused. He may have tendencies towards mental disorders, such as hallucinations, emotional detachment, or other cognitive impairments. But specifics need further confirmation. Xiaolei nodded. Although this was already apparent from last night's footage, who could maintain a frightened expression while headshotting targets one after another? Still, Xiaolei felt a strange sense of relief. No energy detector response, no psychological issues. If this was just an ordinary person, he might have gone mad. Since when do ordinary people tear apart D-level ability users? Unknown ability, unknown energy level, and a perfectly clean background with a muddled personality analysis. This Guan Shan was a big trouble that suddenly appeared. Xiaolei felt a bit weary. Let's leave it at that for now. Thank you for your hard work. Compared to their heated discussion, the three members of the first team sat in silence. But this was just on the surface. In reality, they were mentally chatting through special earphones, naturally focusing on Guan Shan. Wow, 17 kills in 1 hour, almost like that sacrificial serial killer. How can he be green? Tang Ji couldn't help but complain. The fourth team's cannon fodder hasn't killed that many combined, right? Next to him, Chen Penjian joked. Why don't you try sensing him? That way, you'd know if there's an issue. Tang Ji retorted, get lost? Do you think I'm stupid? Tang Ji's ability was a special type called sensing. As the name suggests, he could share senses, memories, and emotions with the target. This sharing could be one-way or two-way, controlled by Tang Ji, allowing him to influence or be influenced by the target. If backfired, the consequences were severe. So without knowing Guan Shan's energy level and ability, he wouldn't easily attempt it. A black-haired girl, Gaoya, who had been resting with her eyes closed, opened them and said, stop arguing. We have a mission tonight, remember. Tang Ji and Chen Penjian immediately responded, yes, Captain. Clap, clap. Xiaolei approached, clapping his hands. Seeing the three looking at him, he said seriously, you all understand why you're here today, right? Tang Ji nodded, understood. After Zhao Hong and Fang Minmin, the most complete test subjects for Ascension Sugar, died, the Killer Bee organization is likely to target Guan Shan again. One for revenge and another because Guan Shan has no energy response, making him a probable experiment target. Xiaolei nodded, correct. Killer Bee can create D-level ability users with Ascension Sugar, while we only have scattered clues about their bases. This puts us at a disadvantage. We must seize this opportunity. Xiaolei's expression suddenly darkened. He Zhang is out of contact. His vital signs are gone too. They're here. The three team members were shocked, immediately springing into action, leaping out of the residence, and sprinting towards the bus's location. But in the next moment, their vision blurred, and they found themselves back where they started. And Xiaolei was nowhere to be seen. Tang Ji and Chen Penjian looked bewildered, while Gao Ye's eyes flashed with cold light. A space-type ability user. Chen Penjian's face turned pale. The energy detector signal from He Jiang's collar shows two ability users on the bus, a D-level and a C-level. Story loading complete. 3, 2, 1. Dut, last bus departing? Welcome aboard bus, traveling from the human world to hell. The bus is starting, no living passengers allowed. This journey has no end, please hold on tight, guess what will kill you? Asterisk note, only by killing the final boss can you end this simulation. The familiar mechanical voice, cold and flat, sounded oddly comical with its dramatic opening line. But Guan Shan couldn't laugh. Special Security Group had a total of 22 teams, named after the heavenly stems and earthly branches. Of the 12 brigades of the Earth branch, the first 6 were special warfare units, and the last 6 are teams of ability users, with the former responsible for supporting the latter. The U Brigade is one of them. The brigade director was Xiaolei, a B-class ability user. Each brigade was divided into 4 teams. The first team was the strongest in combat by default, followed by the second and third. The fourth team was composed of criminals who had been recruited, each of whom wore a special locator, a black self-destructing collar. Although simple and a little brutal, the tasks that require these criminals were usually also very dangerous, and the aftermath won't be a hassle. This time because the third team collapsed, so naturally, the first team was sent to carry out the task. Xiaolei was relaying Lin Schumann's observations to the psychologist. The latter was a quiet woman with glasses and long dark straight hair. She used a computer to sort the observations into different categories, nodding her head from time to time before finally expressing her own opinions. Xiaolei pondered, so from the looks of things, his personality is on the positive side, perhaps even more upright and patient than the average ordinary person. The psychologist nodded and said solemnly, yes, in today's test, I applied a total of 3 pressures, creating a situation that was enough to make a normal person's anger explode. But he didn't back down, he didn't lose his head, nor did he show any signs of using his ability. Instead, he used the photos to prove himself to the other party. Of course, this is just as expected. Xiaolei wondered, was there no sign of using his ability? But at that time Zhang Xiyan obviously had a look of fear. The psychologist shook her head and said, that wasn't a sign of using an ability, but just a subconscious deterrent. But it can be seen from this that he did not suffer from memory loss or personality switching, nor was he replaced. It was indeed him last night. In short, my detailed evaluation report is here. I will upload it later. You can check it out by yourself. After that, we will test his other aspects. The psychologist worked on her computer and slid to an evaluation interface. A gradient color bar that covered all colors from white to black and looked impressive also had a hazard level marked below. For now, I think he can be marked as green. His personality is absolutely safe. The psychologist made a conclusion. However, Xiaolei looked at the green on the screen and smiled bitterly. He killed 17 people in 1 hour last night, even if they were puppets that had been deeply parasitized, before any blood sampling and analysis, just looking at it with the naked eyes. You wouldn't be able to tell. The psychologist nodded. Indeed. Xiaolei waited for a long time, and couldn't hold back, nothing else. The psychologist shrugged. I only speak facts that can be obtained within the scope of my profession. Personality-wise he is indeed normal. She has a serious expression. In short, he's a good person. But, the psychologist paused, and then added, he may indeed have schizophrenic tendencies, such as hallucinations, emotional separation, or other cognitive impairments, but the specifics would need to be tested for confirmation. Xiaolei nodded. Although this was already obvious from the video last night, what normal person can shoot consecutive headshots while looking scared? But Xiaolei was still inexplicably relieved. There was no response from the energy level detector. If there are no more problems with the psychological assessment here and someone tells him that the target was an ordinary person, he would punch the wall. Your family of ordinary people can tear apart D-class ability users? Abilities unknown, energy levels unknown, but there is no problem with his background, and his personality analysis is chaotic. This Guan Shan is just a big problem that appeared out of nowhere? Xiaolei's heart was a little tired. Anyway, let's start with that. Thank you for your hard work. In contrast to the two people who were in the heat of the moment, the three members of the first team sitting next to them seemed extremely silent. But only on the surface. In fact, they were conducting thoughtful group chats through the special headsets, and the topic naturally revolved around Guan Shan. Impressive, 1 hour to kill 17 people, and just as good as the previous murderous cultist, right? And yet he's still considered green. Tang Ji couldn't help but spit out, even those few cannon fodder from Team 4 haven't killed that many people combined, right? Chen Penjiayun, who was next to him, winked. Why don't you try to communicate with him, then we'll know if he really has any problems or not. Tang Ji said angrily, get lost? Do you think I'm stupid? Tang Ji's ability was of the trait system called interpretation. As the name suggests, he can communicate with the target and interpret their senses, memory, and emotions. This kind of intercommunication can be one-way or two-way. The switch is in Tang Ji's hands, so he can use this to influence the other party or be affected by the other party. Once backfired, the consequences are quite serious. So, before Guan Shan's energy level and abilities were determined, he would not try it easily. Gaoya, a girl with short black hair, who had been closing her eyes, opened them at this moment. Stop arguing, there's still a mission tonight, remember. Tang Ji and Chen Penjiayun replied immediately, yes, Captain. Clap clap. Xiaolei walked over, clapped his hands, saw all three of them looking over, and said sternly, you all know why you are here today, right? Tang Ji nodded immediately, understood. After the death of Zhao Hong and his wife who were the most complete experimental subject of sublimation sugar, the Killer Bee organization will probably target Guan Shan again. On one hand, it's for revenge, and on the other, Guan Shan has no energy level response, and is likely to be targeted to be used for experiments. Xiaolei nodded, that's right. The Killer Bee has been able to create D-class ability users through a drug called sublimation sugar, but we only found some fragmentary clues about their strongholds, which is very unfavorable for us. Using this opportunity, we must. Xiaolei's expression suddenly sank. We've lost contact with He Zhang. Vital signs have disappeared at the same time. They're here. The three-person team suddenly changed color, and immediately took action, jumped out of the residence, and dashed towards the direction of the bus. However, the next moment, they returned to their original place in a blur, and Xiaolei had unexpectedly disappeared. Tang Ji and Chen Penjiayun blanked out for a moment, and Gao Ye's long and narrow eyes erupted with cold light. Space-type ability user. Chen Penjiayun was shocked. The energy level detector attached to He Jiang's collar, the signal that came from it showed that there were two ability users in the bus, a D-class and a C-class. Plot loading completed. 3, 2, 1. Toot the last bus departs. Welcome to the bus route. This bus goes from Earth to Hell. Once the vehicle starts, the living stop. There is no end to this journey. Please sit still and hold on. Guess what will kill you? Asterisk note, only by killing the final boss will the simulation end. The familiar mechanical voice was cold without ups and downs, and it seemed a little funny when it read the emotional opening. But Guan Shan couldn't laugh. The moment Guan Shan heard the mechanical voice, in the blink of an eye, everything he saw seemed to be filtered, instantly changing in appearance. Zzzzz. The lights in the bus flickered twice. In the intervals between darkness and light, the entire bus seemed to writhe. Yes, writhe. Numerous tiny blood vessels adhered to the purple-red meat walls, spreading from the pool of blood beneath the decapitated passenger seat, growing madly in all directions, as if intending to devour everything. What the hell is this? Guan Shan, drenched in cold sweat, paled and took several steps back. Terrified, he quickly opened his backpack and equipped everything he could. There were 4 equipment slots, each serving a different function, left and right weapon slots, and head and body accessory slots, each corresponding to specific items. The large butcher knife in the left slot, the Glock 17 with infinite ammo in the right. The butcher's heart belonged to the body accessory slot. The moment he equipped the butcher's heart, Guan Shan distinctly felt another heartbeat in his chest, resonating with his own. Thump, thump, thump. More powerful and more rugged, the blood it pumped seemed to carry the ambition of a deceased soul wanting to tear everything apart. However, this heart was ultimately simulated. After a few hallucination-like beats, it calmed down. Phew. Guan Shan touched his chest, took a deep breath, and felt a bit more secure. Even though he knew everything in front of him was simulated, the overwhelming unknown entities rushing at him still triggered intense fear. But fortunately, he was no longer the same novice from his first simulation. Guan Shan glanced at the items still in his backpack. No matter what kind of monsters appeared next, he felt confident in facing them. When the light flickered the first time, the meat walls only covered the middle of the bus, wrapping the passenger's corpse and seat in it, leaving only the severed neck exposed. From a distance, it looked like a bizarre sculpture. At the end of the bus, the driver, who had no presence since earlier, slowly stood up from his seat. Click. The driver calmly extended his gloved hand and opened the isolation door beside his seat. He raised his head, staring at Guan Shan from afar. No, he had no eyes. Therefore, this couldn't be called a traditional stare. Not only did the driver lack eyes, he didn't have any basic facial features. However, Guan Shan felt a chilling sensation as if he was being watched. That face seemed like a kneaded dough ball, or like numerous faces overlapping, their expressions vaguely resembling crying and struggling. But upon closer inspection, there was nothing there. This stare didn't last long. In front of the stiffened Guan Shan, the driver's information appeared. Boss faceless driver, leave 10. Health, 10,000. Description, your face is my face. Damn. Guan Shan was too shocked to be scared, staring at the information interface, counting the zeros again to ensure he wasn't mistaken. 10,000 health, a full 10,000. Guan Shan was dumbfounded. What level was this? We rely on your support. Novelplex.org. Donate now. He was currently level 9, and even with the 10% health boost from his passive skill Pile of Rotting Flesh, he only had 990 health, while his opponent, just one level higher, had 10 times his health. Guan Shan was baffled but deeply shaken. With Tildenuo. Could this game still be played? Was he really playing a horror game simulator and not Sekiro? Oh, in a sense, Sekiro could also be considered a horror game. After all, what normal game lets you die hundreds of times, creating psychological trauma? And now there were no other small monsters to kill for experience. In other words, he had to face a boss with 10 times his health. Ha, ha ha ha. Maybe he should just commit suicide? Just as Guan Shan was about to be knocked out by this annoying simulator, the lights flickered a second time. The surroundings plunged into darkness, then regained light. This time, what appeared before Guan Shan was a world completely enveloped by meat walls. The bus's steel structure was entirely submerged in flesh. Chairs, poles, railings, everything was covered in blood vessels and flesh walls, writhing as if they could pounce at any moment. Guan Shan instinctively retreated, but the feeling under his feet was the same, soft and slippery. It was extremely disgusting and uncomfortable. Guan Shan took another deep breath, trying to calm himself down. Even though the boss had 10 times his health, thinking back, in the meat-eating restaurant, he started as a level 1 novice and eventually defeated the level 8 boss chef. In essence, it was also 10 times his health, and he didn't have these equipments back then. So, the simulator's difficulty might not be as high as he thought. Zzz. A piercing, sharp metal scraping sound came from above. Guan Shan shivered, feeling a chill on his skull. No, it was really cold. Guan Shan looked up abruptly, seeing a sliver of moonlight leaking through the bus roof. In the eerie and terrifying environment around him, this sliver of moonlight was like a bright light in the dark night, dazzling and deadly, because accompanying it was a long, terrifying black insect limb. Through the hole pierced in the roof, a glimpse revealed a huge, terrifying spider-like monster perched on top, stabbing its sharp limbs into the bus. Cage spider, leave 9. Health, 1200. Description, it only weaves nightmares. Damn. In an instant, Guan Shan barely managed to dodge, but the sharp side of the limb still left a deep gash on his face. Health -5? Guan Shan didn't have time to feel relieved. The next moment, a new status appeared, poisoned. And below his health bar, a green progress bar appeared. The system kindly reminded him again. Negative status buffer triggered. When the player is affected by a negative status, there will be a buffer time. If the progress bar reaches 0 and the negative status is not removed, a percentage of health will be slowly deducted. You damn. Okay, this time you're really kind. Guan Shan didn't expect the poisoning to have a buffer time for taking antidotes. This horror game simulator was too considerate. Fortunately, the first aid kit he bought for 648 included adrenaline injection, which, besides restoring a large amount of health, also had the effect of removing negative statuses. Thank goodness, it proves that starter packs are the last kindness from developers. With the driver and spider as 2 slices of bread, Guan Shan used the first aid kit, wrapping it hastily around his wrist, ignoring the wound on his face. As the special security group predicted, the killer bees were indeed coming for Guan Shan. This ordinary person without a response to energy detection yet capable of killing 2D-class superhumans attracted many invisible gazes that night. Some were scrutinizing, some curious, and naturally, some malicious. Moreover, the so-called ascension sugar developed by the killer bees was a drug that could force ordinary people to awaken superpowers by overdrawing their life force. In other words, the targets must have no energy response. The killer bees needed a large number of different samples to experiment with its effects. Zhao Hong and Fang Minmin were the previous victims. This time, they had their eyes on an even better, almost perfect specimen Guan Shan. The members sent by the killer bees were two individuals, Deluo and BK. Deluo's code name was Worker B4, and BK was Worker B10. In the Killer Bees organization, one can only inherit a corresponding code name by killing or defeating the next ranked person. This means Deluo is the fourth ranked in terms of strength among the worker bees. However, he is only a worker bee. The drone bees wouldn't come for such simple tasks. Yes, simple. To Deluo, this task was ridiculously simple. No matter how you look at it, the target was at most a D-class flesh-type superhuman. Besides extraordinary observational skills and a suspected ability to devour others' flesh for self-healing, there was nothing special. The lack of energy response was probably some form of disguise. No matter how impressive he seemed later, he merely killed 2 D-classes. Who hasn't done that? And Deluo had just recently broken through to C-class, full of confidence in his strength. Through his practice and newly acquired D-class superhuman skin collections, he realized that moving from D-class to C-class was a qualitative leap. I wonder if peeling off this guy's face will be any different. A with ring above beta. Thinking this, Deluo licked his lips with fascination. His favorite pastime was collecting the faces of the defeated, making them his eternal collection. Though he was getting excited, Deluo still needed to play his role as the driver well. How to deceive the special security group was the organization's problem to solve. He just needed to wait patiently for the right moment. Once BK, with his space superpower, teleported Xiaolei 5 kilometers away to the city. By the time this B-class superhuman rushed back, he would only find the corpses of his subordinates. The more Deluo thought about it, the more excited he became. Killing under the nose of a B-class superhuman would be a first. Knock knock. The sound of tapping on the glass window came from the left. Deluo knew it was BK reminding him that it was time to act. Deluo looked at the child peeking from the bus roof. Because of his emaciated frame, his head appeared disproportionately large, his eyes staring intently in a somewhat terrifying manner. This child, recently added to the killer bees as a semi-successful subject of the Ascension Sugar experiment, was initially a stray child from who knows where, casually captured and fed the Ascension Sugar by a member. Unexpectedly, he awakened the rare space superpower teleport. Unfortunately, the then unrefined Ascension Sugar had powers far beyond what a chronically malnourished ordinary child could bear. At the moment of BK's awakening, the immense and complex energy even granted him the physical strength of a D-class flesh-type superhuman. A superhuman with both strength and teleportation ability sounded perfect. But regrettably, BK only had 1 month to live. Making the most out of it. Hearing the sound of the special security member's head falling, Deluo smirked. All right, it's about time to send this reporter on his way. Deluo unhurriedly stopped the bus first, then left the driver's seat, pulling off his gloves, and approached the terrified and retreating Guan Shan. Under the bus lights, Guan Shan's pale and panicked face was clearly visible. Haha, yes, that's the expression I want. More of that? Deluo raised his hand. The entire bus was covered by his control, all metal was at his command, becoming his will. If you're this scared now, how beautiful will you look when you're torn apart? At this moment, BK struck swiftly, inserting a poisoned blade through the roof slit, delivering a lightning-fast blow to Guan Shan. Woohoo! Deluo cheered inwardly for this strike. The blade was coated with neurotoxin, which even flesh-type superhumans couldn't withstand. In just 3 seconds, the toxin would paralyze the nerves, effectively a death sentence. And judging by Guan Shan's reaction speed, it confirmed Deluo's thought. This guy was at most a D-class flesh-type superhuman, overly exaggerated. Ascension Sugar wasn't necessary for those already with powers. Just as Deluo began counting down the 3 seconds in his mind to end the reporter's life in the most painful way possible, he saw the scrambling Guan Shan suddenly pull out a roll of bandages from somewhere. Bandages. Deluo was momentarily stunned, struggling to comprehend the situation. Is he trying to use bandages to stop the bleeding? Deluo found it both absurd and amusing, so scared that he's lost his mind? And wasn't he injured on his face? Is he planning to wrap his head? Even someone with no combat experience wouldn't try to wrap their face with bandages in such a tense battle. Deluo could only attribute Guan Shan's strange behavior to being scared out of his wits. So he watched with interest to see what Guan Shan intended to do. Observing his prey's foolish antics before death was one of his pleasures. However, Guan Shan didn't wrap the bandages around his head. He wrapped them around his hand. Once again, Deluo was dumbfounded, then couldn't help but laugh. Ha 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 ha, interesting, very interesting. I almost feel like not killing you, but this is a mission. Thinking for a moment, he generously said, all right then, I'll give you the time it takes for the Ascension Sugar to take effect to struggle as gratitude for your performance. Rejoice, and then, struggle. Guan Shan, drenched in cold sweat, saw the faceless monster in front of him gesturing wildly, making a series of unintelligible sounds. Then it pulled out an orange candy-like object, preparing to approach. Guan Shan sensed it might be preparing a big move. His hands sped up as he wrapped the bandages. Emergency bandages? Effect: immediately restores 20% health, removes poison, stun, slow, and other negative statuses. Description: for external and internal use, cures all ailments. It only required wrapping on the body to complete the action, yet it was described as for external and internal use. This simulator was really twisted. Although cures all ailments was an exaggeration, the effect was real. Even though Guan Shan was almost at full health, using the emergency bandages seemed wasteful, but he couldn't afford the poison status. Even with 990 full health, this level 10 monster could probably one-shot him. Not to mention adding poison. However, due to the monster's inexplicable pause, Guan Shan had already found the only usable item in this scenario. On the severed neck of the passenger engulfed by the flesh wall, the word explosive was displayed. I'm really scared explosive, level 2. Effect: upon detonation, it causes widespread damage and continuous burn damage of 7 HP per second, while also damaging the surrounding environment. Description: art is an underscore. Fill in with the appropriate word. Guan Shan's eyes lingered on the empty neck for a second. Then he remembered that the passenger had been wearing a very non-mainstream black neck ring before, so by location, was that the explosive? This is insane. Who in their right mind would strap a bomb around their neck? No, it's not about being sane or not, no person would do this. But now, Guan Shan was in a simulated horror game scenario created by the simulator, so he found it reasonable. It was very reasonable. If a ubiquitous Glock 17 could appear in a restaurant, then an explosive device on a bus was not surprising at all. After all, he was playing a horror game, right? However, Guan Shan was increasingly convinced that when he boarded the bus, he had already entered a virtual space created by the simulator. Not when he heard the scene scanning completed. Prompt from the simulator. That unlucky passenger who became a headless rider was probably just part of the scene simulation. Creating a sense of realism through time differences to scare players, this simulator is really devious? Based on the experience from the first simulation, this simulator will never create an inevitable death scenario. The items and scenes present should all be useful breakthroughs. Guan Shan's brain worked quickly as he thought, and when the driver appeared, the biggest change was the layer of flesh spreading throughout the bus. All around, including under his feet, were those purple-red blood vessel conglomerates that exuded a terrifying and ominous aura. These things were not just part of the scene, but gave a feeling that they could pounce at any moment. They wriggled, as if alive. Guan Shan's thoughts raced. This flesh wall could be part of the driver. As long as I remain in the bus, I'm within its control, which might be why it hasn't shown a strong desire to attack since earlier. However, if that's the case, then the explosive device that can cause widespread damage and environmental destruction is the key to turning the tide. Oh epsilon. When the driver walks by, he must pass by that corpse. To cause maximum damage, I need to time it right when he's closest to the explosive. I have only one chance. After the vehicle is destroyed, I'll use the crowbar to open the door and get out. Guan Shan calmed his mind, took a deep breath, and adjusted his posture and stance. After reaching level 9, his physical fitness had undergone an earth-shaking transformation compared to before, and his control over his own body had also greatly improved. For example, the attack from the spider monster earlier would have torn his face apart, possibly killing him instantly in the past. But now, it was just a light -5 and a bloody scar. Facing the chef monster now, Guan Shan even felt confident in fighting him to a draw without weapons. However, there was no issue of adapting to the rapid enhancement, as the simulator took care of everything. Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, above, on the roof, there were constant muffled sounds, mixed with the screeching noise of sharp objects scraping against metal. It was easy to imagine the giant, hideous spider monster walking on the roof with its limbs. The massive, sinister body pressed the roof down, and the sharp limb ends pierced the roof's metal, leaving deep marks. Well, the simulator not only solves problems, but also creates more. After getting out, I still have to face that poisonous spider. If I get stabbed again, I have no second bandage. Guan Shan watched as the faceless driver drew closer, focused on the approaching footsteps of the roof monster, and resolved, then, let's deal with it together. Bang, bang, bang. The heavy footsteps on the roof approached from afar, like ripples spreading from a point in the silent night. Guan Shan's now more sensitive hearing, under intense concentration, easily pinpointed the spider's position. Ha ha, he, ha ha ha. The driver inside the bus swayed, letting out strange, eerie laughter. Its face constantly shifted, stepping closer with each step. Guan Shan's palms were sweaty, his heartbeat quickened, and he moved toward the rear door blocked by the flesh wall. He closed his eyes briefly, visualizing the bus as a flat map, with the driver and spider as 2 points, averaging their distance from the corpse. A bit closer, a bit closer. The driver had already passed the corpse, but the spider was right above it. Now, bang, 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 bang. Guan Shan finally exhaled, drawing the Glock 17 from the void and firing several shots at the neck of the corpse. The explosive, the neck ring, appeared red like a vital point. The bullets, faster than the eye could follow, shot straight toward the red mark. The driver clearly didn't react in time, pausing for 2 seconds before letting out an indescribable roar, its entire face contorting. Gurgle, gurgle. The faceless face twisted into an abstract scream, like the famous painting The Scream. The flesh wall inside the bus erupted. They turned a furious purple-black, wriggling densely like ocean waves. One part tried to block the bullets, another lunged at Guan Shan. But after firing, Guan Shan didn't look back. He immediately swapped the boning knife for the crowbar, hooked the door seam with the end, and forcefully pried it open as the flesh wall swarmed toward him. Crowbar. Effect. Opens any door that can't be opened. Description. The holy sword of physics, you deserve it. Crack. Crash. The rear door opened with a crash, and Guan Shan jumped out. Deluo indeed didn't expect Guan Shan to suddenly draw a gun. Where did he get a gun? But undoubtedly, he was tricked. Deluo furiously commanded the bus's metal. They obeyed, turning into swords stabbing at Guan Shan, while transforming the rear door into a solid metal block. Completely sealed, with no gaps? Let's see where you can run. Deluo smirked, but his smile froze the next moment. Guan Shan pulled out a crowbar from nowhere, jamming it into the metal block. Then, like Moses parting the sea, the door split in two. Deluo's sneer had barely formed on his face before it froze, looking particularly comical. He stared in disbelief at the metal block in front of him, which split smoothly from the middle as if it were always meant to be two separate pieces. His mind was filled with question marks. No, how did that happen? That wasn't even a door anymore. Just a moment ago, he had clearly used his power to seal the entire door with a solid metal wall, leaving no gaps at all. How did that crowbar appear out of thin air like the handgun? Deluo no longer wanted to question it, deciding this must be Guan Shan's true power. Space manipulation, rare indeed, but not beyond understanding. So now he just wanted to know how that thing could insert into the solid 5 cm thick metal wall without any resistance and split the entire piece of metal neatly in half. Is this something a crowbar can do? Huh? Can someone explain? Of course, no one could explain. Deluo could only grit his teeth, watching helplessly as Guan Shan jumped out and manipulated the metal spikes to chase after him. So what if he escaped? This fool had merely abandoned his only chance to cling to life. Deluo shouted, "BK, kill him." He hadn't even cared about the few bullets. Because bullets were metal. And in his domain, metal was merely his plaything. Although because Deluo's ability had just broken through to sea level and was relatively weak compared to other elemental-type powers, controlling a moving bullet with kinetic energy was challenging. However, slowing down the bullet, softening the metal, and intercepting it was straightforward. Deluo never considered bullets a threat. However, when he tried to manipulate those bullets, he found they wouldn't budge. His will couldn't attach to them? How is this possible? Deluo was stunned. The metal spikes he controlled were still chasing Guan Shan, so his ability couldn't be ineffective unless the bullets weren't metal. Yes? Deluo suddenly understood. It made sense now, they weren't metal. Although he couldn't manipulate the bullets, non-metal bullets couldn't penetrate the special explosive collar to detonate it. It seemed to be a bluff, a diversion. This reporter had some clever tricks. As he thought this, several bullets flew through the air, with 3 of them accurately hitting the collar, displaying remarkable precision. Contrary to Deluo's expectations, the bullet's immense kinetic energy drilled through the collar's protective casing, shattering the detonation device inside. Metal rubbed against metal, sparks flew instantly. The bus door burst open. Guan Shan leapt out, rolling on the ground, immediately switching the crowbar for the boning knife. He had barely completed this action. Boom! An explosion erupted behind him, sending waves of heat that lifted his clothes and caused him to stagger. The shockwave spread in ripples, shaking the nearby trees. With diuresis N. Guan Shan turned and steadied himself, looking at the bus, nearly split in two with debris scattered everywhere, and was surprised. This level 2 explosive is quite powerful. According to the simulator's description, both explosives and skills had a total of 5 levels. If level 2 was like this, was level 5 a nuclear bomb? Ugh, I don't dare to imagine. Only now, outside the bus, did Guan Shan realize that the vehicle was not only covered inside but also outside by those disgusting purple-red flesh walls. The explosive likely contained incendiary agents, as the flames clung to the flesh walls, with high temperatures even melting part of the central area. Some black, unidentified substances dripped onto the ground. All the flesh walls wriggled in apparent agony, emitting heavy low moans, no longer resembling a bus but a monster from hell. The driver staggered out of the wreckage, clutching his faceless head in a daze, with tattered clothes and missing an arm. We rely on your support. Novelplex.org. Donate now. Flames wrapped around him, continuously displaying -7, -7, -7. Guan Shan had focused on jumping out earlier and now checked the information, finding the driver's health had dropped by 2/3. The explosion had taken out 6,000 HP from the boss. I knew it, the indicated explosive was indeed the key. Guan Shan was delighted. But then he remembered that even after losing 6,000 HP, the boss still had 4,000 left. For him, it was still a towering mountain. Better than 10 times, 4,000 HP, I can kite him and wear him down with critical hits. Guan Shan comforted himself and then became alert. Wait, there's another monster. SSSS. A strange sound came from above. Guan Shan saw a shadow overhead and his heart skipped a beat. He immediately raised the boning knife. The next moment, the massive spider monster descended from the sky, its limbs slashing like blades. Damn, this monster can teleport. Clang. A crisp sound like iron striking resonated. Guan Shan felt as if he had caught a 200-pound fat man barehanded, the boning knife pressing his shoulder and elbow downward. Health -10? Damn, this force is too much. How can it deal more damage than a slash? Guan Shan decided swiftly, immediately using Butcher's Heart. Thump. The second heartbeat sounded again, but this time it didn't vanish like an illusion. Instead, it instantly pumped out the blood filled with murderous ambition. Accompanied by the drumming heartbeat, Guan Shan clearly felt the blood flowing from his chest to every part of his body. Veins bulged on Guan Shan's forehead, and a tremendous force surged through his limbs. Only 30 seconds. Guan Shan's eyes sharpened, easily blocking the spider with one hand while advancing, twirling the knife and stabbing it into the spider's body, even smashing it into the ground, rendering it immobile. With his other hand, he drew his secondary weapon, the Glock 17. I'll make you teleport? I might not beat level 10, but level 9. Go to hell. The black muzzle aimed at the spider, with its vital point revealed. In the middle of the spider's massive body was its eye. Guan Shan fired several shots, all hitting the mark. 324. 300. 402. 200. The spider let out a wail and fell backward, dying instantly. Guan Shan didn't pause for a moment, not even checking the level up prompt. He took out entwined parasite flesh and consumed it to heal. He had a feeling the driver was recovering from the explosion's stun. Health +10, +10, +10. The numbers appeared every second. His intuition proved right. Guan Shan hadn't even swallowed the healing item when he heard an inhuman shriek followed by several sharp winds. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh shh. Several deep black tentacles made of bloated, rotten tumors pierced Guan Shan's chest and abdomen, even twisting inside. Health -920. Guan Shan's vision turned dark red, warning of critical health. Damn it. Damn game. Guan Shan was scared out of his wits, almost thinking he was dead. He cursed, seeing his body hollowed out, and took out the adrenaline shot from his backpack. He stabbed it into his heart. Adrenaline shot. Effect, instantly restores to full health, doubling maximum health. After 10 seconds, health forcibly reduced to 1 dot. Description, would you rather be a miserable dog for a lifetime or a hero for 10 seconds? The effect is brutally straightforward but undeniably a lifesaver. With the shot administered, the dark red vision around Guan Shan vanished instantly. In no time at all, I've used up most of the items in the beginner survival kit. The simulator has it all figured out, huh? Without this starter kit, there's no way a newbie could survive. Guan Shan couldn't help but complain loudly in his mind. He blinked hazily, and the holes in his body from the tentacles were gone. Not just the holes, but even the bloodstains had vanished, and his clothes were as clean as new. It was as if something had pressed a refresh button. The fierce battle just now seemed like it had never happened. Guan Shan glanced at his health, now showing 2,200. Why 2,200 instead of 990 x 2 equals 1980? That's because after killing the spider monster, he leveled up. The simulator's information was still lingering in his vision. Experience plus 1,800. Level 9 rightward arrow level 10, unbroken. Current experience, 1150/1000, unbroken. Current health, 1100/1100, unbroken. Notice, once the player reaches level 10, experience will be locked at 1000. A breakthrough task must be completed to reach a higher level and unlock more store items and functions. This is ridiculous. Guan Shan was infuriated by the simulator. Even in this critical moment, he desperately wanted to slap the simulator. I'm about to die, and you won't let me level up? Cold rage. But there was no way to beat the simulator since it lacked a physical form. Guan Shan, however, was a mortal being, vulnerable to any fatal attack from the monsters. So, with the adrenaline shot taking effect, Guan Shan turned and ran. But he wasn't running away, he was charging towards the driver. All buffs are activated, it's do or die. Guan Shan gritted his teeth and made a firm decision, swallowing the parasite again, keeping a close eye on the driver's movements, ready to dodge at any moment. Beta. Even though his 2,000 plus health was still less than the driver's 4,000, the gap was now negligible compared to the start. At this moment, the effect of Butcher's Heart hadn't even worn off. The combined effects boosted his strength exponentially. Guan Shan felt he could rip apart the Hulk. Well, maybe not, but his survival odds were significantly higher. At least it would take 2 hits to kill me, right? Guan Shan thought, finding solace in the humor of his situation. However, as he charged, did the driver just take a step back? DeLuo was horrified by what he saw. A deep-seated fear of the incomprehensible surged from within him. The reporter struggled with 3 or 4 metal spikes piercing his body, his entire chest and abdomen shredded, with internal organs spilling onto the ground. By all appearances, he was unquestionably dead. DeLuo naturally believed so. He didn't think Guan Shan had any chance left. We rely on your support. Novelplex.org. Donate now. But as he controlled the spikes to retract, he saw Guan Shan pull out a syringe and stab it into his own heart. Heh, I thought you'd surprise me, but no drug can save you now. DeLuo sneered at Guan Shan's actions. If such a miraculous drug existed, it would have been. Then he witnessed an unforgettable sight. Guan Shan's body seemed to reverse in time. The internal organs on the ground re-entered his chest and abdomen, blood and flesh reassembled and fused, returning to one. Even his clothes were restored. This isn't something a syringe can do. DeLuo was repeatedly shocked, and in his daze, felt his understanding of reality was severely challenged. So much so that when Guan Shan charged at him, he instinctively took a half step back. But Deluo soon felt anger and shame at his own reaction. How could I be afraid? I can't be afraid. He must have disrupted my thoughts? What exactly is this guy's power? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Deluo frantically commanded the metal he controlled, forming various shapes to attack Guan Shan. But whether he aimed to attack or prevent him from approaching was known only to Deluo. Clang, clang. Guan Shan wielded the boning knife with one hand, focusing intently on each tentacle's trajectory, blocking them. Simultaneously, he raised the Glock 17, bullets pouring out like rain. Though a handgun, it created the illusion of a machine gun. With infinite bullets, precision didn't matter. Hitting the target would suffice, reducing health bit by bit. Deluo realized something was off. The Glock 17, a classic firearm, was known for its 17-bullet capacity. But Guan Shan had fired far more than 17 bullets since drawing the gun. What the hell is this guy? No, I don't care what he is, dead. He is nothing. Deluo's understanding neared collapse. Even with a growing headache from prolonged power use, he didn't slow his attacks. Swish, swish, swish. Guan Shan used all his strength to dodge between the tentacles, finally closing in on the driver at the cost of another piercing. The driver's health finally dropped to 1032. The faceless driver's face now appeared especially terrifying, countless faces intertwining like reflections in water, resembling vengeful spirits. The closer he got, the more terrifying it seemed. Guan Shan's scalp tingled, but he noticed the driver was constantly retreating. He only controlled the tentacles to attack, retreating slowly. What does this mean? It means the boss isn't good at close combat. If I can get close, victory is mine. Guan Shan held on to this belief, overcoming his fear, rolling forward and crashing into the driver's embrace. He thrust the boning knife forward. The blade pressed against the driver's neck, cutting a bloody mark. At this moment, the driver raised his hand, grasping Guan Shan's wrist, and the faceless face suddenly transformed into a vortex. Deluo's eyes gleamed with greed, power, absorb. The new sea-level ability user Deluo's power wasn't the elemental metal control. Or rather, he only temporarily possessed such an ability. His true ability was a special type called ability absorption. As the name suggests, Deluo could absorb others' abilities through physical contact, but there were many limitations. First, the target's power level had to be lower than his. Secondly, the physical contact had to last more than 3 seconds. Lastly, he could only possess one ability at a time. To acquire a new ability, he had to replace the previous one. Moreover, due to his low power level, even if all the conditions were met, there was still a chance of failure during absorption. Even if successful, the absorbed ability's effectiveness would be only about 60%. While it seemed somewhat restrictive, in theory, this was a remarkably powerful ability. As long as Deluo could absorb the ability of a powerful user before they fully matured, he essentially gained that power. Even if it was only 60%, the ability itself was strong enough. A camel, though thin, is still bigger than a horse, right? Undoubtedly, Deluo was successful in his endeavors. He was very lucky. When Deluo first awakened his power, he knew how to hide it. As is well known, ability users' power levels range from F to S, with F and E level users showing almost no external signs, apart from a power level response, making them nearly indistinguishable from regular people. Some powers are more noticeable, like enhanced sensitivity to weather or magnetic fields or the ability to move small objects slightly. Less noticeable ones could include better luck or animal affinity. Most F and E level ability users end up in circles of fortune tellers, mediums, and so-called psychics, and these small circles tend to self-organize. Authorities generally don't bother with these circles because conducting a thorough survey of sub-D level ability users is too challenging and unnecessary. Periodic investigations and registrations are carried out by the first 6 teams of the terrestrial branch of the Special Ability Group. Back then, still a businessman, Deluo connected with a low-level ability user gathering through various means and was lucky to meet a child who mistakenly thought his metal control ability was telekinesis. It wasn't exactly a child, probably a middle schooler. Deluo still remembered the scene at the gathering, where low-level ability users lit candles, chatting harmoniously and taking turns sharing their abilities as if telling ghost stories, occasionally bursting into laughter. It was quite warm. Then came the kid, half-grown, proudly displaying his power. All the metal objects in the room levitated, and everyone fell silent, the atmosphere filled with shock and subtle fear, still vivid in Deluo's memory. Someone noticed something odd and asked the child, why only control metal? He remembered the kid saying, I don't know, I seem to only control metal things. Everyone began discussing excitedly. Finally, the leader made a decision, telling the kid, your ability might not be just a weak telekinesis, but an elemental metal control. I'll report your case for re-evaluation of your power and level. It will take about 3 days. Stay home for these days. ROES. After the gathering ended, Deluo didn't leave. He hid behind a wall, smoking a cigarette, listening to the leader congratulating the kid's parents, fawning over the arrogant, clueless middle schooler. Deluo, a businessman, believed that with a 50% profit, one could risk everything, and now, before him was a 1000% profit opportunity. What if no one knew about this? Why should they meddle? Why report it? Why couldn't he just quietly, secretly absorb that ability? For 3 days, Deluo often strolled near the kid's house, thoughts of these ideas swirling in his mind. On the 3rd day, the kid sneaked out to an internet cafe with friends. Deluo laughed inwardly. After all, still just a kid, expecting him to stay home obediently, how could that be possible? If you had just listened. If you had listened to the leader, your parents, stayed home, or even listened to me, stayed still. We rely on your support. Novelplex.org. Donate now. You wouldn't be dead now. Deluo held the kid's face, squeezing his chubby cheeks, watching his twisted expression, smiling smugly. From now on, the respect given to you will be mine. With a wave, a broken blade from a nearby trash heap flew over. Deluo used the rusty blade to cut off the first face he collected. He then walked out of the alley, with a blood-stained hand, pulled out a 100 yuan note, and handed it to the trembling friend. Thanks for your help. Deluo's life changed from that moment. As for what happened to the good friend, he never cared to know. Reflecting on the past, Deluo still felt incredibly lucky. He later learned that the 3 major types of abilities, physical, special, and elemental, ranked elemental as the strongest, with almost all elemental abilities being B-level upon awakening. Somehow, he had picked up an F-level loophole. So, Deluo cautiously preserved this luck, never changing his ability since then. But now, a more suitable target has arrived. A powerful ability, yet with no power level. Deluo's eyes gleamed with vicious greed. This greed, suppressed for so many years, after killing so many, skinning so many faces, always asking himself if it was worth losing his current power for a new one. The answer was always no, but this time was different. Thinking of Guan Shan's space ability, his bizarre crowbar, his near-resurrection syringe. Undoubtedly, worth it? Give me your power, ha ha ha. Deluo ignored the increasingly deep cut from the boning knife, gripping Guan Shan's arm tightly, activating his true ability. After years, the sensation of wantonly plundering others returned. Deluo closed his eyes in ecstasy, feeling godlike, ready to embrace immense power. As expected, Deluo felt his body rapidly filling with strength, healing all his injuries. At the same time, he felt twice as strong. Bang! Deluo sneered viciously, tossing aside the knife and sending the startled Guan Shan flying, rolling several times on the ground. Deluo, ecstatic, looked at his hands, laughing madly. I'm invincible? Ha ha ha, gah. His laugh lasted less than a second before stopping abruptly. Deluo, in horror, felt himself deflate like a punctured balloon. The quickly gained power faded just as fast. No, don't. Moreover, an excruciating pain engulfed his entire being as if his body was disintegrating from within, every muscle fiber tightening then snapping, blood oozing from his pores. In this agony, Deluo couldn't help but kneel, trembling all over. Guan Shan, nervously preparing to fight, was stunned. Why did the butcher's heart and adrenaline shot effects vanish from him? Why was the boss kneeling? And, why did its health drop to 1? Guan Shan, bewildered, had no idea what had just happened. It's over. As the faceless driver suddenly burst forth, flinging Guan Shan and his boning knife away with an uncontrollable force, Guan Shan initially thought this was the end. In that instant, the driver's strength was unstoppable, leaving Guan Shan with no room to resist. Guan Shan felt like a baby fighting an adult, truly experiencing what it meant to be a mantis trying to stop a car or an ant trying to shake a tree. However, as he stood up with a determined heart, ready to fight to the death with his Glock 17 and healing items, he saw the boss's health bar drop to 1. The boss was kneeling, struggling in pain and on the brink of death. Even the faceless visage showed an atmosphere of suffering. The facial muscles contracted like a blooming chrysanthemum. What was going on? I had prepared for the worst, even ready to wet my pants, and you show me this? Guan Shan found it hard to believe. Guan Shan couldn't accept it. He decisively aimed his gun at the driver's head. Bang! A direct headshot. Health bar, 0. The driver collapsed, still trying to reach out towards Guan Shan. As he died, the driver vaguely saw in Guan Shan's eyes only his own twisted, faceless image. The man called Deluo seemed to die without ever achieving the face he sought. Phew! Seeing the simulation system's prompt, Guan Shan finally breathed a sigh of relief, touching his forehead, feeling the cool sweat. Guan Shan realized that the boss probably used some ability at the last moment to strip him of his buffs. However, he hadn't expected the buff, though powerful, to have a backlash. As a result, the boss had inadvertently applied the after 10 seconds, health becomes 1 debuff to himself. What can I say? This boss is really unlucky. Guan Shan's lips twitched, feeling fortunate for using the adrenaline shot. Without the boss's debuff, he would have had to chip away at the boss's health, potentially risking a fatal mistake. It wouldn't have been as easy as this. Guan Shan began to check the prompts. Experience plus 12,000. Current experience, 13150/1000, unbroken. Current health, 1100/1100, unbroken. Final boss defeated. Simulation ending, scene destruction imminent, please exit promptly. Countdown, 0059. Wow, 12,000 experience points. Guan Shan's eyes widened at the generous reward, feeling all previous fears and struggles dissipate. All that effort, using up both healing items from the starter survival pack and almost dying. This simulation system has a bit of conscience after all. With circumflexy, Guan Shan felt refreshed. But his joy was short-lived as he remembered he couldn't use the experience without completing the breakthrough task. His expression soured again. If only this DEM simulation system didn't have that level breakthrough restriction. Since this scene was built inside the bus, destruction likely meant the bus itself. Guan Shan, now outside, didn't need to worry much about the countdown. He distanced himself from the bus wreckage, collected what items he could, and angrily continued checking the settlement messages. Game simulation ended. Last bus. Final boss kill, 1/1, rating upward arrow. Elite monster kill, 1/1, rating upward arrow. Items obtained, sublimation sugar X1, toxin ointment X1, someone's bank card X1, damaged metal plate X1, worker bee pendant X1. Rating, perfect, keep all items. Reward, game currency X 5000, skill points X2. Achievement unlocked, no one survives, kill all monsters in 2 consecutive scenes. Achievement reward, skill book magic rune drawing X1. All rewards sent to inventory, please check. Breakthrough task unlocked, please check and complete as required. Settlement completed, please await next simulation. Boom. Guan Shan covered his ears, watching the bus, now leaking oil, explode into a fierce blaze. The abnormal flames consumed even the 2 corpses, reducing them to ashes. Guan Shan couldn't help but comment, this simulation system sure loves explosions. Once everything calmed down, only the wreckage of the bus remained on the road. The night was still. Guan Shan picked up his phone, sent a message to Shen Dinghua, then dialed 120. Hello, emergency services. Jiquan Station, yes, on the road nearby. The bus had an accident. I don't know what happened, it just exploded. When the 3 members of the Special Ability Group's U unit finally broke free from BK's teleportation maze, or rather, it failed due to BK's death, and hurried over, they saw a startling scene. The bus wreckage burned brightly, with only Guan Shan standing by the railing, one hand in his pocket, the other holding a phone. In the night wind, his silhouette seemed to carry the weight of the world. They vaguely heard him calling for emergency medical services. Since the scene was far from the fierce battle or one-sided slaughter they had expected, they cautiously chose to observe first. Gaoya, gripping her long sword, remained vigilant, whispering, where are the sources of those power responses? Chen Penjian, fiddling with his power level detector, looked puzzled, the power responses have disappeared. Gaoya paused, saying, either it's a disguise, or they're dead. Chen Penjian shook his head, the responses were there just 30 seconds ago, and, it seems the target is fine. Tang Ji gasped, looking like he had seen a ghost, so, he killed them both again. Last time it was 2 D levels, this time a D level and a C level. They couldn't imagine what might come next. No one doubted Guan Shan's abilities anymore. After all, only Gaoya among them was a C level. Now they were just curious about what his ability actually was. After a while, the sound of an ambulance siren approached. Tang Ji couldn't help but ask, so, we just watch. Gaoya, staring at Guan Shan, sheathed her sword, saying, keep an eye on the surroundings for any ambushes. We'll wait for Teacher Xia to arrive. Tang Ji replied, oh. So the 3 stood there, watching Guan Shan communicate with the medics, pointing at his minor injuries, looking weak as he got into the ambulance and left. Tang Ji scratched his head. Why do I feel like we didn't do anything this time? We just cleaned up after him. Chen Yunpeng quipped, isn't that better? Do you really want to fight that sea level? Tang Ji laughed awkwardly, forget it, cleaning up isn't so bad. The trio waited for about 10 minutes. And then, the Special Security Group's logistics team arrived. They quickly cordoned off the area, took away the bodies of Deluo and BK, and skillfully covered up the incident as a traffic accident. Obviously, the police force in this area had already been taken over by the Special Security Group at the start of the operation. The same procedure was followed in the operation against Zhao Hong and his wife, allowing for the swift sealing of information and handling of subsequent issues. However, that operation was a standard failure case. The commander was already under the control of the enemy, making the entire operation flawed from the start. Acting without reporting, claiming the 15 customers who were already Fang Minmin's puppets were hostages to be saved, ordering capable combat personnel to stand down to avoid alerting the enemy, and sending the underpowered Lin Schumann to infiltrate. Seemingly logical actions almost led to even more severe consequences. As a result, the 3rd Squad's captain, Lin Wu, was suspended for a month, with the vice captain temporarily taking over. Although Fang Minmin was behind most of the subsequent events, it was Lin Wu's misjudgment that brought the initial infected puppet to the research institute, causing the chain reaction. Lin Wu's injuries from forcibly resisting the parasite also required about a month of recovery and examination, a small punishment considering the circumstances. In summary, the logistics team holding half the power in the Special Security Group was well justified. With them, the abilities of the special agents could be maximized in combat. Gaoya communicated with the logistics team leader who had arrived, confirming the identities of the 2 deceased ability users. One was Deluo, codename Worker B4, a C-level ability user with the highly dangerous element-based metal control. Known for flaying his defeated opponents, he was quite notorious. The other, identity unknown, bore the Worker B10 insignia, likely a recently recruited member. The leader displayed a charred glass pendant. Inside the glass was a strange insect, resembling a hornet but more menacing, though clearly dead. He explained, this is the Killer Bee insignia pendant, reportedly made by a body-based mutated ability user. This one is a sub-insect. If its stinger is left in someone's body, it connects their lives. The sub-insect remains unharmed and will return no matter how far it's lost. Pendant holders can sense each other's positions. The one with the mother insect can control the sub-insect. The leader puzzled, but strangely, we didn't find Deluo's pendant. We didn't take it. Gaoya shook her head, frowning slightly, her cold face showing a hint of helplessness. Probably that guy again. Chen Yunpeng didn't understand, why would he take it? As a trophy? But why only Deluo's? Tang Ji guessed, maybe because Deluo was C-level and he thought the D-level was too weak. Gao Ye's eyes deepened suddenly, or it could be because Deluo liked to collect skins as trophies, so he took something from Deluo in return. Had we not arrived, he might have taken Deluo's face. The speculation was terrifying, filled with a sense of ruthless retribution. Chen Yunpeng shivered. I said that psychologist was unreliable. This guy getting a green light is too ridiculous. What's his story anyway? Tang Ji muttered, a remorseless killer with unknown power and level. We should recruit or detain him sooner. Letting him roam around is unsettling. Don't worry, he's in the hospital. We'll talk to him later. Xiao Lei's intermittent voice made the trio turn excitedly. They saw him struggling up the slope on a shared bike, sweating as he parked and wiped his forehead. Phew, biking 5 kilometers almost killed me. AO Thailand bot. The three were dumbfounded. Why did you bike here? Didn't you contact the logistics team? Xiao Lei spread his hands helplessly. The teleportation left all my communication tools behind. Only transported me. He hadn't expected the enemy to deploy a spatial ability user directly, leaving him unprepared. Though a B-level ability user, Xiao Lei's power didn't equate to the threat level of abilities. Abilities varied too widely. From the recorded history, there were over 1,000 documented abilities. Among them, the most dangerous 300 were compiled into a booklet known as the Victim List among ability users. Why the name? Because each dangerous ability's discovery came with a victim's account, or a will, or a body. When we arrived at the scene, all that was left was. This phrase frequently appeared as the opening in the booklet. After systematic categorization, abilities were divided into 3 major types: body type, element type, and special type. Body types were the most common, divided into enhancement and mutation. The main difference was whether the body underwent a fundamental change. Simply put, an extra arm was enhancement, while arm turning into wings was mutation. For example, Zhao Hong and Feng Minmin, who died at Guan Shan's hands, belonged to body types. Zhao Hong merely enhanced his existing abilities, so he was enhancement. Feng Minmin turned her flesh into conscious lures and parasites, a trait impossible for humans, linked to the mind, making her a combination of mutation and special type. However, body types weren't all muscular demons or grotesque creatures as the name might suggest. On the contrary, brain domain development fell under body type enhancement, so most researchers in ability organizations were body types. In fact, body types had the highest number of high IQ individuals. Element types were rare but inherently B-level or higher, universally recognized as powerful. Special types were the most numerous and complex, a catch-all category for abilities that didn't fit elsewhere. Over time, it included all sorts of abilities, mostly related to mental, rules, or causality, with a wide range of strength. Special type users were usually assigned to specific tasks. This time, the Worker B10 member was a spatial ability user of the special type. A combat-focused Xiao Lei being teleported away left him helpless. Special type users. Even at C-level, they're formidable. Sometimes, a special ability can be more powerful than an S-level user. Xiao Lei sighed, using his experience to teach the 3 young ability users. Let's go see that hero. Xiao Lei emphasized the last 3 words, jokingly. This time, we owe him. Took out 2 killer bees. If this counts as heroism, he deserves a medal. In the quiet midnight emergency center, the occasional sound of a nurse pushing a cart filled with medicine and supplies echoed through the halls. Guan Shan lay on the hospital bed, pretending to look at his phone while actually sorting through his gains. This simulation had been fraught with danger, with the difficulty level significantly higher than before. Guan Shan had come close to death several times, only surviving due to his quick reflexes. Not good. I remember the first simulation had some beginner tips or something, but this time there was nothing. Does this mean this level of difficulty is actually normal? Guan Shan frowned. This horror game simulator certainly lived up to its name. Even with weapons and equipment, it still felt like being chased by monsters. However, the rewards this time were also more generous than before. The simulator's settlement gave him 5,000 game coins and 2 skill points, a much more generous haul than last time. Guan Shan looked at his 5,625 game coins, feeling instantly wealthy. So satisfying. Unfortunately, due to the breakthrough task in front of him, he couldn't unlock more purchasable items in the store yet. Well, let's see what can be used or equipped immediately to free up some space in my backpack. Guan Shan started checking his items and was surprised to find many consumables. Ascension Candy. Effect: randomly grants a skill book. Description: a potential experimental drug made from a rare material. This one is near perfect quality, extremely rare, and without side effects, but still highly random. Guan Shan's eyes lit up. Good stuff? Just in time, I have 2 skill points from this reward. Since my health is locked, upgrading the passive effect of accumulated decay isn't very useful. I'll use it after completing the breakthrough task. Guan Shan immediately chose to use it. Obtained skill book, gravity manipulation. Skill, gravity manipulation, level 1. Type, active. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Effect, control the gravity of up to 50 kilograms within a 20-meter radius for 5 seconds. Description, unless hit by 80 apples, you'll probably never develop this ability. Who came up with this apple thing? Newton would flip his coffin. Despite his complaints, Guan Shan quickly used a skill point to learn the skill. Despite the description, the skill's effect was indeed impressive. Gravity manipulation could be incredibly versatile, useful in many situations. Not learning it would be foolish. With one skill point left, Guan Shan used it to learn the magic rune drawing skill from the achievement reward. Skill, magic rune drawing, level 1. Type, active. Cooldown, 7 days. Effect, draw one of life, protection, blessing, or thorns runes, granting different effects for 50 seconds, can be interrupted. Life, increases HP by 20% and provides gradual healing over time. Protection, reduces damage taken by 20%. Blessing, increases luck. Thorns, consumes 2% HP per second, dealing equal damage to the target. Description, when the magical runes light up, they shine like a flame in the darkness, occasionally drawing the gaze of entities from the void. Guan Shan focused on the life rune. Is this a healing skill? Although he had healing items, only 5 were left, and they were all slow-acting. After the last simulation's intense battles with no item drops, Guan Shan now craved healing skills. Though this skill had a 7-day cooldown, it was still a safety net, providing some reassurance. The other runes seemed less useful for now, but better than nothing. Guan Shan placed these new skills in his skill bar and continued checking other items. He muttered, Toxic salve, applying it to a weapon adds a poisoning effect to hits, usable 5 times. Got it, enchantment. Guan Shan nodded, understanding, and attempted to apply the salve to his Glock 17's infinite magazine. Naturally, he failed. Why can't it be used on firearms? He grumbled, reluctantly putting the salve back. This bank card? It increases real money. Guan Shan was stunned. The someone's bank card item had a simple effect, increases player's bank account balance by 130,000 yuan. 130,000? Am I seeing this right? Guan Shan's eyes widened. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to use it. The simulator had demonstrated its power twice now. Whether the horror game scenes were real or not, those explosions were certainly real. No one had investigated afterward, as if someone had erased all traces. These items, provided by the simulator, seemed safe to use without worry. Besides, Guan Shan needed money. After a family accident in high school left him orphaned, he'd supported himself through part-time work while studying. Although Shen Dinghua had offered to help, Guan Shan didn't want money to complicate their relationship. Money could change things, no matter the intentions. So, he had always lived frugally, slightly better after starting work. But it was never enough. Far from enough. Guan Shan looked at the increased balance notification on his phone, licking his lips. His fear of the simulator now mingled with a bit of anticipation. The last 2 items were a piece of jewelry and a type he hadn't seen before, a special scene activation item. Just as he was about to examine them, someone knocked on the hospital room door. His first thought was Shen Dinghua, but looking up, he saw a middle-aged man he didn't recognize, followed by 3 young people. The middle-aged man smiled warmly. Guan Shan, right? We need to have a little chat. Guan Shan naturally anticipated that someone might come looking for him. Although the system artistically erased the entire scene, it was still a bus, but where did the system get this thing? Imagine if everything on the bus was fake, then wasn't it just an empty bus driving into the station and then mysteriously leaking oil and exploding on the road? That totally looks like a supernatural event, doesn't it? And as the only witness, Guan Shan was bound to attract some attention. Guan Shan mentioned to 120 that he was an innocent passerby. As for his injuries? Of course, he claimed they were unfortunately caused by the explosion. To avoid social death, Guan Shan had carefully thought it through. Since it was near the outskirts, the surveillance in this area wasn't dense, and there were no cameras on that stretch of road at the time. He could make up any story he wanted. No one would believe the truth that he had a virtual battle with 2 inhuman monsters, blew them up, and then disposed of the evidence. Compared to that, a bus with no people on board suddenly exploded on the road at midnight seems much more believable, right? Anyway, in Guan Shan's expectation, the people who would come should have been legitimate police officers. Not this ragtag group in front of him. The middle-aged man who spoke first did have an air of steadiness, but his overall appearance resembled an old professor who had spent decades teaching, rather refined. As for the 3 young people following behind, they were even more out of place. The 2 young men looked slightly younger than Guan Shan, appearing to be college students with lazy postures. One seemed overly muscular, and the other even had tattoos on his arms and neck. They looked like typical delinquents. And the girl was even younger, around 17 or 18, with a beautiful face, dark eyebrows, and apricot eyes, exuding the classical beauty of an ancient maiden by the water. But she had a cold, expressionless demeanor, wearing a black sailor suit, exposing 2 slender white legs. Most bizarrely, the girl held a long-sheathed sword, measuring about a meter in length. None of them looked like police officers. But the middle-aged man still addressed Guan Shan by name, making him wary and suspicious. Guan Shan stood up straight, frowning. Who are you? In fact, he was already tensed up, ready to bolt at any moment. Confrontation was not an option. In real life, everyone was real. No matter what their intentions were, Guan Shan couldn't just pull out his Glock 17 and turn them into sieves, could he? He was a law-abiding citizen, squeaky clean. However, what Guan Shan didn't know was that the 4 people in front of him were even more nervous than he was. Xiaolei seemed okay, just very curious about Guan Shan. He politely handed over his ID, Special Security Group. Xiaolei, don't worry, we're legitimate police. He pointed to the 3 behind him, smiling kindly. These are some kids from my relatives' families. I just picked them up from the bar in the middle of the night. Your case came in right then, so I brought them along. The 3-member team. Though they knew this was just a test statement, it was too insulting, making them sound like giant babies who couldn't take care of themselves. Guan Shan remained cautious, taking a closer look at the ID. As a local reporter, he had dealt with police before, and the ID seemed legitimate on the surface. However, these 3, turns out they really are delinquents. Hanging out in bars in the middle of the night. Guan Shan's gaze fell on the tattooed youth, particularly focusing on his neck and arms. He raised an eyebrow and calmly said, "Oh, Special Security Group, never heard of it. Do you handle special cases?" Guan Shan knew it was impossible for such a large empty bus to drive on the road and explode without drawing attention. But he didn't expect there really was an official organization handling such supernatural events. Could it be? Approaching science is real? Xiaolei noticed his gaze, casually blocking Tang Ji, and said seriously, "Yes, like your incident today." Guan Shan leaned back tactically, showing a professional smile. "Oh, is there any problem with my incident today?" He clenched his fists, his heart racing. Very nervous now? Guan Shan suspected that the footage of him fighting with 2 inhuman monsters might have been recorded. Such a bizarre and terrifying scene happening on a bus, followed by the bus exploding shortly after he got off. It did indeed have a ghostly possession vibe. If there really was a department handling such matters, it made sense for them to come. But this also meant he was on the verge of social death? Did he have to say, "Actually, nothing happened, I was just doing some stretching exercises"? No way, he couldn't let that happen. If this got on approaching science, he couldn't live on this planet anymore. In such a situation, should he just eliminate them? While Guan Shan's eyes flickered, thinking about how to survive this crisis, Tang Ji, whom Guan Shan looked at twice, felt cold sweat on his back. He secretly used telepathy in the earphone channel, nervously saying, "Is he looking at me? That look just now, does he want to kill me first? Did he figure out that among us, only I lack close combat skills?" Tang Ji had already thought about what would happen next. He might interfere with you guys first, then rush over to take me out. Does he have space abilities? Isn't that invisible gun still with him? Will he suddenly pull out a gun and turn me into a sieve? Seeing Tang Ji's eyes go blank, already imagining his death, Chen Yunpeng quickly comforted him. "No, I think it's just disdain for delinquents. Calm down." To prove his point, he added, "You must be overthinking." He not only looked at you, but he also looked at Captain's sword. Tang Ji calmly said, "I understand. He wants to seize the opportunity to grab the sword and then cut me in half." He said sadly, "No wonder he stared at my neck just now." Chen Yunpeng. Is it necessary to be so scared? Due to his abilities, Tang Ji was much more sensitive than ordinary people, but this reaction was too much. Although Chen Yunpeng didn't believe it, Guan Shan was indeed certified green and safe by the psychologist. In broad daylight, in front of everyone, Chen Yunpeng froze, realizing it was midnight, in a secluded hospital, with only a few people around. It was a perfect setting for a horror movie or a crime scene. To make matters worse, the corridor light flickered. Guan Shan smiled, looking at them with increasingly naked, murderous eyes. "All right," he panicked. Chen Yunpeng silently took 2 steps back, moving to hide behind the captain. Seeing the small and cute C-level ability user in front of him, he felt a great sense of security. This guy is not easy to deal with. Looking at Guan Shan's smile, Xiaolei silently thought. In the past, when they recruited newly discovered wild ability users, they always started with a similar opening, lowering the other party's guard. Then, they would further release friendly signals, telling the other party that they knew about their special abilities, that they were the same kind of people, and that there were many like them. They could provide a sanctuary so they wouldn't have to live in constant fear. Generally, after doing this, the other party would already be interested. At this point, they only needed to mention the benefits of registering as an ability user and the work benefits, ensuring they would willingly join. However, there were also those who were more resistant or paranoid, and these cases were usually handed over to the psychologist. The Special Security Group's support psychologists were not just ordinary psychologists but ones with abilities related to the mind, and psychologists. Their theoretical and practical abilities were equally strong. As long as the other party could willingly register their information, their task was considered complete. Of course, for Guan Shan, who warranted Xiaolei's personal attention, they naturally didn't just want him to register but hoped he could join the Special Security Group. But it seems he is quite resistant to official organizations, even overreacting a bit. Xiaolei pondered for a moment and decided to continue with the probing attitude without making things clear. After all, this weak young man on the hospital bed had a brilliant record of killing 3 D-level and 1 C-level ability user single-handedly, and they had yet to fully analyze his abilities. If they triggered his rebellion, the consequences would be unimaginable. It's not that Xiaolei feared he couldn't win, but it was unnecessary to reach that point. Moreover, from the perspective that the enemy of my enemy is my friend, they could be considered on the same side right now. Xiaolei coughed twice and spoke gently. No problem, no problem. We mainly want to understand the specific time of the incident and the situation of the vehicle at that time. Don't be too nervous. You're the victim. How could there be any problem? We came here in the middle of the night. It's not easy, so let's cooperate with each other. The three-member team felt dead inside. Victim? The real victims had already turned into charcoal. If this guy is the victim, then even a notorious outlaw could be considered pure and innocent. Oh, I see. You want me to provide information, meaning you don't have the information. Guan Shan was stunned for a moment, then heaved a sigh of relief. It turned out to be a false alarm. He could still continue living on this planet. What a relief. It was around 10 o'clock at the time. I saw no bus coming, so I decided to walk home. My home is not far from the company, just a half-hour walk. As I was halfway home, that bus suddenly drove by without stopping, and before I could react, it exploded. RB Epsilon. Guan Shan was sure no one else went to that bus stop that night, so he made up a story, combined with some real details, and said convincingly, I vaguely saw that there wasn't even a driver on that bus, let alone passengers. It scared me to death. Xiaolei couldn't help but twitch his mouth as he listened to Guan Shan's nonsense. Whether Guan Shan got on the bus or not was clearly detailed in Lin Schumann's report, and the 3 dead people were the best evidence. Giving such a completely opposite answer must mean he wanted to hide his role in this matter. Gaoya suddenly asked, why were there no driver and passengers? She couldn't understand what the point was of such a cover-up. Since Death Hive had already sent people, they must know that the 2 people's outcome could only be life or death. Since they didn't return alive, they must have died during the mission. Saying they never came at all was meaningless. Death Hive would soon know that Worker B4 and Worker B10 died during the mission targeting Guan Shan. They just wouldn't know who killed them. It couldn't delay their actions or deceive them. But Guan Shan blinked and asked matter-of-factly, are you saying there were drivers and passengers on that bus? Gaoya was stumped. The young man's demeanor was so justified that it was oppressive, making her wonder if this was a threat or bait. Gaoya was momentarily speechless, but Xiaolei quickly caught on and replied, of course not. Haha, this relative's kid is a bit argumentative, don't mind it. Guan Shan nodded and raised an eyebrow, saying, I see. He argues with clear facts. By the way, your relative's kid has quite a personality, carrying such a sword. Is it for cosplay? Gaoya. Why did she feel like he was mocking her? Xiaolei laughed, indeed, it's a hobby. Okay, I understand your point. At around 11:30, you saw this empty bus driving by and then suddenly exploding on the roadside, right? Even Guan Shan found the whole story ridiculous when put together, but to avoid social death, he had to insist, yes, that's what happened. Xiaolei felt he truly understood. Guan Shan was making a request. His words essentially meant he wanted the special security group to cover up the truth of this matter, not admitting his involvement in the deaths of the 2 worker bees. In this way, Death Hive would think the special security group intervened and killed the 2, and Guan Shan's strength would still be that of a suspected D level. To Death Hive, he remained an easily disposable target. Well, this guy wanted to extricate himself and make the special security group take the fall? Xiaolei's eyes flashed. But since he made a request, he must pay a price, right? Though unwilling to engage directly, being willing to cooperate indirectly was also a method. Xiaolei pretended to take notes and then said, Guan Shan, you're a reporter for Hangzhou Evening News, right? Guan Shan nodded. We at the special security group need your help with something. Xiaolei said seriously, this matter is very important. We need a reporter to uncover the truth. Guan Shan looked confused, pointing at himself, me. Yes. Seeing his less resistant demeanor, Xiaolei was delighted, feeling he found the right approach. From our interaction, I think you're the perfect candidate. Guan Shan was bewildered, but, I don't even know what you want me to do. No rush. Xiaolei said kindly, in a few days, I'll send someone to your boss to temporarily borrow you, with pay, okay. Guan Shan hesitated. Xiaolei waved, you can think about it first. We'll discuss the specific arrangements later. Unable to refuse the inexplicable enthusiasm, Guan Shan reluctantly agreed and sent the peculiar group away. As they left, Shen Dinghua arrived, panting. She rushed into the ward, saw Guan Shan bandaged, and her dark eyes instantly filled with tears. Xiao Shen, don't cry. Guan Shan immediately sat up from the bed, walked over to Shen Dinghua, and tried to wipe her tears. Shen Dinghua's eyes were misty, and tears were welling up, like summoned celestial soldiers about to descend with great fanfare to exorcise demons. Facing the overwhelming assault of tears, Guan Shan was at a loss and could only surrender. Shen Dinghua's tears swirled in her eyes, and she sniffled, but she didn't cry. She just looked at Guan Shan with a wronged expression. At this moment, Guan Shan would rather face the siege of the 3 drivers than endure Shen Dinghua's pitiful gaze. He thought of many reasons. As a journalist, he had countless ways to explain his missed appointment. After all, it wasn't his fault from the start. But in the end, Guan Shan could only sigh and softly say, I'm sorry. Shen Dinghua shook her head, reached out to hold Guan Shan's bandaged hand, and gently rolled up his hospital gown sleeve. The exposed part of his arm was wrapped in gauze and bandages, hiding the original slender and strong outline. Shen Dinggua's delicate fingers traced over it, her teary eyes looking at Guan Shan as she softly asked, "Does it hurt?" Guan Shan felt that if he said it hurt, she would definitely cry. He opened the panel view and looked at his slightly depleted health bar. Besides, it didn't hurt that much. In the simulation, injuries didn't come with pain, but if retained outside the simulation, they would feel the same. After all, the simulator had initially warned to pay attention to personal safety, likely for this reason. If it weren't for wanting to make his story more convincing, Guan Shan wouldn't have kept the injuries. A single entwined flesh parasite would have healed him completely. For some reason, even though the injuries were somewhat serious, they didn't hurt much. It might be due to his higher level and increased resilience. So after considering, Guan Shan earnestly said, "It doesn't hurt." He pointed to a shallow scar on the back of his hand. "Look, it's just some scratches." The doctor just wrapped it exaggeratedly. "It's no big deal." Shen Dinggua carefully poked it. "Really?" Guan Shan nodded vigorously, raising his hand and earnestly promising, "Really, it's as real as pearls." Shen Dinggua puffed her cheeks. "Liar." Guan Shan laughed helplessly. "It really doesn't hurt. I'm not lying. How can I prove it? I don't care. You always lie to me. You promised things but always missed them and ended up hurt." Shen Dinggua moved closer, staring at Guan Shan with a gloomy expression. "So, tonight, I have to watch over you. Tonight and from now on." Guan Shan instinctively held his breath. Shen Dinggua was too close, and the cold air was now mixed with warm breaths. Her faint fragrance lingered around his neck. With a cute new. "Wait, huh? What are you doing? Xiao Shen, you should be more reserved." Guan Shan retreated in a panic, sitting back on the bed, lacking the decisiveness he had when shooting monsters. Shen Dinggua pushed him to the bed's inner side, taking up half the space herself, and prepared to lie down. Her tone turned cheerful again. "Watching over you, so you won't suddenly go to some place I don't know." Guan Shan was completely at a loss. Those celestial soldiers didn't come. Instead, the mischievous Monkey King started causing havoc in his heart. He put his hand on Shen Dinggua's shoulder and said, "Wait, I'll ask the duty nurse to add a companion bed for you." Before he could finish, he suddenly froze. When he pressed on Shen Dinggua's shoulder, she visibly flinched, and her expression changed, showing restrained pain, with tears instantly welling up. Guan Shan's expression darkened, and he asked seriously, "What's going on?" Shen Dinggua blinked and gave a cute smile. "Xiao Shan, don't change the subject." "Who's changing the subject?" Guan Shan calmed down and reassessed Shen Dinggua. She was wearing a dress and a knit jacket, probably having thrown on whatever she found at home to rush over. The hem of her dress and the edges of her jacket had dust and wrinkles. Guan Shan took off her jacket and saw a clear bruise and scrape on her shoulder, with another on her wrist. Shen Dinggua looked guilty, lowering her head and saying pitifully, "I was just in a hurry, ran out too fast, and fell. It's nothing serious." Guan Shan ignored her, made her lie down, and found her legs also had scrapes, even bleeding slightly, hidden by the dress. "You call this nothing?" Guan Shan found bandages and ointment meant for him. "If I didn't notice, were you planning not to bandage it and just sleep here?" Shen Dinggua pouted. Xiao Shan would definitely notice. Guan Shan applied ointment and bandaged her, making her sleep. Oddly enough, after using the emergency bandage last time, he became proficient with bandages, probably another benefit from the simulator. Shen Dinggua was persistent, spreading her arms. "I want Xiao Shan to hold me to sleep." Guan Shan sighed deeply. He was only wearing a hospital gown. Was this a test of his willpower? But he couldn't refuse Shen Dinggua's expectant gaze, that tested his willpower even more. All right, I'll hold you." Guan Shan cautiously held Shen Dinggua as if she were a box of gold. "Sleep now." Shen Dinggua hugged him back, nestling her head into his chest. Guan Shan stiffened, hearing Shen Dinggua's muffled voice. "Liar, it must hurt a lot." "How could it not hurt? You lied saying it's fine, humph, little liar." Because Xiao Shan got hurt from a fall, Xiao Shan, wrapped in bandages by the doctor, must be in more pain. How could there be painless wounds? He just didn't want others to worry. Guan Shan stared at the top of Shen Dinggua's head, her soft black hair spread on the pillow like the gentle night. Since his parents' death, only this girl would rush to him regardless of everything. The ward returned to silence. After a while, sigh, another sleepless night. Guan Shan sighed internally and continued studying the remaining 2 items. Around the hallway corner. "Are we just leaving like this?" Tang Ji, puzzled, asked. He didn't say anything. Xiao Lei looked at the ward, understandingly. "Yes, that's enough. Keep monitoring with Lin Schumann. When Death Hive acts, we'll contact him again." Gao Ye recalled the anxious look of the girl they passed by. "I see." She realized, the no driver or passengers wasn't for the special security group but for Guan Shan himself. "If there's nothing, this ordinary world is what you want, right?" Gao Ye felt moved and said, "Let's go. We still have tasks." Chen Yunpeng, though confused, trusted the captain and nodded. "Indeed." Tang Ji scratched his head, still confused by the consensus-like atmosphere. Was he the only one not understanding? In the hospital room, after ensuring Shen Dinggua was asleep, Guan Shan carefully turned on the backpack interface again. This time, he focused on the last 2 items he obtained from the simulation, the worker bee pendant and the damaged metal plate. The worker bee pendant was a head accessory with the following attributes. Worker bee pendant. Effect, grants the ability animal communication, bee swarm, when worn. Description, a glass pendant containing a strange insect, imbued with special abilities by someone's wish, seemingly allowing communication with similar beings. What kind of cryptic description is this? What does it mean by similar beings? Guan Shan muttered, suspecting the simulator was not only an explosion enthusiast but also a master riddler. However, as long as the abilities were clear and useful, the item's description style didn't matter much. With a thought, the details of the pendant's ability appeared before his eyes. Animal communication, bee swarm. Effect, allows communication with bee swarms within a 300-meter range and sensing their location. Description, communication among animals is often more mysterious, swift, and dangerous. Guan Shan was surprised by the effect. Even outside the simulation, this seems quite useful. Being able to communicate with bee swarms could reveal many things inaccessible from a human perspective. If I can control the bee swarm using this ability, I can definitely gain a significant advantage in gathering intelligence. As a journalist, Guan Shan deeply understood the importance of obtaining first-hand information. He decided to test the ability right away. Equipping the worker bee pendant, he felt a cool sensation on his neck. Looking down, he saw a glass pendant on a string had appeared around his neck. Curious, he picked it up and examined it, finding the strange insect inside was alive. Its transparent wings slightly vibrated, and its antennae, legs, and head moved occasionally, proving it wasn't dead. Oddly, the insect, resembling a wasp, had no solid stinger, only a luminous, white needle-like projection. Simultaneously, Guan Shan felt a new sensation, as if a sixth sense had extended from his existing five. He instinctively closed his eyes, sensing his perception spreading outward. In the darkness, scattered light points began to appear. Given it was nighttime, not many bees were out of their hives, only a few stragglers. Focusing, Guan Shan sensed their thoughts one by one. Sleep, 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 zzzzzzz. This one had found a place to sleep. Gather nectar, gather nectar, gather nectar. This one was still diligently working, too dedicated. Help, 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 ah. This one was unlucky, being eaten by a predatory insect. Go home, go home, go home. This one was simply lost. Guan Shan opened his eyes, smirking. Bees could provide information, but their limited intelligence couldn't gather what he needed. The conveyed thoughts were basic instincts, lacking any useful information. Bees have a hive mind. Maybe I need to guide an entire swarm, Guan Shan pondered, deciding to think from an animal's perspective. Since his thoughts could influence the bees, repeated attempts might uncover a way to control them. RN. For now, he set the item aside. The other item was a completely new type. Damaged metal plate, special scenario trigger item. Effect, using it will forcibly initiate a simulation in the current area, triggering a special scene. Description, an old, worn metal plate, seemingly weathered by time, with one corner missing, but carefully preserved. Only the letters B and K are discernible, as if marking someone's place. Guan Shan thought for a moment and realized, this is a tool to actively start a simulation. He was speechless. Starting a simulation meant gaining more items and rewards but also facing unknown terrors and dangers. If not for the simulator's mandatory automatic start, Guan Shan would avoid simulation scenes altogether. Each simulation meant his life was at risk, having to battle bizarre simulated monsters. Who would willingly start a simulation? Guan Shan grumbled, only an idiot would use this item. However, he was reluctant to sell the only scene-triggering item he had to the shop. Forget it, I'll keep it for now. I have plenty of game currency, and there's nothing else worth buying. As for the nuclear-powered flashlight in the shop, it could stay there for now. Closing his eyes again, the scattered light points reappeared, accompanied by the bee's thoughts. Focusing, he began guiding a lost bee back home. The next day, Guan Shan completed his discharge procedures but didn't go to work, planning to head home instead. As a journalist for Hangzhou Evening News, Guan Shan didn't need to be in the office daily. Only when he needed to write articles did he spend long hours on the computer. Otherwise, he would be out looking for stories, known as fieldwork. He just had to report his activities. So, bringing a photographer along was expected. Boarding a bus, he grabbed a strap, confidently reflecting on his situation. A small follower trailed behind him. Shen Dinghua, following closely, imitated him, trying to reach a bus strap. Xiao Shen, despite being Guan Shan's neighbor, had a much better family background. She rarely took buses, usually having a private car. For her, this was a novel experience. She stretched up on tiptoes, barely touching the strap. Though she could grip it, it was quite a struggle. Guan Shan, side-eyeing her, noted her 158 centimeters height. Last night's cosplaying high schooler was likely taller. After several attempts, Shen Dinghua, frustrated, noticed Guan Shan's amused expression, blushing and huffing. She quietly grabbed his coat hem, leaning close. Guan Shan remained silent, pretending not to notice the new attachment. After about half an hour, they got off near Shen Dinghua's house. Before them stood a villa, surrounded by walls. Lin Schumann felt as if the world had changed after waking up. Listening to the information relayed by the vice-captain, she was utterly confused, feeling as if she had missed an advanced calculus lecture. Death Hive sent a C-class member and a D-class member to attack Guan Shan. Instructor Xia led a team in an ambush, but they were teleported away by the enemy's space manipulator, and the team members were trapped in illusions. About 10 minutes later, the space manipulator died, the team members broke free, and when they arrived at the scene, both Death Hive members and He Zhong from Team 4 were already dead, leaving only charred remains. Lin Shuman, still groggy, felt a chill run down her spine at the mention of He Zhong. He Zhong, who had the C-class high-speed regeneration ability, had died on the spot, indicating he had suffered an instantly fatal injury that was impossible to heal. Instant kill? This attack must have been extremely fierce. But in the end, the attackers were all killed. And the first team, along with Xiaolei, played no significant role, meaning Guan Shan handled everything alone. Wait, what about Guan Shan? Lin Shuman instinctively felt a surge of anxiety. The vice captain hadn't mentioned Guan Shan, and if even a C-class power user died, could it be that Guan Shan also went down fighting? In Lin Shuman's view, although Guan Shan had initially killed the Zhao couple violently, it was self-defense since they had lured him into a trap. Even though his self-defense method was somewhat terrifying. However, during her day-long observation, Guan Shan had appeared to be just a normal, diligent journalist. As a low-level employee of the Special Security Group, Lin Shuman had empathized with Guan Shan's attitude when facing Zhang Xiyuan, which is why she had pretended to be a ghost to scare Zhang Xiyuan. To her, Guan Shan was scary but also a vivid, flesh-and-blood person. Lin Shuman did not want to witness the death of someone she was observing. If that happened, she would be upset for days. The vice captain said, "Oh, I was just about to tell you about him. The higher UPS want you to continue observing Guan Shan, and this time it's a long-term task. In other words, your job now is to follow him daily and report his actions regularly." Lin Shuman was stunned. "He's not dead." "Dead? What are you talking about?" The vice captain was puzzled. "He's perfectly fine, just slightly injured. He should be discharged today." He sighed. "I have no idea who this guy is, but Instructor Xia seems reluctant to recruit him and is applying for a special non-staff member status for him. Reino. All right, stop dawdling. Hurry up and get going. I'll send you Guan Shan's location." Lin Shuman, still dazed, stared at the sent location. He killed a C-class ability user. The vice captain suddenly asked, "By the way, did you use your ability to scare Zhang Xiyuan during your mission yesterday, causing him to be hospitalized?" Lin Shuman. How did even the vice captain find out? Wasn't it a private contact with Instructor Xia? The vice captain continued, "If it weren't for Instructor Xia's leniency, you could have caused trouble. Remember this lesson and don't repeat it." "Understood." Lin Shuman, covering her face, muttered, "Got it." How many people know about this? Sobbing, she felt too embarrassed to face anyone. Silently, she activated her ability to erase her presence. Walking into the house and turning past the entrance. Guan Shan saw that the area meant to be a living room had the sofa pushed aside, with a PS5 connected to the TV. On the coffee table was an open box of pizza and a can of cola. Some pizza had been knocked over, creating a mess. It was clear how anxious Shen Dinghua had been when she got the news. Guan Shan crouched down, examining the almost solidified pizza crust. He immediately noticed half of it was missing. Meticulously, he pieced together the fallen slices, counting them with a look of surprise. Why is so much missing? Was it stolen by rats? Cleaning his fingers, he stroked his chin in thought. "Xiao Shen, do you have any clues?" Shen Dinghua crouched down, hugging her knees, and tilted her head innocently. "Oh dear, I don't know. Maybe a big rat got into the house." Guan Shan tapped her head lightly, always acting cute. "You're the big rat that's going to eat me out of house and home." Shen Dinghua pouted. "It's Xiao Shen's fault for not showing up. I had to pitifully munch on pizza, only to get the news of your car accident." Guan Shan suddenly remembered that Shen Dinghua was the only person who knew he had taken the bus last night. Who knew if those people would come asking Shen Dinghua? No, he had to keep it hidden. "Xiao Shen," Guan Shan seriously held her shoulders. "Remember, last night I walked home alone and encountered that exploding bus on the way." Although confused, Shen Dinghua always supported Guan Shan unconditionally if he was serious. She blinked. "Okay, Xiao Shan walked home alone. I remember. Is there a reward?" Guan Shan pointed at the dirty floor. "The reward is that you don't have to clean." Shen Dinghua pouted, looking disappointed like a wilting sunflower. "What were you expecting?" Amused, Guan Shan said, "Go take a shower and change your clothes. I'll help you clean up." Shen Dinghua muttered, "What's so good about that? We can call the cleaning lady. The carpet's dirty too. You can't wash it yourself." Guan Shan's face twitched. Almost forgot, the girl before him had a wealth gap. Damn capitalist. Seeing Guan Shan's dark expression, Shen Dinghua stuck out her tongue and quickly ran upstairs. She hurried upstairs for a shower. Guan Shan shook his head, tidied up the table and floor, and bagged the trash, leaving the rest for the cleaning lady. At this moment, his phone rang. Looking at the screen, he saw it was Li Jiying, the editor-in-chief. Guan Shan was puzzled, feeling guilty. After all, he had just taken on an important task, but he was out gathering material the next day, which didn't seem reliable. But with Director Peng covering for him, it should be fine if he got the content today. Answering the call, he heard, "Guan Shan, are you out gathering material today?" Guan Shan responded, "Yes, Editor-in-Chief. I noticed our archive lacked recent fire incident materials, so I planned to interview some recent cases." Your dedication is commendable, Li Jiying praised, then shifted tone, but there's another task. Guan Shan was about to speak when Li Jiying added, you'll get overtime pay. Guan Shan fell silent. Zhang Xiyuan suddenly got injured last night and has requested a month's leave. He had several interviews lined up that are now on hold, and I'd like you to take over. Li Jiying's clear yet slightly husky voice came through the phone. If Guan Shan were to describe it, he would say Li Jiying's voice was like frosted glass, a blend of crispness and ambiguity, very unique. Guan Shan sat on the sofa, startled by what he heard. Deputy Editor Zhang suddenly got injured. He instinctively added, it has nothing to do with me, I left work earlier than him yesterday. Li Jiying chuckled at his defensive tone, I'm not accusing you of anything. Why so anxious? Besides, there's no way you could be involved. Zhang Xiyuan keeps saying he saw a ghost in the hospital. A ghost? Guan Shan had been prepared to defend himself in case Zhang Xiyuan falsely accused him, but he hadn't expected him to claim he was injured by a ghost. Did he hit his head? Li Jiying sighed. It's hard to believe, but the night shift employee who took him to the hospital said Zhang Xiyuan fell in the hallway for no reason and started shouting about seeing a ghost. She sounded troubled. I later asked several editors who were still in the office, and their stories matched. So, Guan Shan tried to keep a straight face. Deputy Editor Zhang went crazy. Li Jiying said, we're not sure yet, but he did hurt himself pretty badly, even broke his front teeth. He won't be back at work anytime soon. Zhang Xiyuan, who always took great pride in his appearance, wouldn't show his face with a broken tooth. Fate seemed to be playing tricks on him. Guan Shan chuckled inwardly, unaware that the fate was hiding behind his sofa, stifling sobs. One more person knew. She'd have to face the music again. The only consolation was that no one could see her or know she was responsible. However, Lin Schumann had forgotten one crucial detail. The newsroom was the epicenter of gossip. Guan Shan pondered for a moment, then asked, there are plenty of reporters available. Why pick me, someone already swamped with work? Are these interviews particularly tricky? Li Jiying laughed, you're sharp. Zhang Xiyuan avoided these pieces because they are difficult. She sent over 3 files. Guan Shan opened them and immediately understood why they were problematic. Wow, one is about a stubborn holdout, another about a double homicide, and the third about medical disputes. Who'd want to touch these? Even the titles made him cringe. Stubborn holdouts were notorious for being unyielding, impossible to reason with unless you had an irresistible offer. Reporters had to extract meaningful insights, or what was the point? The homicide and medical disputes were even more daunting, often posing personal safety risks. Both perpetrators and victims could be volatile, making it dangerous for journalists. Guan Shan's mouth twitched as he asked tentatively, what level of detail is required for these reports? Were they supposed to just cover the basics or dig deep for exclusive information? Li Jiying did not answer directly but instead asked, you've been handling the electronic version, right? Yes. When I took over this newspaper, I knew it was destined to decline because new media is growing too fast. Print media can't keep up. Li Jiying sighed, so, I decided to transform it, integrating new media and the internet. The electronic version is just the first step. In a while, I'll establish a dedicated department for this. The most crucial step is to draw the public's attention to the Hangzhou Evening News. Guan Shan looked at the files in his hand, so, we need sensational content. These 3 pieces are ones we have the most progress on, thanks to Zhang Xiyuan's connections. Li Jiying continued, your job is to keep investigating and provide a satisfactory report. Guan Shan remembered Peng Fei's words. It seemed Li Jiying indeed wanted to groom him as her spearhead. This must be a test. Taking a deep breath, he said, I'll do my best. I can't guarantee perfection, but I promise to do all I can. Li Jiying seemed pleased with his response, I'll be looking forward to your good news. Take your time with these 3 tasks, along with the fire safety special. The special needs to be ready before fire safety day, but the others can progress gradually. Don't stress too much. Alpha E. The call ended. Guan Shan exhaled deeply, turning to see Shen Dinghua coming downstairs. She had changed into outdoor clothes. Her linen sundress flowed ethereally, reaching her ankles, making her petite frame appear even more delicate. With a chiffon cover-up and damp shoulder-length black hair, she looked incredibly cute. But after so many years, Guan Shan was used to all her looks, remaining unfazed. Was that the editor-in-chief? Shen Dinghua had overheard from upstairs and walked over curiously. Guan Shan nodded, showing her the files. The editor-in-chief just assigned me some tasks. Looks like I'll be busy for a while. Shen Dinghua glanced at the files, quickly realizing the difficulty. Isn't this too much? Guan Shan shrugged. Can't be helped. These were Zhang Xiyuan's tasks, but he got hospitalized last night. Shen Dinghua blinked. Hospitalized. She poked Guan Shan's arm. Xiao Shan, did you put him in the hospital? Guan Shan rolled his eyes. Do I seem like that kind of person? He got spooked. He explained the situation and then said, I reviewed the files. Surprisingly, the toughest one might be the easiest to dig into. Guan Shan opened the homicide file, the case of the restaurant owner and his wife being murdered. At that moment, unnoticed by the 2, Lin Schumann, elbow propped on the sofa, peeked between them, curiously reading the files. Seeing the names, she widened her eyes. Zhao Hong and Fang Minmin. Lin Schumann never expected that Guan Shan would investigate the murder of Zhao Hong and his wife. She stared blankly at Guan Shan's thoughtful expression. What a joke, aren't you the killer? I saw you kill both of them like it was nothing, as if you were just killing chickens? And now you're investigating their deaths? Lin Shuman's mouth twitched. She was at a loss for words. Well, as long as you're happy. Guan Shan opened the file on his computer and said, I heard about this case a few days ago. Initially, it was a missing person case, but now that the bodies have been found, it's been reclassified as murder. The victims are Zhao Hong and Fang Minmin, aged 35 and 32. They were married for 6 years and had a 4-year-old son. The file included a photo of the family, all three smiling brightly. About 3 months ago, Zhao Hong and Fang Minmin went missing simultaneously. There were signs of a break-in at their home, and the case was treated as a missing person case. Now that the bodies have been found, the police haven't disclosed the cause of death or identified any suspects, making it a cold case. At the bottom of the file, there was a blurry photo. It showed several people lurking outside Zhao Hong's house, seemingly trying to break in. Guan Shan declared firmly, I don't know where Zhang Xiyuan got this, but these people are likely the murderers. No, whether these people are related or not, the murderer is you. There's no need to look further. Lin Shuman watched Guan Shan earnestly as he played the thief calling for help and couldn't help but scoff. She glanced at the family photo again, puzzled. Did he genuinely not recognize Zhao Hong and Fang Minmin? Their faces should be hard to forget. Lin Shuman made a mental note of this discrepancy. However, she was curious about what had happened to Zhao Hong and his wife before they became experimental subjects. After all, Special Security Group only acted post factum. As a low-ranking operative, Lin Shuman had no choice but to follow orders. Since Special Security Group had no information, these people were likely ordinary civilians, and their apprehension was a matter for the regular authorities. Thailand bodies. Shen Dinghua frowned. Are you really going to investigate these people? That's too dangerous. It's not even our job. Guan Shan shook his head. I won't take unnecessary risks, but I still need to check out Zhao Hong's house. Guan Shan and Shen Dinghua walked through the residential area. This area was the LC district, filled with old apartment buildings and brick houses. Narrow alleys and pathways were lined with parked vehicles. Pedestrians were sparse, and it was quiet at midday. There it is, Zhao Hong's house. And, it seems the holdout is in a nearby apartment building. Perfect, we might be able to visit both today. Guan Shan's gaze settled on a small house. The house had 2 floors, with the first floor converted into a shop and the second floor used as living quarters. Zhao Hong and his wife ran a small restaurant here. The first floor's rolling shutter was now closed, but laundry hung from the second floor windows, suggesting someone still lived there. After Zhao Hong and his wife died, their son was left in the care of Zhao Hong's mother. Other relatives didn't want the burden, and even Fang Minmin's parents avoided it. Shen Dinghua spoke softly, glancing at Guan Shan. After all, Guan Shan had experienced something similar. Guan Shan smiled at her. Let's go knock on the door. They circled the house and found the side door. An elderly woman in her 60s or 70s opened it, with a young boy behind her. It was Zhao Hong's mother, Yu Zhen, and his son, Zhao Ji. Reportedly, Zhao Ji was present at the scene on the night of the incident and was so traumatized that he became mute. The old woman looked wary and spoke with an accent. What do you want? Guan Shan, maintaining his composure, put on a professional smile. Hello, we're from the demolitions office. Lin Shuman was stunned. Huh. Shen Dinghua's lips curled slightly. Xiao Shan was about to start deceiving people again. The old woman was taken aback. Demolitions office. Isn't that Yulan apartment building nearby slated for demolition? Guan Shan smiled. We're the supervisors for this project. This area is being cleared for new infrastructure like supermarkets and malls to make shopping more convenient for residents. It's a public benefit project, but one household, the Qin family, refuses to move and won't cooperate, delaying the project. We wanted to ask the neighbors about it. The old woman's wariness eased, and she muttered, so that's it. Guan Shan looked eager. Do you know anything about this, ma'am? This was not a spur-of-the-moment plan but a strategic one. It not only eased Zhao Hong's mother's guard, making further contact easier, but also potentially provided valuable information. Since Zhao Hong's house was the only restaurant nearby, most residents likely ate there. If they wanted to gather information, Zhao Hong's mother, as part of the neighborhood intelligence network, was the best source. The old woman sighed. Others have asked about it too. We all want them to move. Everyone else has left, but the Qin family won't budge. What can we do? She continued in a lower voice. That family is strange. Qin Diguang often came to eat here but only ordered a bowl of rice and water. He had no job and was always doing who knows what. Guan Shan was puzzled. No dishes. The old woman nodded. Yes, isn't it strange? Guan Shan asked. Does he do this every day? No work, no socializing. The old woman shook her head. Not exactly. He chats with people often, different ones each time, strangers to me. They talk for a long time and then leave together. Guan Shan frowned. This was peculiar. An unemployed man knowing many people wasn't odd, but it was strange that these people were unknown to the old woman. This holdout issue seemed more complex. But this was a new lead, so things were looking up. It appeared previous inquiries only focused on the murder case, not realizing Zhao Hong's mother was a valuable information source. By the way, Guan Shan asked, Qin Diguang has a wife and daughter, right? Do they still live there? They went back to her family. The old woman shook her head. The whole building is empty, except for Qin Diguang. He refused to leave, making his wife and child suffer. They had people asking questions all the time, so they went back to her family. Guan Shan nodded. Thank you for your cooperation. We might need to ask you more questions later. Is that all right? The old woman hesitated. Come at noon when fewer people are around. It seems she was indeed overwhelmed. Guan Shan noted this and then casually asked to buy some water, successfully entering the closed restaurant. After a quick look around, he found no new leads. Disappointed, he left. The old woman escorted them to the door. As they were leaving, the little boy saw a cat run by and chased after it, almost tripping. Lin Shuman instinctively moved to help but stopped herself. Just then, she felt a slight vibration on her wrist. Confused at first, she remembered she still had an energy detector she hadn't returned. Lin Shuman glanced at it. D-class. Her pupils contracted. This kid is an esper. The midday sun was dazzling. Lin Shuman stood frozen in place, cold sweat breaking out on her forehead, her mind in turmoil. The little boy fell to the ground, crying loudly, and was helped up by the old woman. He didn't seem like an esper at all. How could he be an esper? The people who had investigated Zhao Hong and his wife should have already checked the area for energy reactions. If Zhao Ji were an esper, he couldn't have been overlooked. Unless Zhao Ji suddenly became an esper in the past few days. There were two possibilities. Zhao Ji suddenly awakened. Zhao Ji was replaced by someone else. Lin Shuman immediately connected to her earpiece channel and contacted Xia Lei, urgently saying, Instructor Xia, urgent situation. I detected an energy reaction from Zhao Ji, and it's at D level. Xia Lei was also surprised. D level? At 4 years old? Impossible. To have an ability with the strength of D level immediately after awakening, the body must be fully developed. Otherwise, the person would die instantly, no exceptions. Lin Shuman was a bit nervous, but I'm sure the energy detector worked. Could it be broken? Xia Lei paused, then said, no, there are exceptions. Lin Shuman, huh? Xia Lei said seriously, one of the Death Hive members who died last night was a 6-year-old child. Lin Shuman was stunned. Death Hive and children should be completely unrelated terms. However, they were now bizarrely linked. Xia Lei continued, but that wasn't a natural awakening. It was a deformed product created by Death Hive using Ascension Candy, which exhausts life force to produce a D-level esper. Only this method can bypass the limitation I mentioned earlier. So, Lin Shuman swallowed. Death Hive, after experimenting on Zhao Hong and his wife, secretly targeted their son as well. Xia Lei said grimly, exactly. I'll send people over immediately. Keep an eye on the surroundings. Death Hive likely, no, definitely has eyes on that area. NES. If you're correct, Zhao Ji, as an experimental subject, should be more successful than his parents. Death Hive would definitely monitor him. Xia Lei added helplessly, and Guan Shan is already a primary target for them. Now he's walked right into their sights. He suspected this kid did it on purpose. It must have been intentional. Guan Shan killed Zhao Hong and his wife himself. He would know about it, right? Yet here he was, pretending to investigate. Xia Lei paused. Could it be that Guan Shan came here to lead them to discover that Zhao Ji had been targeted by Death Hive? The more he thought about it, the more reasonable it seemed. And the more mysterious Guan Shan appeared. How did he even know about this? What exactly was his ability? Time was tight, and Xia Lei instructed the first team to move quickly. But then he heard Lin Shuman's trembling voice. The number of energy reactions suddenly spiked. I see several people who look like Death Hive members approaching. What should I do? Xia Lei, surprised at her panic, asked. Calm down. How many people are there? What are their levels? Lin Shuman replied, the leader seems to have 3 or 4 D-level members, the rest are E and F level. Xia Lei sighed in relief, then what's there to fear? With Guan Shan around, you'll be fine. Lin Shuman was near tears, I'm worried he'll kill them all. Should we try to save one for interrogation? Xia Lei, that makes sense. Xia Lei, momentarily confused, bit his lip and said, just don't expose yourself. While Lin Shuman was nervously talking to Xia Lei, Guan Shan and Shen Dinghua had left Zhao Hong's house, watching Zhao Hong's mother quickly shut the door behind them. The desolate house underscored how the murder had destroyed an entire family. He shook his head and, just as he turned around, heard a mechanical voice. Scene scan complete, generating horror game. Horror game generated, zombie siege. Loading story, please wait. Damn, in broad daylight, you're generating a horror game? This place doesn't even look like it could have a zombie siege. Guan Shan was stunned. He thought that being thrown into a simulation on a night bus was the limit, but this was even more absurd. Playing a horror game in broad daylight, this simulator must be seriously messed up? Oh no, Xiao Shen is still here. Before the visuals could change, Guan Shan quickly turned Shen Dinghua around and spoke seriously, don't look back, no matter what you hear. Otherwise, I might seem like a lunatic to you? Shen Dinghua, confused but obedient, turned around and covered her ears. Guan Shan sighed in relief, just as the light around him shifted, turning from bright midday to dim dusk. Darkness spread, the sky filled with low, oppressive clouds as if rain could pour any second. The surrounding buildings aged and decayed, turning into wastelands. Walls on either side of the alley were splattered with bloody remains, covered with barbed wire. A corpse hung from a nearby street light, dripping blood, with red-eyed crows cawing overhead. Crap, I was just joking about it being daytime, and you turned it to night instantly? The atmosphere team is too efficient? Love it. Guan Shan sarcastically gave the simulator a thumbs up. Story loaded. You are playing a low-quality horror game. Guan Shan laughed, self-aware, huh? Too lazy to even think up a story. A low-quality and cliched horror game, with a cliched apocalypse, cliched biohazard, and cliched zombie siege. Everything is cliched. You are trapped here like a gladiator in ancient Rome. All you can do is pick up a weapon, kill them, or be killed by them. Asterisk note, only by defeating the final boss can you end this simulation. In his vision, from different directions, over a dozen zombies shuffled towards him. They varied in shape, wearing tattered clothes, from crawling on all fours to strung together like centipedes, resembling the Hulk, and distorted in every way. At a glance, their levels ranged from 4 to 7, with rotting mouths open, lunging at Guan Shan. In the darkness, these grotesque zombies, screaming, displayed a terrifying and menacing appearance. Roar. A roar came from the side. Guan Shan turned to see a giant zombie roaring, wielding a chainsaw, descending from the sky. Startled, he jumped back, quickly opening his inventory to grab a weapon. To avoid making too much noise, he didn't take out his Glock or the boning knife but chose the crowbar. Taking a deep breath, he muttered, "The anus is still a door, right? Crowbar. Effect, opens any door that cannot be opened. Description, the holy sword of physics, you deserve it." From the moment Guan Shan saw the information about this crowbar in the newbie survival kit, he knew it had great potential. This was a crowbar with personality. It only opens doors that cannot be opened. But here's the problem, what kind of opening does it mean, and what kind of door is it referring to? If a house door and a car door are doors, does an electric door count? Does a religious sect count? Anything that functions similarly to a door but cannot be opened, does it count? Other items have strict limitations on their range and effects, at least not giving room for ambiguity. But this crowbar was different. Its description was a single sentence without any restrictions. This was certainly unreasonable, which means the simulator did it on purpose. This crowbar very likely had no restrictions at all. In the last simulation, Guan Shan used this crowbar to open a bus door that was blocked by flesh walls. And now, Guan Shan was about to prove his theory through practice. Swish. Zzzzz. The giant zombie roared as it descended, holding an electric saw and aiming for Guan Shan with a move like a mountain falling. This was supposed to be a highly oppressive move, especially with the opponent's size being comparable to that of a restaurant chef, making it seem like a mountain was indeed falling. The zombie's information appeared. Slayer Giant Zombie, LV.7. Health, 1800. Description, a newbie killer. If you see it, you might want to reload. This monster, though only level 7, had twice the health of the chef Guan Shan's double. In any other situation, Guan Shan would dodge this move first and then look for an opportunity to counterattack. But at this moment, the positioning was too perfect. Not hitting it felt like a waste of an opportunity. Thus, Guan Shan took a step forward, activated gravity control to lighten part of his weight, and his speed suddenly increased. He dodged the trajectory of the electric saw. Sliding, bending, both hands gripping tightly, he raised the crowbar. The curved and sharp head of the crowbar drew a perfect arc, accurately hooking onto a specific muscle area. Erg. The giant zombie's roar changed pitch, its face contorted to an extreme, pieces of rotting flesh falling off. But this zombie was no ordinary one. It was a tough one, fiercer than regular zombies. Its eyes gleamed fiercely, the electric saw crashed into the ground, its arms straining to use the rebound force to pull itself out. Though the crowbar's hook had embedded in its flesh, forcing it out would cause massive damage. But letting this internal attack continue would be even worse. Its decision to break free was commendable, like a lizard shedding its tail. But would Guan Shan let it succeed? Gravity control had a duration of 5 seconds, and within that time, 50 kilograms of gravity could be applied in any manner to any target. Come down. Guan Shan removed the speed boost and applied the force to the zombie. Downward? We rely on your support. Novelplex.org. Donate now. This 50 kilograms weight was the straw that broke the camel's back, dragging the monster down. Slash. The crowbar fully embedded, Guan Shan followed with a sliding tackle, leveraging the crowbar to pry open a certain door. He didn't linger, withdrew the gravity, and slid away smoothly, maintaining a safe distance. Then Guan Shan witnessed a true door opening. What exactly happened to the giant zombie was unclear, but its body inflated like a balloon, internal organs pressing against the skin, losing control instantly, and its mouth opened wide but silent. After a series of frantic twists, it split from the middle, spewing out its innards, with foul blood raining down. One hit kill? It really works. Guan Shan raised an eyebrow, glancing at the crowbar, now clean and shiny. A bit grossed out. Well, it's just a simulation, not real. Guan Shan consoled himself. He picked up the dropped item from the giant zombie. High-speed chainsaw. Attack power, 300. Description, let's play a game. Guan Shan was surprised. The attack power of this chainsaw is impressive, 3 times that of the boning knife. A level 7 monster here is stronger than the restaurant boss. Newbie instances are indeed forgiving. Guan Shan twirled the crowbar, stepping over the corpse, approaching the halted zombies. Let's experiment more since there are plenty of monsters to farm, and this isn't particularly scary. The zombies roared and charged at him like a chaotic dance. Okay, it's still a bit scary. Everything that followed was a nightmare for the workers assigned to monitor Zhaoji. They were foolish, really. They knew Guan Shan was strong but didn't expect him to be so cruel. Initially thinking the abnormal death of the D-class physical esper was a coincidence. But it turned out to be a hobby. Given another chance, they would have chosen to observe secretly rather than confront this terrifying creature directly. After witnessing the brutal deaths of 8 companions, the D-class esper codenamed Worker B-17 finally broke down. He was a physical transformation esper, resembling a werewolf during activation, with increased speed and strength, and several wolf-like enhancements. But it was useless. No matter how fast or frequent his attacks, the monstrous young man took the hits without flinching, healing instantly by consuming heart-like items. Whenever he tried to approach, Guan Shan would slow him with gravity and then counterattack. All his attacks felt futile, useless. Worker B-17 had never felt such fear, transitioning from a desperate fight to a panicked escape in minutes. But the opponent seemed more afraid. Guan Shan's blood-stained face showed tension, as if Worker B-17 scared him, yet he casually sliced off his arms with a boning knife. Now, armless and trembling on the ground, Worker B-17 pleaded, "Please, let me go. I'll tell you everything. Death Hive experimented on Zhaoji, but he's just one of many. I'll tell you all the experimental sites." Guan Shan, unmoved, raised the crowbar, wondering, why is this monster so noisy? Keeps babbling. Is it threatening me? In Guan Shan's eyes, the zombie covered in fur and resembling a composite beast was just opening its mouth to roar, making unintelligible noises. Even after having its arms chopped off, it still struggled fiercely, glaring at him with vicious eyes. This guy definitely had not lost its will to kill and still wanted to launch a counterattack. Guan Shan felt he completely saw through this monster's thoughts. Although, as a monster, it is indeed very persistent and dedicated. Guan Shan admired the attitude of this elite monster, but as a player, the greatest respect I can give you is to kill you with my strongest weapon and finish you off. Currently, Guan Shan's strongest weapon was neither the boning knife nor the chainsaw, but the crowbar. If not for the crowbar, Guan Shan would definitely have had to fight that giant zombie for 300 rounds, but with the crowbar in hand, he could kill it instantly. Of course, if the opponent didn't have any weak points, this weapon would be useless. Worker B-17 looked at Guan Shan picking up the crowbar and fell into complete despair. The surroundings were filled with dismembered limbs, blood, and various entrails, covering the narrow alley, emitting heat and a foul stench. To Worker B-17, the scene was as horrifying as hell. Because those were all the bodies of people he knew. He watched them being opened alive by that crowbar. This was absolutely the most terrifying and painful death he had ever seen. Just seeing the expressions on their faces before they died was enough to feel that extreme pain. Even though the Death Hive was a thoroughly evil organization and it was normal for its members to die suddenly on missions, Worker B-17 had never thought he would die in such a manner. He rasped as he crawled on the ground, "Please, please, don't come over. I'll tell you everything. Just don't kill me." Lin Schumann snapped out of her daze, covering her mouth with a pale face to suppress the urge to vomit. She repeatedly hypnotized herself, telling herself these were heinous Death Hive members who deserved it. Only then could she barely suppress the urge to run away. Wait, this person seems to be voluntarily confessing, offering intelligence support. Lin Schumann was stunned and overjoyed. No need for interrogation, what luck. Seeing that the only survivor was about to reveal other Death Hive experimental points due to Guan Shan's intimidation. But Guan Shan had already picked up the crowbar, ready to strike again. Lin Schumann felt her foresight was spot on. She had guessed from the beginning that what hindered the special security group from obtaining intelligence wouldn't be the Death Hive members being tight-lipped. These people hadn't undergone special training, they were just a gathering of espers. Aside from their abilities, they were just ordinary people in terms of thoughts and ideas. Facing someone like Guan Shan, it was normal to crack. So what should I do now? Lin Schumann was frantic. This is one of the few chances to get a lot of intelligence on the Death Hive plans. If missed, it will certainly lose many opportunities to save the victims. But she couldn't deactivate her ability, couldn't expose herself. Xiaolei's voice suddenly came through the earpiece, sounding very serious. "Attention, the first team is being held up by someone, a sea level with strong power, less than 100 meters from your location, moving fast, might rush into the alley soon. Warn Guan Shan, or an unprepared confrontation might end badly." Lin Schumann immediately responded, then took a deep breath, picked up a stone, and smashed it against a nearby pipe. Bang went the sound, indeed attracting Guan Shan's attention. This was the simplest method Lin Schumann could think of, though doing this made her cover her face in embarrassment. Guan Shan was startled by the noise, quickly turning around but finding no new monster, only an empty wire fence, ruined buildings, and the corpses he had created. "Caw, caw." A crow called twice and flew away. "Hey, no way." He twitched his mouth, looking at the stone on the ground, feeling uneasy. This is definitely a zombie siege, but why does it feel like there's a supernatural atmosphere? However, being interrupted like this, Guan Shan didn't continue his brutal actions against the elite zombie. He straightened up, looked around, walked over, picked up the stone, and examined it, finding nothing unusual. Strange, someone definitely threw it here. Guan Shan frowned in thought. As his level increased, his perception of his surroundings became more acute. This stone had been thrown here, not fallen from a height. Could there be someone else here? while Guan Shan pondered. Worker B-17 was overjoyed, almost in tears, thinking Guan Shan finally showed mercy, spilling everything he knew. Lin Schumann quickly took notes. Just as Guan Shan, finding nothing, was about to return and finish off the zombie, he heard footsteps. These weren't ordinary footsteps but urgent ones, created by someone quickly moving between buildings. Guan Shan immediately turned around and saw a creature resembling an alien appearing on the building's wall. Its deformed face looked like it wore an iron mask, eyes completely black with a hint of crimson, hind legs with backward-bending knees, and a thick tail swishing behind it. Sharp claws were deeply embedded in the plastered wall, causing dusty flakes to fall. Information appeared. Boss Speedster Unusual Zombie, leave 10. HP, 800. Description, it can kill you in an instant. Hiss. It opened its gaping mouth, emitting a low, provocative growl at Guan Shan. Swish. The next moment, its figure vanished instantly. Guan Shan's expression turned serious. No wonder I haven't seen the boss. It was waiting to ambush? Level 10 but with only 800 HP, unlike the previous driver with a full 10,000. Such unbalanced stats plus the description, this boss's attack power must be extremely high. Seeing the alien disappear, he didn't hesitate, activating gravity control, and rolled to the side. In the next moment, he heard the sound of the wind being split, sharp claws cutting through the air, even producing sonic boom-like noises, very terrifying. After dodging an attack, Guan Shan looked back, only to see the alien with a bizarre smile. It pushed off the wall with its legs, propelling itself in another direction. Guan Shan's heart sank. That direction was where Shen Dinghua was. 3 minutes ago, the members of the first squad of the Yuhao Brigade arrived on the scene, only to be attacked by a sea-level esper. It was clearly a flesh-type mutation esper, covered in scales, with hands and feet transformed into claws, and rough, wrinkled gray skin. Its face was flat, mouth split to the ears, eyes turned into vertical pupils, nose reduced to 2 holes, but its ears and hair remained, making it resemble a large humanoid lizard. The uncanny valley effect was extremely strong. This was a common characteristic of mutation-type espers. The higher their level, the deeper the mutation, eventually making them completely inhuman. This esper clung to the rooftop, its skin color changing to match the roof, ready to ambush Guan Shan. The trio didn't notice it at first. But soon, the opponent chose to strike. The giant lizard's leg muscles tensed, and it shot forward like a compressed spring, from stillness to high speed in an instant. Its speed was unbelievable, almost like teleportation, leaving afterimages in the witness's vision. Such speed made it difficult to react, especially in an ambush. Swish. Gao Ye instinctively drew her sword to block, barely holding off the sharp claws. What tremendous force! Her heart sank as she could only draw half her blade, the sheath, and sword each blocking a claw, trembling under the pressure. Gao Ye's fair cheek was scratched by the claw tip, leaving a blood trail. But her blade also pierced into the enemy's palm. Hiss. The lizard's vertical pupils blinked, its tongue flicked out in a low hiss, a mocking expression on its face. Gao Ye stared at it, shouting, "Scatter!" It's Worker B3. Its ability is lizardification, specializing in high-speed attacks and strong power. Stick to the old rules. Tang Ji disrupts its thoughts. Chen Yunpeng deploys a 300-meter barrier. I'll hold it off. Move carefully. Don't let it touch you, or you'll likely die instantly. The so-called barrier referred to Chen Yunpeng's ability protective membrane. As the name suggested, it created an invisible protective layer. This membrane covered 1,000 square meters, only nanometers thick, capable of withstanding about 100 pounds of force and even soundproofing. Chen Yunpeng could use it on himself, layering it into a personal shield, or spread it out to protect buildings. Chen Yunpeng's ability had saved the special security group a lot of expenses. Deploying a 300-meter barrier meant layering the membrane twice, with some left to protect their group. Tang Ji had already hidden somewhere, responding through the earpiece. 1 second. It meant he would activate his ability in 1 second. As they communicated, Worker B3 didn't idle, repeatedly retreating and attacking, leaving afterimages in midair, his movements too fast to see clearly. Anno Thailand bot Epsilon S. Clang, clang. The sound of claws striking the blade was incessant. Gao Ye focused, counting down the second. Worker B3's attack suddenly halted, pausing in place, his eyes losing focus as if soulless. An opportunity. In the next second, Gao Ye took a deep breath, holding her sword, gathering chi onto the blade, and swung it, releasing a wave of energy. Sword technique, shocking dragon, swish boom. The energy wave, 3 meters high, swept forward like a dragon, crashing through bricks and air, roaring towards the frozen Worker B3. Gao Ye's ability was not strictly an esper ability but chi. Chi could be controlled through cultivation, but without talent, it couldn't even be sensed. We rely on your support. Novelplex.org. Donate now. Though officially categorized as a special ability, Gao Ye and others like her who could use chi often called themselves immortals. Worker B3 regained consciousness as the energy wave hit, his expression twisting in pain before turning arrogant and smug. Boom. Worker B3 was hit squarely, falling instantly. He flipped in midair, claws hooking onto a nearby wall, quickly leaping towards Guan Shan. Hiding in a corner, Tang Ji released the brief synesthesia, opening his eyes with a pained expression, chaotic memories flashing before him. One scene, fleetingly, showed a dark room with dozens of sleeping children. Experiment, preparation. Muffled words mixed with noise. Chen Yunpeng's voice barely came through the earpiece. Tangji? Tangji? Are you okay? Tangji felt a stabbing pain in his head, gasping for breath. I'm fine, but I seem to have obtained some crucial clues. Damn. After knocking away the sea-level esper, Gaoya saw its sly smile during the fall and realized she was tricked. It had feigned weakness to escape her attack range. Her heart sank. She immediately pursued. At the other end of the alley, the lizardman, its flesh sliced open, continued running at full speed, hissing and encountering Guan Shan briefly before rushing outside. Guan Shan hadn't expected the boss to ignore him and run outside. Shen Dinghua was waiting outside. Though the simulator stated all scenes and objects were simulated, and Guan Shan believed they were fake. Since they were simulated, they shouldn't harm real people. The simulator caused environmental damage and could hurt Guan Shan, but it was all directed at him, with no one else around. That was the logic. But at this moment, logic didn't matter to Guan Shan. He only knew that the monster's claws were aimed at Shen Dinghua. With gravity control on cooldown, Guan Shan cancelled 50 kilograms of gravity, instantly surpassing the alien zombie's speed. His rapid movement bypassed the alley, the ground, and the hideous monster, seeing the slender girl waiting quietly. He switched to the boning knife, activating Butcher's Heart, chasing with all his might. But the unusual zombie was one step ahead. Guan Shan raised his knife, but the zombie's claws already touched Shen Dinghua's back. No. Guan Shan's pupils contracted, reason shattered, watching the claws inch closer, closer. Then, they passed through Shen Dinghua's body without resistance. Guan Shan was stunned. No blood, no tearing, the alien zombie's claws passed through, followed by its entire body. The monster's body and Shen Dinghua's figure merged, then separated smoothly, like clipping. No. This was probably clipping? Guan Shan blinked. The alien zombie landed in the distance, still hissing provocatively at Guan Shan, ignoring Shen Dinghua. Shen Dinghua, covering her ears, her thin dress fluttering in the wind. She seemed to hear the noise behind her, softly asking, Xiao Shan. The unusual zombie still lurked nearby, watching closely, ready to attack again at any moment. However, Guan Shan's tense expression gradually softened. Seeing Shen Dinghua's unharmed back, the panic and fear that had reached his throat, as well as the last bit of doubt, were dispelled. Of course, these were just simulated illusions created by the simulator. It only affected Guan Shan and could not harm Shen Dinghua, who existed in reality. Xiao Shan, are you okay? I think I heard something. Shen Dinghua asked uneasily. Her tone was full of worry, but she still obeyed Guan Shan's initial instruction and did not turn around. Guan Shan took a deep breath to calm his trembling caused by the earlier intense emotions and spoke gently. It's nothing, just someone causing trouble. Don't worry, I'll handle it. Shen Dinghua nodded. Okay, I trust you, Xiao Shan. Hiss. The unusual zombie hissed, its eyes filled with the disdain and malice of a predator. It moved sideways a few steps and then suddenly disappeared from sight. Guan Shan assured, soon, it will be over soon. Dash. Lin Shuman huddled in the corner of the alley, her eyes filled with terror and disbelief. What was that? She even wondered if her brain had created a hallucination out of fear. Shen Dinghua is obviously an ordinary person, but what was that just now? How could that esper pass through her like she was air or a ghost? It's impossible. Is she fake? Or are my eyes deceiving me? Lin Shuman held her head, feeling her worldview beginning to crumble. It's impossible. The leaves were cut by that esper, and the surrounding buildings were affected. Why did Shen Dinghua remain unaffected? Rn beta epsilon. No such a commotion, Shen Dinghua couldn't have not heard it. In the earpiece, Gao Ye's anxious murmuring came through. Why are they fighting in the alley? I can't use my ability, or it will cause collateral damage. We're evenly matched, and making a noise could create an opportunity for the enemy. Dash. Guan Shan's gravity control skill duration had ended. He immediately began to retreat quickly, pulling back into the alley. Guan Shan now somewhat understood that the unusual zombie had probably been trying to reach a more open area where it could better utilize its speed and strength. After all, this boss seemed to be extremely high speed with high attack power but low HP. A single slash from it might kill him, but a single hit on it might also kill it. In the narrow alley, if it got trapped, it would be a death sentence. Guan Shan's eyes flickered. Since he couldn't get close, and its HP was low, then one of the two skills he just acquired would be quite suitable. Swish. The unusual zombie appeared in front of Guan Shan in an instant, hissing as it attacked, its claws leaving several white sonic boom trails. The burst of speed was too fast. Guan Shan's scalp tingled, and he could only raise the boning knife halfway before being forced to take the hit. Clang. The boning knife clashed with the claws, vibrating intensely, with the blade instantly chipped and cracks forming on it. The simulator popped up again, indicating that the weapon had durability. A vertical weapon durability bar appeared on the right side of his view. If this bar appeared, it meant the weapon was being worn down, affecting its attack power and shop value. If the bar emptied, the weapon would break. Guan Shan was shocked, gaining a very direct understanding of the boss's attack power. Each strike was as strong as the spider's gravity attack, causing him to lose single-digit HP. If it hit him, it might kill him instantly. Even scarier was the monster's attack speed. The claw's afterimages were countless, seeming to come from all directions. The boning knife's blade, though relatively wide, was soon covered with nicks and claw marks, with the cracks widening. We rely on your support. Novelplex.org. Donate now. The durability bar decreased rapidly, like a cat treat under an orange cat's gaze. It seemed ready to fall apart at any moment. Guan Shan wielded the boning knife, his eyebrows twitching. He couldn't even retreat. Any distraction could be fatal. Stay calm. Wait for the 10-second cooldown to end, then I'll create an opportunity. Guan Shan counted down in his mind. 3, 2, 1. Gravity, 50 kilograms, all downwards. Worker B3, attacking wildly, suddenly felt his body double in weight, as if gravity itself was dragging him down. His whole body sank, naturally affecting his movements and reaction. His claw missed its mark, embedding in the wall, and his entire offensive stalled. A foreboding feeling arose in his heart. Worker B3 pulled out his claw, turning sharply, only to see Guan Shan not attacking but solemnly touching his forehead with a finger. Ancient, thorny, blood-red patterns rippled from where he touched, spreading across his skin, face, and hands like entwined blood vessels. Demonic markings, level 1. Effect, draw one of life, protection, blessing, or thorns marks, granting different buffs, lasts 50 seconds, can be interrupted. Choose, thorns. Thorns, consumes 2% HP per second, dealing equivalent damage to the target. Guan Shan's current HP was 1100. 2% is 22. It would take about 37 seconds to kill the opponent directly. Hiss. Worker B3, terrified, found the same thorny patterns appearing on himself. He didn't know what they were, but instinctively felt these thorns burrowing into his flesh would kill him. His gaze at Guan Shan changed from the predator's cunning and arrogance to pure murderous intent. He had to kill this guy to stop the patterns from spreading. The next 37 seconds were the toughest battle for Guan Shan since activating the simulator, with a torrent of attacks raining down, leaving him no choice but to defend and flee in terror. But the simulator's skill didn't disappoint. The unusual zombie's claw stopped in front of Guan Shan's eyes, almost ready to tear his head apart. Guan Shan's boning knife was in tatters, piercing the enemy's body. The simulator's kill notification sounded. Phew. Guan Shan finally breathed a sigh of relief, deactivating the skill, the red thorny pattern slowly receding into his skin, disappearing. Less than half a meter away, Shen Dinghua still covered her ears. Xiao Shan, is it over? Guan Shan glanced at his single-digit HP and reluctantly said, it's over, but not completely. I still have something to do. Keep your eyes closed, cover your ears, and walk a bit. He needed to pick up the dropped items, and didn't want Shen Dinghua to see him crouching and touching the air. Shen Dinghua obediently nodded and complied. Guan Shan led her into the alley littered with flesh and blood in his eyes. He walked ahead, Shen Dinghua following with one hand covering her eyes. Passing Lin Shuman, who was completely stunned, her whole body stiffened, not daring to move. Shen Dinghua parted her fingers, revealing her smiling eyes. In the blood-stained alley, her smile was as bright as a lily, and eerie terrifying. Lin Shuman was so startled by Shen Dinghua's glance that she got goosebumps all over. She saw me? She definitely saw me. Her mind was filled with this thought. She was utterly confused. This was not an illusion. At such a close distance, she could clearly and unmistakably see that look. And it was certain that Shen Dinghua did it on purpose. Previously, Shen Dinghua obediently followed whatever Guan Shan said. Now, when asked to close her eyes, she spread her fingers and smiled at Lin Shuman. She even chose the visual blind spot where Guan Shan couldn't see. This meant that not only could she see Lin Shuman, who was in the invisible presence state, but she had also seen the entire battle and the terrifying, bloody scene in the alley. Shen Dinghua saw it all. She was pretending not to see anything? Clearly, the reason the Esper could neither see nor touch Shen Dinghua was her doing, not related to Guan Shan's still unknown ability. The more Lin Shuman thought about how she had earlier put her head between the two to look at the document on the phone, the more she could imagine how terrifying Shen Dinghua's smiling gaze must have been at that moment. Is this a warning? Lin Shuman broke into a cold sweat, not daring to move, watching stiffly as Shen Dinghua followed Guan Shan away. Shen Dinghua, now covering her eyes again, reverted to her obedient demeanor, softly asking Guan Shan what had happened. Her anxious and confused tone, combined with her soft voice, was enough to trigger anyone's protective instincts. Guan Shan, as usual, comforted her gently while occasionally squatting down to rummage through the broken bodies, pulling out items covered in blood. Watching the two of them, Lin Shuman felt utterly out of place, falling into deep thought. Maybe, they weren't the problem. Was she the problem? What just happened? Worker B3's entire body passed through Shen Dinghua. Gao Ye's voice came through the earpiece, carrying a rare hint of shock. After all, anyone witnessing that scene would find it unbelievable, associating it with ghosts or something supernatural. But they all knew that was impossible. Everyone related to Guan Shan had been investigated, especially Shen Dinghua, who was confirmed to be a living person. Chen Yunpeng questioned reality. I saw it too. Is that Guan Shan's ability? Or is Shen Dinghua a ghost? He shuddered and exclaimed, this is our first time witnessing Guan Shan fighting a sea-level Esper, right? This guy is terrifying. Did it take even a minute from the encounter to killing Worker B3? It seemed Worker B3 didn't even have a chance to retaliate before suddenly dying. Chen Yunpeng then asked Lin Shuman, Little Transparent, did you see what he did? How did he do it? Little Transparent was a nickname given to Lin Shuman by those who knew her. Because she often worked with combat personnel, the first squad was very familiar with her. The nickname was fitting. Tang Ji, still suffering from the headache caused by his ability, was clueless. What? What are you talking about? Lin Shuman felt slightly comforted. See, she wasn't the only one scared. The world was still normal. It was Shen Dinghua who had an issue. Guan Shan seemed not to use an ability but something like a spell. I'll include the details in the report. Lin Shuman said firmly, standing up and realizing her legs were numb and trembling from crouching. But we should clean up the scene first. She looked up to see Gaoya standing on the rooftop above. Gaoya looked down at the messy alley, feeling more troubled by Guan Shan's methods than horrified. Clean up the scene. These Death Hive members were unforgivable scum who deserved to die horribly. But such a complicated battle scene was hard to handle, requiring optical camouflage cloth to cover it until the logistics team arrived. Chen Yunpeng couldn't help but say, "We cleaned up after him again? Why did Instructor Xia send us here? He killed them all by himself, needing no protection." Their special security group's first squad seemed to have become dedicated support. Gaoya sheathed her sword, saying, "Whether he needs it is his ability, whether we come is our responsibility." She added seriously, "Death Hive is targeting him, so we must protect him." Gaoya looked towards Zhao Hong's house. Besides, he provided us with clues this time. The Zhao Hong couple were just one of many Death Hive experiments. Death Hive's objective was clear, and since Zhao Hong's elderly and young relatives couldn't awaken abilities, not much attention was paid. Who would have thought Death Hive would return covertly, making the child an experiment too, and succeeding? The timely arrival of worker bees suggested they discovered Guan Shan's presence and wanted to transfer the experiment to avoid exposure. Tang Ji emerged from somewhere, rubbing his head, looking serious. "I just synesthetized worker B3's past memories. Death Hive kidnapped many children, gathering them in one place, possibly for mass experiments." He was frustrated, but I couldn't sense where exactly. Gaoya, eyes flickering as she watched Guan Shan leave, suddenly said, "Wait. Since Guan Shan cried wolf to lure us here, he must know something." She jumped from the rooftop, walking towards Guan Shan. "Hey." Lin Shuman was stunned, never expecting Gaoya to directly approach. It was too late to stop her now. Countdown, midnight. The simulator's scene destruction countdown ended, and Guan Shan instinctively looked back. The alley, now dimly lit, showed no traces of the earlier bodies and filth, looking like an ordinary alley. All Guan Shan's doubts vanished, and his mood lightened. Yes, it was all fake, no need to worry. The simulator began displaying messages. Simulation ended, zombie siege. Final boss killed, 1/1, rating increased. Elite monsters killed, 3/3, rating increased. Common monsters killed, 7/7, rating increased. Items obtained, high-speed chainsaw X1, strong healing potion X13, obsidian polyhedron X1, locked box X1, key to a box X1. Rating, perfect, all items retained. Reward, game coins X6000, skill points X2. Achievement unlocked, open the door, spread warmth, kill 10+ enemies with crowbar. Achievement reward, incendiary magazine, stackable, X1. All rewards have been distributed to the inventory. Please check. Settlement complete. Please wait patiently for the next simulation to start. Thanks to the new healing potion drop, or I'd have to visit the hospital again. The simulation difficulty keeps increasing. Solving the breakthrough task is urgent. Guan Shan sighed, then saw a familiar-looking girl approach and paused. "You are that relative of Xiaolei." Gaoya hesitated, then nodded expressionlessly, asking, "Guan Shan, do you know about Zhao Hong?" Guan Shan was stunned. Zhao Hong's matter. Zhao Hong was dead, what else could there be? Naturally, only the murderer and the truth remained unknown. Guan Shan glanced at the girl opposite him, seeing curiosity in her eyes, but more so, a certain determination. It seemed, she was quite sure he knew something. And indeed, with the files given by Li Jiying, Guan Shan knew more than the average person. How does this little girl know? Though the murder of Zhao Hong and his wife was recent, the case had little online attention, with the buzz dying down. Few people paid attention to Zhao Hong's address. The only people disturbing Zhao Hong's mother were journalists. A thought struck Guan Shan. Wait, Xiaolei is her relative, and although I don't know what this special security group is, it's some sort of police force. She might have gotten some information from Xiaolei. She probably knows I'm a journalist and, seeing me at Zhao Hong's door today, made this guess. Guan Shan quickly pieced the logic together, suddenly realizing. At the same time, he wondered why this girl was asking about Zhao Hong. Given her age and background, was she particularly curious about unsolved cases, wanting to investigate or test her courage? Remembering Xiaolei said he picked her up from a bar, this girl probably wasn't a compliant type, perhaps a bit rebellious. This scenario was quite possible. No other explanation makes sense. Guan Shan nodded to himself, confirming his guess that she was a curious, rebellious teenager. He said with a mix of helplessness and amusement, "I do know something, but why should I tell you?" A direct response? This guy really knew. Gaoya squinted, and Guan Shan's slightly patronizing, elder-like smile confirmed her suspicions that he knew everything about the Death Hive's plans. So Guan Shan's entry into the restaurant back then must have been deliberate. He approached Zhao Hong and his wife to lower their guard, pretending ignorance before killing them. The bus incident was similar. And now, he staged a scene to draw them here, casually revealing hidden clues. Once might be coincidence, twice chance, but 3 times was meticulous planning. Gao Ye understood her mentor, Xia Lei's approach, preferring gentle probing. As Xia Lei believed Guan Shan, despite his mysterious and brutal methods, was psychologically safe and negotiable, hoping for peaceful cooperation. But this ceded control to Guan Shan, who seemed indifferent to Esper-related matters, almost aiding the enemy. Gao Ye believed Guan Shan didn't bother hiding his intentions. How did Guan Shan draw them here? By personally investigating Zhao Hong's death. Who killed Zhao Hong? Guan Shan? It was almost a blatant invitation for them to investigate. Then they came, and Death Hive members quickly exposed themselves and were killed by Guan Shan. It was like Zhang Taigong fishing, willing bait. He killed however many came. Seeing Guan Shan's confident reaction now, Gao Ye felt she was right. He wasn't uncommunicative but only revealed what he wanted to. Gao Ye raised her head and countered, "Why can't you tell me?" Guan Shan raised an eyebrow, smiling. "Kids should focus on studying, not meddling in these matters. If something happens, the ones worrying won't be me. And don't answer a question with a question. I am not." Gao Ye frowned, wanting to say more, but Guan Shan, exhausted from the intense battle, wanted to rest and research his breakthrough task. He sighed, "Don't waste your energy. I won't give away my information for free. You might as well ask your police relative." Guan Shan shrugged, "I'm just a small journalist, nowhere near the efficiency of the police, right?" He sincerely added, "Look, I came here and found no clues, but the police might already know the killer. Instead of playing detective, it's better to wait for news." Shen Dinghua nodded, "Yes, little friend, we need to rest now. We've been out all day and have things to do this afternoon." Gao Ye felt Guan Shan was mocking her. The ones who found no clues were them, and the killer was right in front of them. Was he implying not to try getting information from him again? Gao Ye realized this was a clear refusal, but waiting for news seemed to hint at future actions. "Fine, no need to push." Gao Ye reluctantly said, "I will come again." Guan Shan shrugged, "All right, if you insist on playing detective, the result will be the same. But, little detective, I don't even know your name. How can you be so familiar?" Gao Ye replied seriously, "Gao Ye. Gao as in noble, Ye as in leaf. Dash." Gao Ye watched Guan Shan leave, still feeling frustrated. He responded, but Guan Shan's attitude was as unyielding as in the hospital with Xia Lei. A difficult person. "Captain, the logistics team is here. Let's go." Chen Yunpeng said, "Instructor Xia wants us to review and study Guan Shan's new abilities. Also, the worker bee revealed several Death Hive experiment sites. We should investigate soon." Gao Ye nodded, taking a deep breath, knowing solving the current intel was more important. Guan Shan could be approached again later. Tang Ji moaned, the worker bee's thoughts were chaotic. "I'm injured and need 3 days off." Gao Ye suddenly paused, turning to grab Tang Ji, "Say that again." Tang Ji hesitantly said, "I mean, 3 hours." Gao Ye shook her head, eyes sharp, "No, during synesthesia, did you see anything related to learning besides the children?" Tang Ji was startled, trying to recall, No. He suddenly froze, "Wait, maybe." The dark room's floor, there was chalk dust. Tang Ji's words left Chen Yunpeng stunned. "Chalk dust." Tang Ji excitedly explained, "There was chalk dust on the ground? And not just a little? It was piled up in the corners where the wall and floor meet. There's only one place where this happens." Gao Ye mused, "In a classroom." Chen Yunpeng realized, only prolonged use of chalk for writing on a blackboard would cause chalk dust to accumulate in the corners. Tang Ji nodded, but then hesitated, shaking his head, "No, the place was narrow, at most 1.5 meters high. In the scene I saw, worker B3 had to stoop to enter it, and as soon as he did, his thought was smelly. He gestured, and there was light filtering in from above, with no floor tiles but dirt." Gao Ye frowned, puzzled. This description didn't match a classroom, but the corners had chalk dust. The 3 of them exchanged confused glances. At that moment, Xia Lei's voice came through the earpiece, "It's a pigsty." The trio. Chen Yunpeng was dumbfounded, exclaiming, "A pigsty? But, how could there be chalk dust in a pigsty?" Xia Lei explained, "Some rural houses leave the bottom floor empty, using the gap for raising pigs while the people live above. The light filtering in that Tang Ji saw was from gaps in the wooden floor above, and the chalk dust suggests the upper floor was used as a classroom, with the dust falling through the gaps, similar to the positioning inside a classroom." He concluded, "So, what Tang Ji synestetized was likely a pigsty beneath a rural school in a poor village." Chen Yunpeng suddenly understood, no wonder worker B3 found the smell unpleasant. Gao Ye pondered, there shouldn't be many villages still this impoverished. If we send people to investigate each one, we might find it. Tang Ji smiled bitterly, but just knowing it's under a village school is still like finding a needle in a haystack. Gao Ye shook her head, "At least now it's the Mediterranean Sea, not the Pacific Ocean." Tang Ji and Chen Yunpeng exchanged hopeful looks. The Death Hive had been conducting experiments on the Ascension Candy in secret for at least a year, with the Special Security Group constantly on their trail. And Beta S. But the Death Hive was elusive, spreading their locations widely, often retreating immediately after administering the Ascension Candy, showing extreme caution with no second visits. The Ascension Candy's test subjects often caused them trouble, slowing their investigations. Various special security groups could only tackle them one by one until Guan Shan's appearance caused the death hive to slip up, exposing several experiment sites. Tang Ji, invigorated, said, "All right. Let the logistics team investigate while we head to those experiment sites. This time, we'll bring down the death hive." Chen Yunpeng curiously asked, "Captain, how did you think of linking it to learning?" Gao Ye's expression was serious. "Guan Shan told me." Chen Yunpeng was shocked. Damn, he really knows the death hive's movements. Gao Ye nodded confidently. When asked why he couldn't tell her, Guan Shan responded that kids should focus on studying, and not answer questions with questions. Yes, not answering questions with questions. But when Guan Shan first answered Gao Ye's question about Zhao Hong, he used a question in return. He couldn't be playing word games with kids. So, his point was to eliminate all the questions in between, leaving the answer, kids should focus on studying, obviously referring to the children being held and their surroundings. Gao Ye thought to herself, this guy claimed he wouldn't reveal anything for free, yet he did. Sundara. Guan Shan and Shen Dinghua took a break, then went to check the apartment building where the stubborn tenant lived. The building had 10 floors, with the tenant on the 7th floor, in unit 704. As they walked through the corridor, their footsteps echoed clearly, almost with a hint of reverberation. Guan Shan leaned on the railing, looking down. The apartment was quite large, with a fully enclosed structure. The central courtyard had various common fitness facilities, now rusted. Doors were locked, faded spring couplets fluttered in the wind, and the mostly emptied apartment building looked desolate. Thank goodness it's broad daylight, otherwise, it would be quite creepy. Guan Shan was about to make a joke when he suddenly felt a chill. This scene was too fitting. Was the horror game simulator about to activate again? Shen Dinghua blinked and tilted her head towards him. Xiao Shan, you seem a bit nervous. Are you scared? She spread her arms wide. If you're scared, just hold me tight. Shen Dinghua's face was full of anticipation. Was this role reversed? Guan Shan twitched his mouth, shaking his head. No, we're on the 7th floor. Guan Shan pointed to the floor number on the wall, quickly walking up. He reassured himself, if the simulator was going to activate, it would have done so already. No response now meant it wouldn't activate. 704, here it is. Guan Shan looked at the tightly closed door and knocked tentatively. There was no response from inside. He knocked a few more times and called out, but it was useless. Well, this tenant is really troublesome. Not afraid of insults, just no response. Guan Shan sighed, let's go. Shen Dinghua comforted him, no rush. We'll think of another way. Guan Shan nodded, I'll start by checking on Qin Diguang's wife and daughter. Shen Dinghua walked ahead, hands behind her back, cheerfully saying, Xiao Shan, I heard many people come here to test their courage at night. They say it's really scary. People love excitement. Guan Shan smiled wryly, about to respond, when he suddenly felt a cool drop on his neck, like liquid. He paused, touching his neck. Rubbing his fingers, he felt a slick texture. Looking up at the ceiling, he was puzzled. Oil. He squinted, inspecting for a long time but saw no watermarks. Guan Shan frowned, glancing again at the closed door before leaving, only to see an eye staring through the peephole. His hair stood on end, and he stumbled back several steps. Guan Shan, still shaken, was about to call Shen Dinghua, but the eye was gone, leaving a dark, empty hole. Shen Dinghua turned back, puzzled. What is it? Guan Shan forced a smile, and nothing. Was that eye Qin Diguang's? When he knocked earlier, was Qin Diguang staring at him like that? Shen Dinghua jogged over, pulling the stiff Guan Shan away, urging, let's go. I know a great restaurant nearby. Let's have dinner there, then go home. Guan Shan opened the simulator interface, hoping for the first time for a scene scan confirmation. But unfortunately, the simulator remained motionless. After saying goodbye to Shen Dinghua at his doorstep, Guan Shan returned home and immediately went for a shower. It was early autumn, and the weather was still quite warm. After running around outside, he was drenched in sweat. Thankfully, with my increased level and improved constitution, running around like this is much easier than before, and it's just a bit of sweat. Guan Shan finished washing up and looked at himself in the mirror. He had a face that could be considered handsome, with clear, bright eyes. When he smiled, he had a scholarly and gentle demeanor that made people naturally feel close to him. After all, as a journalist for a newspaper, appearance had its unspoken requirements. Though he usually didn't appear on camera, he needed to maintain his image during interviews. Otherwise, people wouldn't even want to talk to him, making it impossible to gather information. But, it seems the simulator's level and passive enhancements only increase strength and speed without altering my physical appearance. Guan Shan pinched his arm. The feel was the same as before, with no particularly noticeable muscle mass. But he had tested it. He could easily crush the marble in his yard with his bare hands now. In other words, crushing a human skull would be just as easy. This strength level should be stronger than a chef, but weaker than the alien zombie from today. Guan Shan squinted, touching his chest in the mirror. There, faintly visible, was a crimson heart shape, with blood vessels extending from it, 3 of which were more prominent. However, 2 of them were shriveled, with only 1 still transporting blood. Butcher's heart? Does this mean I have 3 uses in total and I've already used 2, leaving only 1? Guan Shan immediately connected this to the accessory he was wearing. This should be something only I can see, a way to remind the player. Guan Shan shook his head, left the bathroom, went downstairs, made himself a cup of tea, and sat in the living room, turning on the TV to see what items he had gained from the simulation. Entwined flesh parasite is completely used up, but thankfully, I got 13 strong healing potions from those elite zombies and the boss. Guan Shan felt that what he needed most was healing items. But as everyone knows, resources in horror games are always tightly controlled. Otherwise, how would they create a sense of urgency? This time, the healing potion sounded legitimate, but its effect was far from normal. Strong healing potion. Effect, immediately restores 50% of HP, while reducing HP cap by 5 points. Description, produced by a biochemical lab belonging to a large organization. The side effect was concealed during sale, with each bottle priced at 2.13 million yuan. Reducing 5 points of max HP for 50% HP recovery. Whether this trade-off is worth it depends on the individual. Guan Shan shook the glowing purple bottle of potion. For him, there was no choice. Originally, he should have obtained 15 bottles, but after the instance ended, he had single-digit HP left and had to drink 2 bottles to fully heal. Max HP minus 10. So now his max HP was 990, and with passive bonuses, it became 1089. The 11-point difference might seem small, but it could mean the difference between life and death. More dangerous indeed. Guan Shan sighed and immediately allocated the 2 skill points to rotted flesh accumulation and gravity control. Level 2 rotted flesh accumulation increased HP by 15%. His total HP now reached 1138.5, about 40 points higher than before. Level 2 gravity control expanded its range from 20 meters to 50 meters, increased the weight from 50 kilograms to 100 kilograms, with duration and cooldown unchanged. Guan Shan's eyes lit up. With 100 kilograms, some lightweight small monsters might be crushed directly. Facing group attacks won't be so overwhelming. But HP and skills were just one aspect. We rely on your support. Novelplex.org. Donate now. A more pressing issue was that his current weapons were becoming inadequate, and the boning knife was completely ruined. However, selling the ruined boning knife to the shop yielded 50 game coins, a form of recycling. Guan Shan considered his current weapons. Coating the high-speed chainsaw with poison paste can add a poisoning debuff, causing 1% HP loss per second, better than nothing. He took out the Glock 17 and a translucent magazine with flame patterns. The key is the incendiary magazine from the achievement reward. Guan Shan slotted the magazine into the pistol. The information updated to Glock 17, incendiary. Magazine capacity, unlimited. Attack power, 50 plus 150. Enemies in burning state take 7 HP damage per second. Description, a not-so-common pistol, modified to make bullets explode on impact. Boom, boom, boom. Adding 150 explosive damage and a burning debuff to the base 50 damage. Even without headshots, this gun's power was considerable. Guan Shan was very pleased with the weapon's enhanced power. The combination of burning and poisoning debuffs would inflict significant damage on enemies. The remaining 3 items were rather puzzling. Guan Shan took them out of his backpack: obsidian polyhedron, locked box, and key to a box. The key and box looked ordinary, but trying them together, he found they fit perfectly. Click. The box opened, revealing a structure like a holder, as if to support something. Guan Shan looked at the obsidian polyhedron in his hand. This shape seems to fit. He placed the multifaceted crystalline orb on the holder, fitting perfectly. Guan Shan wondered, is this box just for holding this ball? But why not put it in the box directly and instead lock it up? He instinctively closed the lid, and a message appeared. Obsidian polyhedron. Effect, sealed in darkness, it summons the night demon, who thirsts for fresh blood to rest. Description, I summon you from the Azure Mountains. The lid clicked shut. Shit. Dash. Is this the place? Wang Yong looked at the house. It was clearly old, with an osmanthus tree in the yard. A tattooed teenager beside him replied, yes, we followed him all the way. During the day, he was cozying up to that old lady. Another said, I've seen this guy. He's a journalist from a local newspaper. A journalist? How dare he come here? Didn't we warn them all? Wang Yong, though young, showed a sinister smile. Bad luck for him, having such a pretty girlfriend. Tonight, we'll have some fun. The teenagers following him were even more excited. Let's do to him what we did to Zhao Hong and Feng Minmin. Tie him up and make him watch. Wang Yong glared at them. Don't cause trouble. Handle them one by one. Too much noise won't be good. We don't have those people to help us now. Let's go. He led the way, climbing over the wall into Guan Shan's house. After Wang Yong climbed over the wall, the remaining boys followed him. Wang Yong observed the courtyard, noticing that the osmanthus tree was planted in a specially made flower bed, with potted plants arranged around it. Lush and full of life. Quite a bit of taste, but too bad they won't live long. Wang Yong chuckled. Jing, Tianbin, you two go check what that guy is doing. The 2 boys nodded immediately and silently crept to the window, where they saw Guan Shan sitting in the living room, seemingly fiddling with something. He's on the first floor. This is easy? They exchanged glances, one staying to keep watch while the other went back to report to Wang Yong. As usual, Jing continued to watch Guan Shan's movements. Tianbin turned, excited to tell the boss they could move in, but his peripheral vision suddenly caught a light on in the neighboring villa. He froze. Impossible. They had checked before coming over, the lights were off in the neighboring house, and everyone was asleep. They decided to handle them one by one. As Tian Bin was about to alert the others, a shadow appeared in the lit window. The curtain cast a distorted figure. But it was clearly a girl, with her hand on the window, motionless, as if she was watching them. Was that the journalist's girlfriend? She saw everything? A chill ran down Tian Bin's spine. Terrified, he stumbled to Wang Yong, pointing to the window. Brother Wang, that girl definitely saw us? What do we do? Wang Yong glanced over, frowning impatiently. There's nothing there, are you seeing things? Tian Bin, confused, looked back where he had pointed, but only saw darkness. The villa was quiet, with no sign of lights. No light, no shadow. He muttered in disbelief. How? The other boys laughed. Tian Bin, are you scared of ghosts? He's too nervous, seeing things. Last time he was like this too. We had to call him several times before he dared move. If you're scared, don't come. Tian Bin's face turned red with anger, but he was sure it wasn't a hallucination. The lingering fear made him speechless. Wang Yong clicked his tongue. Useless. Stay in the back, don't mess this up. Tian Bin nodded quickly. Yes, yes. Wang Yong asked about the journalist's situation. Tian Bin reported honestly, and the boys relaxed, joking as they walked to the door. They were clearly experienced, with someone keeping watch and another picking the lock, working swiftly and skillfully. Finally, a soft click, and the door unlocked. As the door opened, Wang Yong's mind raced with excitement. He couldn't help but recall that night 2 months ago. A strange person, whose appearance he couldn't remember, had demonstrated superhuman strength, offering them similar power if they did one thing. Initially, they were anxious and fearful, but upon hearing the task, Wang Yong was first stunned, then thrilled. Feng Minmin, that beautiful woman, known for her beauty around the area. Despite being a top student from a prestigious university, she worked as a waitress at the restaurant, attracting many customers with her charm. But Zhao Hong, a big intimidating man, deterred many admirers. Wang Yong couldn't believe Zhao Hong's luck. But now, that luck was theirs. The person promised to handle the aftermath if they acted. So, they brought knives and ropes, breaking into Zhao Hong's small restaurant. They quietly went upstairs, silenced Feng Minmin, and dragged her to the floor, restraining her struggles, surrounding her with twisted smiles. We rely on your support. Novelplex.org. Donate now. When Zhao Hong woke up, his glare was terrifying. Wang Yong admitted he was momentarily scared, but then Zhao Hong was immobilized by an invisible force. He lay there like a dead fish, helplessly watching them with bloodshot eyes. The boys exchanged crazed smiles. That night, they used every method on Feng Minmin, then left quietly. The person kept his promise, giving Wang Yong a candy-like object, granting him extraordinary power. After that, Zhao Hong and his wife went missing, later found dead, with no suspicion towards them. The case seemed to be suppressed, with only minor journalists probing, easily scared off. In time, it would all fade away. But the feeling of controlling life and will. I don't want to give that up. It's your fault for investigating. Wang Yong's confident smile revealed sinister intent, his expression inhuman. The door was flung open, and the boys rushed in like a pack of wolves. What expression would the journalist have? Surprise? Fear? Terror? Would he beg? Regret? Despair? The thought alone triggered a rush of dopamine, curling their lips in anticipation. However, they could never have imagined the scene behind the door. In the living room's light, a massive, pitch-black creature loomed. It was a conglomerate of shadows, a manifestation of nightmares. The creature, towering to the ceiling, absorbed all surrounding light, faceless but with 2 sharp horns and wings drooping from its back. Its slender, sharp body crouched, ready to strike. Guan Shan, back to the creature, closed a strange box. Click. The creature raised its claw, seemingly about to strike Guan Shan. Boom. The sound of the door opening and footsteps made the creature turn. Wang Yong and the boys froze, smiles stiffening. Swish. The black creature unfurled its wings, face elongating, emitting an inaudible shriek. Help. The shadow surged, engulfing the boys, crushing bones and flesh, swallowing all screams of terror and despair. Dash. The moment the box closed, Guan Shan was almost scared out of his wits. This is bullshit. If sealed in darkness, it summons the night demon. A box fitting perfectly, who wouldn't try putting it in? Usually, things are summoned when unsealed. How is this reversed here? Cursing inwardly, Guan Shan hurriedly reopened the box. Phew. He hadn't caught his breath when he heard a noise behind him, notably the door opening. Who's there? Startled, Guan Shan spun around. He saw the open door and a stunned boy standing there. Apart from that, the place was empty. Terrified, Tian Bin fell to his knees, kowtowing furiously. Spare me, please, I was wrong, I won't do it again. It was us, don't kill me, please. Guan Shan. What kind of experience is it to suddenly see a stranger break into your home at night, kneel before you, and beg for mercy? At that moment, Guan Shan's expression could only be described with a meme. Confused black man JPG. His first thought was that this must be some kind of scam. Is this a setup? If I go over, he'll faint and then extort money from me. Guan Shan, bewildered, watched the boy kneeling and kowtowing before him. He guessed wildly while quickly putting away the box and the obsidian polyhedron, relieved that he hadn't actually summoned anything. But this guy doesn't seem to be acting, and no one else is jumping out to cooperate. The boy, Tianbin, kowtowed so hard that a bump formed on his forehead, with a bit of blood seeping out. Forget it, this kind of bizarre situation, it's best left to the police. For safety, Guan Shan took out his phone to record a video and then call the police. Just to prove that he wasn't forcing the boy, Tianbin, after banging his head so hard, suddenly fainted for a moment and then shook his head. Guan Shan, opening the camera, finally saw his face clearly. Guan Shan frowned. Wait, this guy looks familiar. His memory wasn't bad enough to forget immediately. He quickly recalled seeing this boy in the photo attached to the document. Although the photo was a bit blurry, the boy's position in the back had caught half of his face. With the boy now in front of him, there was no mistaking it. Guan Shan had been wondering how to find the people in the photo earlier that day, and now one had come to his door. Considering this guy's bizarre behavior of kneeling and begging for mercy, it was highly likely they were involved in Zhao Hong's case. They must have been alerted by his investigation. Guan Shan activated the recording function on his phone, took 2 steps forward, grabbed Tianbin by the collar, lifted him, and stopped him from continuing to kowtow. He asked sternly, "You were among the group that went to Zhao Hong's house? Why are you at my house?" Seeing his companions being crushed by the terrifying black monster, their twisted, fearful, and desperate faces vivid in his mind, Tianbin was scared out of his wits. He dared not hide anything and almost spilled his entire family history. He nodded frantically, his voice trembling. Yes, it was us. That man said he'd cover for us, so Brother Wang led us to do it. Today was the same. Because you were asking the old lady questions, Brother Wang decided to break in and teach you a lesson, and also your girlfriend. You guys. Guan Shan squinted, interrupting Tianbin, checking his door lock. Sure enough, it showed signs of tampering. Where are the others? The others were eaten by that monster. Why is he asking? No, wait, there was someone else. Tianbin suddenly realized, pointing outside with a trembling finger, there's someone keeping watch outside. Guan Shan chuckled. So this was organized crime. With assigned roles, huh? Guan Shan dragged Tianbin outside, finding lock-picking tools, a bundle of rope, and even a knife by the door, his expression darkening. With the Kudo. This wasn't just a minor lesson, they intended serious harm. If he hadn't obtained the simulator, and this guy hadn't inexplicably lost his mind, he might have been in real danger. Guan Shan tied Tianbin with the rope, called the police, and asked for directions. He walked into the yard and opened his gate. Sure enough, by the wall was a figure looking around. This person pretended to be casual, looking at his phone as if waiting for someone. Hearing the gate open, he smiled and walked over. Finished already? Did you kill? Seeing Guan Shan's face, his expression changed, and he turned to run. Guan Shan chuckled, not chasing but using gravity control. The person felt his body suddenly become several times heavier, unable to move his legs. This feeling lasted only a moment before he fell heavily onto the cement. Thud. Face down, he hit hard. Before he could react, an invisible force yanked him back. A hand grabbed his neck and threw him. He rolled twice, crashing into Tianbin. Amidst the pain, he realized what had happened and screamed, "Help! Murder!" Guan Shan fetched a chair, amused by the accusation. Shaking the boy's phone, still showing their chat, Guan Shan said, "Lu Ming, is it? Who's killing whom? Tell it to the police." Lu Ming's face turned pale, the chat revealing his exchange with Wang Yong. He stubbornly said, "This proves nothing." Confident, Lu Ming thought Wang Yong had other plans and would soon return to show this journalist what real terror was. Then he felt someone tugging his clothes. Turning, he saw Tianbin desperately grabbing him, eyes full of fear and pleading. Lu Ming didn't understand why Tianbin was so scared until he saw the rope on Tianbin and the lock-picking tools nearby. This meant Wang Yong had already acted. But, where were they? Lu Ming was confused, the brightly lit room showing no one. Even when the police arrived, there was no sign of Wang Yong. Lu Ming's unease grew as Guan Shan talked with the police. He asked Tianbin, "What's going on? Where's Brother Wang?" Tianbin, face ashen, stared blankly at the house. "In there, didn't you see? Ha, they went in, and were eaten, ha ha." Lu Ming felt a chill, refusing to believe the absurdity. "Are you crazy?" The police said, "Mr. Guan, thank you for your information. We've made progress on the Zhao Hong case. These two will be major suspects." Lu Ming panicked, not wanting to take the fall, and shouted, "He killed them? He killed them? We came with over 10 people, and now it's just us two. He killed them and hid the bodies." Guan Shan spread his hands. Yes, I killed them, buried them, left no traces, and called the police." He sighed, "Officer, shouldn't he get his head checked?" The officer laughed, "That might be difficult. He seems clever, trying to frame you." Guan Shan laughed too, then coughed, "By the way, this should be reportable, right?" The police were puzzled. Huh. Guan Shan smiled professionally, "I'm a journalist with the Hangzhou Daily. May I conduct an interview?" Professionalism at its finest. Even after an intrusion, his first thought was to write a report. The police, bemused, had never seen a victim-turned-journalist. After confirming with their superiors, they agreed. Lu Ming kept waiting for the miraculous Brother Wang, but even as Guan Shan finalized the article title, no one appeared. And because of Lu Ming's claims, the police searched the area thoroughly but found no one. They thought he was mad. "No way, Brother Wang definitely came in. How could he be gone?" Lu Ming, taken away, muttered in disbelief. The police shook their heads. He might need a psychiatric evaluation. A new mental hospital prison just opened. Lu Ming, desperate, shouted, "I'm not sick, I'm normal." The police asked, "All right, how many of you entered Guan Shan's house?" Lu Ming answered, 11. The police asked, "Where are the others?" Lu Ming. Tian Bin shouted, "Eaten, all eaten." The police, both to the psychiatric hospital. "I'm really scared." Winter Daphne, Xiao Shan, what's going on over there? Guan Shan looked at the message Shen Dinghua suddenly sent and turned to look at the nearby villa. The light on the second floor was indeed on, and the girl stood by the open window, waving at him. "Mountain beyond mountains, it's nothing. Remember those people who came to cause trouble earlier today? It was the same group. They're likely the culprits behind the Zhao Hong case." Winter Daphne, Sigma. Guan Shan was about to comfort Xiao Shen when he saw the next message come in quickly. "Winter Daphne, should I take photos or video?" Guan Shan looked up and saw Shen Dinghua already holding a camera, giving him a mischievous smile. Guan Shan chuckled. As expected of Xiao Shan, she immediately knew he was about to make big news. "Mountain beyond mountains, video is better. The editor-in-chief wants to focus on new media, so it'll likely go on the official Weibo account. Video is more direct." Winter Daphne, got it, obedient.jpg. With the approval he had already received, Shen Dinghua came over, greeted him, and recorded everything that followed. Although Lu Ming tried his best to argue, Tian Bin was quicker to betray their team, confessing to their crimes. Not only did he confess to their plot against Guan Shan tonight, but also to everything they did to Zhao Hong and his wife 2 months ago. Moreover, the rope and knife, combined with the recordings, provided irrefutable evidence. Guan Shan also handed in the photo. He was going to work on his article tonight, so he contacted Li Jiying directly. The photo as primary evidence no longer needed to be hidden. Their crimes were unquestionable, and the reason they ended up tied and beaten was, of course, because Guan Shan was defending himself. Guan Shan and Shen Dinghua also went to the police station to give statements, smiling as they watched the police take away the mentally deranged boys. Lu Ming was still shouting things like "Tian Bin betrayed me, he killed them, and Brother Wang will save me," even trying to resist and escape. But the experienced police officers quickly subdued him. Guan Shan was praised for his bravery and almost received an award for courage. However, Guan Shan decided to stay low-key. Reporting on his own bravery seemed inappropriate. "All right, let's head back." The police officer who had initially spoken to Guan Shan gave them a ride home, advising, "Stay safe for the next few days. The station will send protection, but Lu Ming's accomplices are real and could still be a threat." Alpha Obes. Guan Shan nodded. Lu Ming's bluster was laughable, but those who invaded Zhao Hong's house were still at large, and caution was necessary. He was confident in his own safety, but these people were also targeting Xiao Shan. As the police car drove away, Guan Shan thought for a moment and then turned to Shen Dinghua seriously, "Let's stay together for the next few days." Shen Dinghua blinked, not immediately understanding. Guan Shan explained, "Your parents aren't home, so it's safer if we stay together. Should we stay at your place or mine?" He sounded so righteous. Shen Dinghua's face turned red, her hands covering her face. After a moment, she said softly, "Your place." Guan Shan, amused by her reaction, pinched Shen Dinghua's soft, slightly chubby cheeks. "Xiao Shan, are you feeling shy?" Her skin was soft and smooth, making him think of dewdrops sliding effortlessly over her face. The legendary skin like cream, indeed. But Guan Shan was more focused on Shen Dinghua's rare shy expression. Her ears and neck were flushed, adding to her beauty in the twilight. Shen Dinghua glanced at him, then turned and walked towards Guan Shan's house, mumbling, "Because I've never been to Xiao Shan's house," she said, feeling aggrieved. "Even police relatives can chat happily with you, but your childhood friend has never seen your house. Is that comparable?" Guan Shan found it amusing and realized it was true. Shen Dinghua often invited him to her house, but for some reason, she had never been to his. Even going back to kindergarten, it was the same. This strange distance. Guan Shan shook his head, thinking Xiao Shan was upset. He caught up and said, "Now you can stay. Until they're all caught, you can stay at my place." And as for Gaoya, she was just asking questions. "I only refused her." Shen Dinghua turned, smiling brightly, "Then I want to stay in Xiao Shan's room." Guan Shan. Why did it feel like he was being tricked? Watching Shen Dinghua bounce upstairs, Guan Shan sighed. "No choice. What can I do? My room is the first on the left, the bathroom is next to it, and there are spare toiletries in the cabinet. I'll fix the door and work on my article tonight. Send me the video and go to sleep." Shen Dinghua responded, and Guan Shan got to work. Fixing the door, contacting the editor, writing the article, editing the video. By the time he finished, it was 3 a.m. He looked at the official account with only a few thousand followers and posted the video titled "Breakthrough in Zhao Hong Case. Teenage Criminals Arrested." Guan Shan was pleased. First day, a third of the task done. Good progress. Next, the squatter and the medical dispute. In fact, it was better than good. Li Jiying, receiving the news at midnight, was stunned. Up late with a face mask, she was suddenly told the case was solved, and they had exclusive news. A 2-month-old unsolved case. She had no high hopes for Guan Shan, just wanting him to make some progress from the clues. But the progress shot up like a rocket. Straight to the culprit's arrest? And only a day since she gave Guan Shan the file. Are you a journalist or a detective? Though doubting her life choices, Li Jiying gave instructions while Guan Shan diligently finished his work. Guan Shan closed his laptop, surprised he wasn't sleepy. He decided to lounge on the couch and check the nagging breakthrough mission. Breakthrough mission, Edge of Hell, not activated. Requirement, reach level 10, follow the instructions to activate the designated simulation scenario at midnight, 3 days from now. Description, he has burned out, yet hell remains out of reach. Asterisk note, the breakthrough mission is highly difficult. Please be fully prepared before attempting. Guan Shan had not been paying attention to it because of the 3-day time limit, which meant this mission would only be available starting from midnight tomorrow. Well, to be honest, there was just 1 day left. 1 day, and the store hasn't unlocked any new items. The cooldown for the demonic markings skill hasn't passed yet either. What can I prepare for? Should I buy myself a coffin? Guan Shan looked at the mission panel and the instructions that seemed like a death sentence, feeling troubled. The store only had a pitiful nuclear-powered flashlight. At this point, the only way to obtain more items was probably to use that damaged metal plate to open another instance and clear it. However, the quality of the items would depend on luck. But given the difficulty of the zombie instance, Guan Shan suspected he might die on the spot if he opened another one. He couldn't clear the instances without a breakthrough, but he needed to clear instances to become stronger. To become stronger, he had to break through, which required clearing instances. Simulator, screw you? Do you hear me? Screw you? Guan Shan felt this damn simulator just wanted him dead. The space in the backpack is also getting tight. Guan Shan rubbed his chin and suddenly had a bright idea. Since items could be taken out and existed outside the instances, why not leave the useless stuff at home? After all, the items given by the simulator were virtual, only affecting him. Only his abilities were real. He decided to place the obsidian polyhedron, the box that held it, and the key to the box on the display shelf in the living room. This black crystal, with its mineral texture, looked like some precious gemstone. Placed in a special box, it seemed like it was being showcased for display. Looks quite nice. Guan Shan was very satisfied. With this arrangement, the backpack capacity became 5/11ths, enough to support another instance. Guan Shan then turned his attention to the store and decided to buy that flashlight. He now had a whopping 10,675 game coins, so buying a 666 coin flashlight was no problem. But this was due to accumulating 3 instances worth of coins. In the past, this flashlight would have been ridiculously expensive with no value for money. Yes. The 648 coin newbie survival kit included gems like the crowbar and the adrenaline shot. And this nuclear-powered flashlight dared to sell for 666. Where does this thing get the nerve to sell for such a price? The simulator put it in the store just to scam people, right? Guan Shan coughed. He had to clarify, he wasn't buying this because he was bored or because he was a fool. It was because the zombie siege instance made him realize the simulator altered the surroundings more than he had expected. Not just items and buildings, but also the weather and lighting. Daytime could be simulated to look like night. If it decided to simulate a completely dark environment, Guan Shan would have no choice but to surrender. So, he bought a flashlight just in case. Guan Shan couldn't help but grumble, but no matter how you think about it, it's ridiculous. Even if the newbie kit was discounted, could this flashlight be more valuable than all the items combined? The flashlight's description was very simple. Nuclear-powered flashlight. Effect, illuminate the path ahead. Description, an eternal light, the seed of civilization. What nonsense. Guan Shan was disdainful of such flashy products. No matter how grand the words, it was just a flashlight that stayed lit. We rely on your support. Novelplex.org. Donate now. Guan Shan fiddled with the flashlight, noting it was slightly heavier with a matte black finish, giving it a high-tech feel. In another context, it looked like it could emit a lightsaber. Guan Shan casually turned on the flashlight. Buzz. A low, floating buzz suddenly sounded. The subtle vibration from the wrist seemed to penetrate to the bones. Guan Shan was stunned, feeling something was off. He looked at the flashlight emitting a normal cool white light, cautiously turning it to face himself. The light source structure of this flashlight looks familiar. Isn't this the thing in Iron Man's chest? Damn, a flashlight made from a miniature nuclear reactor. That's the nuclear-powered flashlight. Guan Shan was dumbfounded, staring at the flashlight, not knowing whether to call it true to its name or terrifying. I get why it's more expensive than the newbie kit now. Guan Shan came to his senses and regretfully turned off the flashlight, putting it back in his backpack. Too bad it was fake, otherwise, he could sell it and never worry about money again. That's it. I'll rest at home during the day to conserve energy and go do the mission at night. Guan Shan stretched, noticing it was already dawn, and went upstairs to sleep. He tiptoed into his room, seeing a small, curled-up figure on his bed, and couldn't help but smile. The air conditioner hummed, blowing cool air. Guan Shan quietly went over, planning to get a spare quilt from the wardrobe to make a floor bed. But just as he finished, he met a pair of resentful eyes. Guan Shan froze. Sorry, did I wake you? Shen Dinghua sat up, wrapped in a quilt, hugging her knees. She looked like a steamed bun, with only her puffed cheeks and 2 small white feet showing. Her hair was sticking up, looking wilted and tired. She tried to muster energy, mumbling, "No, I wasn't sleeping. Guan Shan sat cross-legged on the floor, reached out to rub Shen Dinggua's head, and sighed, "Didn't I tell you to go to bed early?" Shen Dinggua pitifully whined, "Want Xiaoshan? Want Xiaoshan to hug?" Guan Shan finished her sentence. Shen Dinggua nodded vigorously, looking at Guan Shan with hopeful eyes. How could Guan Shan bear not to respond? He hugged Shen Dinggua, tucking her quilt tighter, securing the edges, and said gently, "Don't catch a cold. Good night." Then he lay back on his floor bed and closed his eyes to sleep. Shen Dinggua. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. She wrapped herself into a roll and rolled off the bed, landing right on Guan Shan. Bang! Guan Shan, deceased. What? Tang Ji doubted his ears. How could it be possible that the man who had killed dozens at the drop of a hat almost received a commendation for bravery? Xiaolei was also stunned, nearly spitting out his tea. He muttered, "I joked about him being brave, and he actually went and did it." Gao Ye said quietly, "It's new evidence in Zhao Hong's case. The two people caught claim they were instigated, likely by Death Hive." Xiaolei composed himself, "But those two are not the real culprits. Never mind, treat them as such. They can avoid the death penalty but not severe punishment." "I see." Tang Ji sighed, frowning, "Death Hive is truly despicable, doing such things." Gao Ye resolutely said, "That's why we must act immediately. Starting with the nearest point, Death Hive will be conducting an experiment there tonight. We must stop them." In the office of the Special Security Group, Xiaolei turned on the computer, displaying a map of the recent experiment site, and said, "This mission's location is the cast iron factory on Binyi Road. It's near the southern suburbs of Heng City, so we don't have to worry about restrictions, but be cautious of the enemy using the equipment in the cast iron factory." According to the latest intelligence, the Death Hive's activities, though scattered, show signs of moving southward. Worker B1 has appeared nearby. If they plan to conduct large-scale experiments there, the number of people gathered won't be small, and there might even be drone bees present, making it very dangerous. So, Chen Yunpeng's eyes lit up, "So you're going to personally take action." As the instructor of Unit U, Xiaolei had B-level strength and was once a member of the 10 groups of the Special Security Group, reputed for his significant achievements, with even his abilities classified. He had to retire to the second line due to physical disabilities. Their 3-member team often speculated about Xiaolei's abilities, wondering how strong a B-level Esper would be in action. Xiaolei smiled slightly, exuding the calm aura of a reliable middle-aged man. "No," he said, "I'm only responsible for command and support. Other squad members will assist you. If you unfortunately die, your bodies will be secretly and safely returned home according to regulations. Don't worry, a large sum of condolence money will be immediately delivered to your families." Chen Yunpeng. Tang Ji wailed, "Instructor Xia, do you have to be so blunt? At least comfort us a little." Xiaolei laughed, patting his shoulder, "I can comfort you, but no one can comfort the victims. Prepare quickly, Death Hive gathering is also a great opportunity for us to strike a heavy blow." He turned to Gao Ye and said, "Leaf, give it your all." Gao Ye was startled, but Xiaolei smiled, "I borrowed a domain-type Esper, so don't worry about harming ordinary people." Gao Ye nodded and tightened his grip on his long knife. Xiaolei explained some more intelligence and action details, then sent the 3 to familiarize themselves with the domain-type Esper. Left alone in the office, Xiaolei took a sip of tea and suddenly asked, "How are you adapting to your sea-level ability?" Lin Schumann, who had been standing by, was startled and replied nervously, "It's going okay, but I can't seem to retract my ability for now." Given her ability level, the sea-level Gao Ye should have been able to detect her, but because of the influence, he subconsciously ignored her most of the time. D-level Tang Ji and Chen Yunpeng could only discover her presence if Lin Schumann actively observed them. Yesterday, after completing her mission, Lin Schumann, still shaken, intended to report about Shen Dinggua, but gradually realized that Gao Ye couldn't detect her. She was also ignored when speaking in the channel. After panicking for a while, Lin Schumann confirmed that her ability had upgraded from D-level directly to C-level. Realizing this, Lin Schumann was stunned for 5 minutes, pondering why she had upgraded. 5 minutes later, she understood. During the Special Security Group's Esper orientation, experts mentioned that spiritual-type abilities, especially characteristic ones, have a common trait: they are highly subjective. A with ring above Nu Omicron. While other abilities might require constant training to upgrade, this type didn't. As long as you want it badly enough, anything is possible. So, what was she thinking at the time that caused her to upgrade directly? Lin Schumann spent another 5 minutes contemplating her life. Finally, she remembered, it was because of Shen Dinggua's glance. She was so scared that her only thought was, "Don't see me." Combined with the recent social death incidents, her desire to attain a higher level of invisible presence deepened. She broke through the bottleneck in an instant. In short, she was scared into an upgrade. Good, this indicates that your ability has great potential. Remember to re-register and see a psychologist for counseling. You should stabilize in a few days. Xiaolei had to keep his eyes on Lin Schumann to avoid suddenly ignoring her. He poured her a cup of tea and pondered, "Speaking of which, your breakthrough case is quite classic. It's a good reference for other spiritual-type espers." Lin Schumann had a bad feeling. Xiaolei continued, "I'll talk to old Lu in a few days and add your example to the training courses." Lin Schumann's eyes went blank. Who was old Lu? He was the expert who conducted orientation for all registered espers. Every registered esper had to take courses he designed. Ordinary people broke through by fighting the enemy for 3 days and nights, exhausting their strength, reaching the brink of collapse, and then, in a burst of determination, breaking through and counterattacking successfully. Lin Schumann broke through by being looked at, getting so scared that she upgraded. All espers would know about this, wouldn't they? Ha ha ha. Seeing her expression, Xiaolei kindly said, "Don't worry, you'll be credited as the contributor, and there'll be a reward." Lin Schumann's face remained expressionless, thinking she wasn't worried about the money. She was worried about whether there were still train tickets available today. Could she still buy one now? That's settled then, Xiaolei said seriously. By the way, your timely report on Shen Dinggua's anomaly was very helpful. To avoid alerting her, you don't need to follow Guan Shan for now. Take the time to adapt to your ability. Lin Schumann was stunned, then felt a sudden relief, nodding quickly and leaving happily. Not having to follow those two was wonderful. Even social death didn't seem so scary anymore. Xiaolei closed the deployment information on the computer. Another screen showed a more detailed investigation into Shen Dinggua. At the top were 4 photos. They were of Shen Dinggua in kindergarten, elementary school, junior high school, and high school. It was clear that from kindergarten to junior high, Shen Dinggua was quite beautiful, with a quiet temperament, like a pretty literary girl in class. But in high school, her entire demeanor changed. Her eyes and smile exuded a strange charm, making it hard to look away. However, Xiaolei knew this change was far from simple. After having the photos analyzed by the logistics department, the conclusion was that although Shen Dinggua's appearance hadn't changed much, in reality, even her bone structure was completely different. In other words, the high school Shen Dinggua and the Shen Dinggua from kindergarten to junior high were not the same person at all. The current Shen Dinggua was definitely not the former Shen Dinggua, without a doubt. But the critical questions were, who exactly was she? What was her purpose? And was she related to Guan Shan's abnormal behavior? These 3 questions would determine the nature and severity of the entire matter. Troublesome. Xiaolei leaned back, feeling a headache. I thought Guan Shan was difficult enough, but it turns out the real problem was Shen Dinggua, whom we didn't even notice at first. The logistics department had yet to analyze what Guan Shan's abilities were. They could only categorize them as trait type, with a preliminary grade of C level. From his current behavior, it was clear that he combined space type, physical enhancement type, and curse type abilities, with other ambiguous ones not yet accounted for. It made people wonder if he had a bit of every type. Such a unique case had only appeared once since records began. Without energy level responses, there was no way to determine his destructive power. The higher UPS were hesitant about how to handle Guan Shan. His psychological evaluation was green, indicating he could be utilized, but the uncertainty of his abilities and energy level made him uncontrollable. If they wanted to recruit him, they needed to gain his trust and obtain information. Neither approach was ideal. In the end, they followed Xiaolei's suggestion, who had officially interacted with him, and agreed to give him a special external personnel status. This matter was supposed to end there. Who knew another Shen Dinggua would appear? Too little intelligence. Xiaolei pondered, if it weren't for Xiaoman's ability, she might never have been exposed. But Xiaoman had always been following Guan Shan. For Shen Dinggua, it was irrelevant. This means she released a warning signal to us for Guan Shan's sake. RAOES. Then, the reason for impersonating Shen Dinggua might be Guan Shan. Xiaolei thought of the information collected about Guan Shan. He and Shen Dinggua had grown up together as childhood sweethearts. But this childhood sweetheart might have been switched halfway, and Guan Shan remained completely unaware. It was chilling. Not right. Xiaolei frowned, looking at the photos in the data, his gaze deep. The point of change for Shen Dinggua is related to Guan Shan. In high school, Guan Shan's parents died in an accident, causing him to stay home for 6 months, during which Shen Dinggua visited him daily to take care of him. Could it be that she was influenced by Guan Shan? Xiaolei felt increasingly perplexed. From his brief interactions with Guan Shan, he seemed very normal, except for being a bit fierce when killing. Other times, he was quite ordinary. He even acted heroically. How could someone like that possibly switch his childhood sweetheart without noticing? Xiaolei sighed, having no clues, scratched his head, and snapped his laptop shut. Have the logistics department investigate their experiences during high school. I don't believe there's no trace left. Then, Xiaolei used his authority to access the Special Security Group's Special Incident Archives. These records included incomprehensible events and many abnormal biological records. He needed to find similar incidents to determine what Shen Dinggua was. The world had not only gifted humans but also had some abnormal phenomena. Some were resolved, others were not. Conflicts among espers were just a small part of it. The archives were unimaginably vast. Xiaolei spent the entire day investigating. When his thoughts were interrupted by a phone call, he looked up to find it was already afternoon. Although there were special earphones, they consumed mental energy. For non-mission times, normal communication methods were better. The caller was Gaoye, instructor, we are ready. The operation will start in an hour. Reporting to you, we have already spotted the worker bee, confirming the intelligence. They are converging on the factory. Xiaolei took a deep breath. Good, wait for the right moment, stay vigilant, confirm the enemy's numbers, and break them down one by one. Gaoye replied firmly, yes. Meanwhile, at the cast iron factory on Binyi Road, Worker B1 sat atop the factory crane, squinting as he surveyed everything below. His real name was Du Xiao, a sea-level trait-type Esper, with the domain ability Fog. The entire factory was within his view. With this broad perspective and the sensing between Worker B pendants, he could clearly know his people's and the enemy's positions. Tisk tisk, not even trying to disguise, how much do they look down on us? Worker B1 toyed with the pendant in his hand, a sea-level Esper from the special security group, seems like a little girl. How could they let her into the lion's den so easily? You want to catch us all in one go? We're also ready to trap you in a jar. Let's see who is stronger. Other worker bees were bringing experiment subjects into the factory, gradually converging toward the center. Within 300 meters, the sensing between worker bees would be extremely clear. In Du Xiao's mind, it almost formed a map, marking everyone's positions. Enemies and allies, as time passed, were getting closer and closer. Finally, two of the points collided. The time has come. Du Xiao stood up, spread his arms, and closed his eyes. Thick fog instantly erupted from the darkness, spreading and covering the entire factory. After resting for a whole day, Guan Shan prepared all his tools and checked his equipment. He quietly waited in the living room for midnight to arrive. Click. Finally, the hour and minute hands overlapped. The familiar mechanical prompt of the simulator arrived as expected. Breakthrough mission, Edge of Hell, activated. Please proceed to the designated location for scenario simulation according to the prompt. Guan Shan took a deep breath, and the world before his eyes distorted and changed in an instant. Endless darkness emerged, covering everything visible, leaving only Guan Shan himself. Damn, it really came. Good thing I was prepared. Guan Shan clicked on the flashlight, a bright beam instantly illuminating about 3 meters of the road ahead. In front was a vermilion torii gate. Guan Shan squinted his eyes. A torii gate. As everyone knows, the torii gate, as the iconic structure of a Shinto shrine, represents the entrance to the divine realm. The torii, shaped like a gate, is the boundary between the divine and the human world. Its existence is meant to remind visitors that beyond lies the abode of the gods, where they should begin to mind their behavior. Guan Shan twitched his mouth. But the name of this simulation scene is Edge of Hell. Stepping through this gate probably isn't entering the realm of gods but rather the beginning of descending into hell, right? Out of caution, Guan Shan didn't immediately move forward but first used the flashlight to observe his surroundings. Up, down, left, and right, there was darkness all around. Even the light from the nuclear-powered flashlight could only illuminate about 3 meters ahead. Beyond that was just an empty, deep blackness. However, in reality, the illuminated area was also empty, with the ground seeming to float, making it look eerie. The feeling of being surrounded by the unknown was spine-chilling. Since I'm here, and the breakthrough mission can't be avoided, I have to go for it. After hesitating for a while, Guan Shan took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, and walked towards the torii gate. Fortunately, the sensation underfoot at least felt like normal ground. The significance of this torii gate is so clear, it must be the so-called guidance. Guan Shan paused in front of the torii gate, extended his hand to test it, and after finding no strange feeling upon passing through, he steadied himself and walked through the center of the gate. The moment he crossed the torii, Guan Shan saw the light from his flashlight illuminating smooth, delicate skin. What? Guan Shan was stunned, instinctively raising the flashlight. The skin extended along the beam of light, seemingly endless. Under the strong light, it was clear, this was human skin, covered with fine lines, even showing faint blue veins, with the texture rising and falling as if it were breathing. It was alive. However, this skin wasn't on a human body but spread over something irregular, forming a massive, grotesque shape. It was like a wall made of living human skin. What the hell is this? Guan Shan's eyelid twitched, and his hand shook, sweeping the flashlight around to see more of the same. He instinctively took 2 steps back, ready to run. ENGOEPSILONS. But turning sharply, he found the torii gate behind him had disappeared. Damn it. At the same time, the simulator's prompt sounded again. Scene scan complete, breakthrough mission activated. Terror game, Edge of Hell has been generated. Loading the storyline, please wait. Storyline loaded. You wander here, searching for the door between life and death. At the first crossroads, you shed your clothing, at the second, you leave behind your memories, at the third, you abandon your body. With no burdens left, the road remains difficult. You will climb the mountain peak naked, fall in the storm, and be slashed into pieces, reduced to flesh and blood. You have burned out, but hell remains unreachable. Asterisk note, only by defeating the final boss can you end this simulation. Woo woo. At that moment, a prolonged air raid siren suddenly echoed in the vast darkness, roaring like the howl of a waking mountain beast, deafeningly loud. Anyone who had seen the Silent Hill movie would recognize this sound instantly, because once this sound started, it meant that the terrifying other world was about to descend. Guan Shan was almost scared to the point of cardiac arrest. He immediately drew his gun, holding the flashlight in the other hand, and looked back. In the beam of light. We rely on your support. Novelplex.org. Donate now. The grotesque human skin wall began to rot instantly. Countless bruises and wounds appeared, gaping open, with copious amounts of blood pouring out, forming a river of blood flowing towards him. Shit. A white hand suddenly broke through the skin wall, covered in blood and slime. Guan Shan sighed in relief, thinking, I thought something monstrous was going to appear. It's just a humanoid monster. I'm almost used to it now. No matter how ugly or creepy it looks, I'm not scared anymore. That's it. He thought the breakthrough mission would be something different, but in the end, it was the same old routine. This damn simulator had finally run out of tricks. Shit. A second hand broke through, and the two hands each grabbed the sides as if pulling the rest of the body out. Guan Shan showed a confident smile, raised his Glock 17, ready to give this monster a headshot. Shit. A third hand emerged. Guan Shan felt a vague sense of unease. Shit, shit, shit. A fourth hand followed, then a fifth, a sixth, a 10th. Countless arms crowded together, forming a caterpillar made of hands, tens of meters tall, crawling out together. When it burst out, it slammed heavily on the ground. Boom. Even the darkness seemed to shake. Several arms broke off directly, emitting sharp screams. But this didn't affect the other arms at all. They waved wildly, screeching and chattering, then crawled rapidly towards Guan Shan. 1,000-hand maggot, leave 10. Health, 3,000. Description, redeemed sinners clutching at spider silk, thousands of limbs relying on each other. Fuck. Cold sweat dripped down Guan Shan's forehead as he gripped his flashlight and instinctively pulled the trigger. Bang. The gunfire exploded in the darkness, the bullet hitting the maggot's body, instantly bursting into a brilliant flower of light. 30, -200. Several arms were severed instantly, with the explosion and fire damage following. The bullet's base damage was reduced by 20, similar to the chef's defense before, but the explosion and fire damage increased significantly. Guan Shan turned and ran, thinking, this monster is weak to fire. It's not hard to beat. The simulator's description mentioned clutching at spider silk, probably meaning that if I burn the silk, the sinner will stay in hell forever. The maggot rolled on the ground, using its numerous hands to break off the burning limbs, screaming in rage and crawling towards Guan Shan again. Guan Shan's heart raced as he picked a direction free of monsters and sprinted, occasionally firing shots back. The flashlight's beam wobbled, showing more human skin walls around him, continuously rotting, with other monsters emerging from within. Using gravity manipulation to speed up, Guan Shan analyzed, so far, all small monsters. This map is huge, and the boss doesn't seem as proactive as before. Maybe I have to find it myself. According to the storyline, I should go higher. He looked back to see the maggot still crawling and sighed in relief, thinking that monsters without ranged attacks and slow speed were easier to deal with. The next second, one of the maggot's hands suddenly opened, grasping at the air. A silver spider thread appeared out of nowhere, silently wrapping around Guan Shan's gun. Your Glock 17 incendiary is temporarily unusable. Guan Shan, farewell, weapons. This was the nickname for Worker B2 Duan Ning's ability. In fact, her ability's official name was Killing Intent Seal. This trait type ability meant that as long as the opponent harbored killing intent, they would be unable to wield any weapon capable of inflicting harm. The determination of what constituted a harmful weapon was based on what the opponent believed in their heart. If the opponent thought the object they held could harm the enemy, it fell under this category. In actual combat, Duan Ning's ability often had unimaginable effects. Especially for the immortals who still fought with cold weapons, this ability could directly nullify most of their strength. As a seasoned sea-level esper, she had far more combat experience than Tao Luo, superior fighting skills, and a steadier demeanor. Therefore, she was assigned to assist Worker B1 in the encirclement of the Special Security Group. Indeed, in Death Hive's view, this operation was their encirclement of the Special Security Group. It was only a matter of time before the Special Security Group followed the clues and found them. Whether it was an ambush or a direct attack, it was a matter of life and death. The Death Hive, always hidden and engaged in killing, was accustomed to such things. After all, their experimental locations were far more numerous than the Special Security Group knew. Internal personnel were only aware of the parts they were responsible for, and the others wouldn't be exposed in the short term. The outcome had long been determined. This was not something the Special Security Group could hinder, but being constantly harassed is very frustrating. So, tonight, some people from the Special Security Group must die to keep them in check. Duan Ning looked at the factory in the night with a calm heart. Following Death Hive's usual practice, upon detecting any signs of investigation by the Special Security Group, they would immediately change locations. But now, they did the opposite, gathering the nearby B-Swarm members here. Didn't the Special Security Group realize this was a trap? Maybe they did, but for them, this was their first chance to disrupt the Death Hive's experiments and they wouldn't pass it up. But, with just the strength of the Special Security Group in Heng City, they are simply courting death. Duan Ning scoffed at the three-member team of Unit U. They were just kids. Every time they appeared in the intelligence reports, they were always in a sorry state, making it hard to imagine how such people could engage in life and death battles. Seeing the mist rising outside, Duan Ning knew Du Xiao had begun his operation. Du Xiao's mist not only interfered with the enemy's vision over a large area but also carried mild toxicity and had hallucinogenic effects. More terrifyingly, his mist was tangible and controllable. What was thought to be light, airy mist in the environment could suddenly attack people, and most would be caught off guard. Since the boss's domain has also been activated, it should be about time, right? I should also meet this immortal girl. I haven't hunted immortals for a long time. I hope this one surprises me after her weapons are sealed. Duan Ning smiled sweetly, stretched her limbs, and was about to leave the factory when she suddenly noticed an extra person outside the window. Huh. Duan Ning was stunned, certain that this person had appeared out of thin air in the blink of an eye. It was a black-haired young man holding a flashlight, looking scholarly and handsome, who was observing the entire cast iron factory under the light. The beam from the flashlight was brazen, sweeping directly in front of Duan Ning, almost provocative. Spatial type. Duan Ning raised an eyebrow, also feeling provoked. But the young man seemed like he had wandered into a haunted house, startled and nervous, even showing helplessness and cursing as if he wanted to leave but couldn't. A with ring above epsilon S. Wandered in? Impossible. Duan Ning was very sure. Because during Du Xiao's domain presence, spatial abilities would also be interfered with, so entering the mist silently required at least a sea-level esper. And an esper of that level wouldn't be unaware that this place would become a battlefield tonight. But thoughts were just thoughts, and Duan Ning wouldn't stand idly by. She directly broke through the window and leaped out, her gaze fierce. No matter where you came from, your luck is bad today. The surrounding mist began to surge. The will of the worker bees could be transmitted to each other and was also used by Du Xiao in his abilities, turning the mist into a weapon with the cooperation of other worker bees. The mist gathered around Duan Ning, like hundreds of hands, suddenly sweeping towards the opponent. The young man was stunned, then showed extreme panic, turned, and ran. Before Duan Ning could laugh, she saw the young man draw a gun and, without hesitation, shoot at her. Duan Ning's expression changed as she dodged to the side. Before she could catch her breath, she heard an explosion. Boom. Incendiary round. Duan Ning was somewhat shocked, staggering from the shockwave, her chest aching. Sure enough, not simple, Duan Ning thought, her mind racing. That panicked look was just an act to make me lower my guard. Very cunning. When did the special security group recruit such a person? At this moment, she assumed the person was sent by the special security group to deal with them. But if it's just weapons, that plays right into my hands. Duan Ning reached out, staring intently at the handgun, and activated her ability. Seeing the other party's stunned and somewhat horrified expression, Duan Ning smiled and pressed her advantage. Shit, a weapon sealing ability. Guan Shan was dumbfounded, staring at the prompt from the simulator, completely at a loss. What kind of monster was this? So malicious? As everyone knows, playing a horror game with weapons and one without is a vastly different experience. With weapons, there was at least some confidence. Without weapons, there was nothing. Guan Shan looked at the maggot composed of countless arms rushing towards him again, feeling his scalp tingle and his whole body unwell. At this point, all I can do is run. Guan Shan gritted his teeth and continued to run, with the monster in pursuit. He didn't even dare to take out other weapons, fearing they would be seized again, which would force him to surrender. No matter how hard Guan Shan ran, gravity manipulation eventually needed a cooldown, and 2 legs couldn't match so many legs. He was soon caught. The arms emitted piercing screams as the maggot reared its head and crushed down. Damn. Guan Shan rolled on the ground, but didn't roll out of range. He had to use Butcher's Heart, raising his arm to block. 145. A blood-red number floated up. Guan Shan gritted his teeth and held on, realizing it wasn't as strenuous as he thought. Huh. It really doesn't seem too hard. This monster is weaker than I thought. The countless arms forming the maggot opened and closed, with numerous eyes emerging from the palms. From these eyes, thin red tentacles twisted into long needles, constantly attacking Guan Shan. Guan Shan grabbed the nearest arm, with the long needle almost piercing his eye socket, but he managed to hold it at bay. He held on for a while longer, gradually understanding the monster's characteristics. When the colossal creature pressed down on him, Guan Shan had braced himself to lose half his health. He closed his eyes, gritted his teeth, expecting some blood loss. Unexpectedly, the direct hit only caused 145 damage, which was much less challenging than when he faced the chef. Back then, a single punch from the chef took away a quarter of his health. Although his current higher level played a part, his health hadn't significantly increased, giving him no clear advantage. Guan Shan had assumed this monster followed the chef's template, high attack and thick health. However, it only had a bit more health, with much lower actual damage. Despite its large and intimidating appearance, it was actually just a paper tiger. Thinking about it calmly, this makes sense. After all, this monster seals weapons, significantly reducing combat effectiveness. If its attack power were any higher, the difficulty of this breakthrough mission would be unreasonable. Simulator, I misjudged you. Guan Shan felt a twinge of guilt for cursing the simulator earlier. But then, he realized, wait a minute, this was only the first elite monster, already as strong as previous bosses. What horrors would the subsequent monsters bring? Damn simulator? He couldn't let the simulator gaslight him. He had to curse it when necessary. Speaking of which, this monster isn't as heavy as I thought. It's like a woman lying on top of me. Why am I so familiar with this? Guan Shan fell into deep thought, still having the presence of mind to analyze the monster's structure while struggling. Then he noticed another detail. There were so many arms, so many hands, but they were all flailing around uselessly, as if cheering, causing minimal damage. The only ones exerting force were the 2 arms he held. Earlier, the monster's appearance was too sanity damaging for Guan Shan to stare at it. He had just focused on running. Now, looking at it up close, he suddenly realized the weak points were right in front of him, the 2 arms he was holding. Well, this is like a gift from the heavens, right on target. How to fight without weapons. Guan Shan demonstrated on the spot, opting for a direct melee fight with the monster. Phew. Guan Shan took a deep breath, mentally preparing himself. In the flashlight's beam, directly facing such a monster was extremely challenging. Even a glance made him feel like he might wet himself. Guan Shan's gaze was somber. But there's no choice. The simulator forced me to this. Scared? Of course. But fear didn't stop the fight. A horror game was meant to be played with a roar. You damn maggot, get up. Guan Shan used all his strength, gripping the two arms tightly, twisted them, and with a flip, he slammed the giant creature to the ground. Boom. The 1,000-hand maggot crashed down, its countless arms flailing and emitting a series of terrifying screams, causing the strange human skin walls around them to wriggle. Guan Shan's scalp tingled, wanting to run, but having reversed the situation, he dared not waste a moment. Gathering all his courage, Guan Shan charged towards the weak points amidst the writhing arms. Stepping on those eyes felt bizarre and disgusting. He doubted he'd ever eat luncheon again. No risk, no reward. Guan Shan constantly reassured himself, bolstering his morale, and reached out to grab the attacking arms again. However, he was a bit panicked, managing to grab only one wrist while the other arm's needle pierced his hand. 20? Guan Shan ignored the red number, advancing instead of retreating, sliding his hand down the needle and tightly interlocking fingers with the open palm. Exhaling sharply, he faced the eyes on the arm and forced himself to remain calm. Honestly, he wasn't sure of his current strength. Crushing marble by hand was just something he could do, not necessarily his limit. He didn't know if he could crush anything else. After several missions, he had killed many monsters, and the passive skill rotted flesh accumulation should have enhanced his strength at least 20 times. But tearing off an arm shouldn't be too hard, right? Guan Shan smiled confidently, veins bulging on his hands as he gripped the pale arms, hearing the sounds of flesh being squeezed and bones dislocating and breaking. Then, he placed his foot on the creature's body and pulled with all his might. Rip. Ah. With an indescribable scream, he tore off the pair of pale arms, with countless flesh strands dangling at the stumps. Even inside the creature's body, there were eyeballs everywhere. 2,333. A huge number appeared before Guan Shan. Critical hit? No longer caring how the maggot struggled, Guan Shan's sanity had snapped at the sight of those eyes. Damn mentality? He discarded one arm, pulled the other from his pierced hand, and reversed it, stabbing the sharp end into an eye. Squish. He skewered the maggot like a kebab. After a moment of carnage, the system prompt finally appeared. EXP plus 2100. Current EXP, 33150/1000, awaiting breakthrough. Rightward arrow 35250/1000, awaiting breakthrough. The disarm status was lifted. Guan Shan panted heavily, looking at the thoroughly dead, bloody maggot with no visible eyes, slowly regaining his composure. Phew, is it over? Guan Shan blinked, relieved, his hands still trembling slightly as he discarded the torn arm. Calming down, he noticed he was covered in unknown sticky, hot liquids. Oh well, horror game protagonists always get covered in weird stuff, I'll just deal with it. Guan Shan grimaced, adjusting his clothes. He got off the maggot, picked up the flashlight, and saw the gleaming drops nearby, feeling a bit better. Guan Shan rubbed his hands. Let's see what goodies the breakthrough mission's monster dropped. Worker B3, Duan Ning, never imagined that making the seemingly correct decision to pursue would bring her a nightmare ending. To her, the sudden appearance of this young man, once deprived of his weapons, was destined to die. Without weapons, what trouble could he cause? Swish. Duan Ning drew her sword, a slender, sharp blade made of a special alloy. Though one of her hobbies was hunting immortals who cultivated qi, she herself was also a legitimate immortal. Immortals differed from ordinary espers because qi was acquired through training. Some people would awaken real abilities during their training, becoming rare dual ability holders. Duan Ning was one such fortunate person. Proud of her talents, she strayed onto a crooked path. An immortal esper capable of sealing opponents' weapons, how privileged? Initially, she cheated in duels, then disguised murders as accidents, and finally indulged in the pleasure of one-sided slaughter. Duan Ning quickly fell, becoming an immortal hunter and ultimately a serial killer. When she was being hunted, Death Hive took her in. Thus, Duan Ning became a tool. But she did so willingly. After all, how many organizations in the world can let me indulge in this pleasure? Duan Ning chuckled. Her sword was swift, her body movement quicker, and her strength, boosted by qi, reached the sea level of physical enhancement. Sword light came first, followed by mist and qi, surging like a tide towards Guan Shan. Based on her years of experience, judging by this young man's build and muscle distribution, he had no signs of enhanced strength. He was likely a newly promoted spatial type who hadn't undergone much physical training. Thus, Duan Ning decided to entangle him first, preventing him from using his abilities to escape. Swish. Duan Ning charged, the mist and qi wave crashing down, pinning Guan Shan to the ground. As she lunged, her sword aimed directly at him. Guan Shan's face showed inescapable fear and panic, raising his hand to block. Duan Ning sneered, raising her sword high. Despite Guan Shan grabbing her wrist, she wasn't fazed. Give up struggling. Without any combat skills or training, what can you do? RAS. Seeing him struggle helplessly, Duan Ning felt immense satisfaction. But, why did he seem distracted? Before she could ponder further, in the next second, Duan Ning, in shock, saw Guan Shan suddenly appear enlightened. He flipped, throwing her aside. What? She crashed into a nearby building, her body racked with pain. Before she could react, Guan Shan stomped on her shin. The young man treated her like a path, stepping firmly, each step accompanied by the sound of cracking bones. Duan Ning screamed in pain, raising her sword to stab him. Smack! Guan Shan caught her wrist with one hand, while his other hand was pierced by her sword. Despite this, his expression remained unchanged, with a twisted smile. He ignored the wound, sliding his hand down to grab hers. Duan Ning's hands were restrained, her pupils contracted. Sensing something terrible, she felt despair and fear, shaking her head frantically. Guan Shan looked down, raising his foot to step on her chest, and pulled hard with both hands. No, 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 don't ah! Guan Shan picked up the dropped items from the thousand-hand maggot. To his disappointment, although it was the first elite monster, the drops weren't as plentiful as he had hoped. There were only 3 items: Electromagnetic Pulse Disruptor X3, Healing Talisman, and Narrowblade Sword. This simulator really doesn't care about consistency in style, any kind of thing can drop. Guan Shan couldn't help but complain. The drops from the same monster were all over the place. The first was sci-fi, the second was Western fantasy, and the third was ancient Chinese. Did this monster eat the people it killed, keeping their weapons and equipment in its stomach? But the problem was, this monster had no mouth. It was all hands. Only an idiot would seek rationality in a horror game. Guan Shan concluded, abandoning further thought, and continued examining the items. The electromagnetic pulse disruptor was self-explanatory, a classic EMP device. If I encounter high-tech enemies in the future, this will be very useful, directly disabling them. Guan Shan shook his head. But the chance of encountering high-tech enemies in a horror game is low. I'll set it aside for now. The next item, the Healing Talisman, was the most surprising for Guan Shan. Healing Talisman. Effect: while standing still, it slowly restores health. If damaged during this time, it will be interrupted, occupies 1 accessory slot. Description: a mysterious talisman from a witch doctor's hand, drawn on special oil-soaked cloth strips. An accessory? And a healing accessory at that? Guan Shan wanted to hug the maggot and kiss it. Well, he glanced at the unrecognizable monster corpse on the ground and decided against it. His gratitude was enough. Standing still to heal, this is the classic breath healing technique, a divine skill. But this thing's limitations are higher, requiring complete stillness. In the midst of missions, it's a bit impractical since there's hardly any time to rest. Despite his words, Guan Shan immediately equipped the accessory. His previous accessory, Butcher's Heart, had just used its last charge, now useless. The empty slot was perfect for the healing talisman. Perfect plan? The last item, Narrowblade Sword, didn't match the poisoned high-speed chainsaw in attack power, so Guan Shan sold it to the shop for 200 game coins, saving space. Of the 3 drops, only the healing talisman was truly useful. However, for Guan Shan, lacking healing methods, its value even exceeded active skills. In this light, though few, they were precise. Guan Shan nodded in satisfaction, standing still to heal and observing his surroundings. The small monsters emerging from the rotting human skin walls were each more abstract than the last, all bizarre limb combinations, with no heads. Staring too long rapidly drained sanity. No wonder it's called Edge of Hell, these monsters are hellish. Guan Shan sighed, noting that these small monsters didn't charge at him. Most scattered, while some stayed put, occasionally twitching. With no heads or faces, their intentions were inscrutable. Guan Shan rubbed his chin, pondering, could it be that the elite monster was the leader? Without it, the small ones are lost? They can't be scared by my killing, right? Guan Shan chuckled at his own humor. But, the simulator's cryptic introduction at the start makes more sense after beating this monster. In this storyline, I seem to be playing the role of a ghost wandering in the edge of hell, trying to find the entrance to hell but failing. Since there was no immediate danger, Guan Shan pulled up the simulator's initial prompt interface and pondered over the cryptic text. According to Buddhist teachings, the period from death to reincarnation is called the intermediate state, lasting 49 days, with an opportunity for liberation every 7 days. If, after 49 days, one fails to reincarnate, they become a ghost, never able to be reborn. And this ghost was clearly lost. Lost 3 times, leading to 3 crossroads. Although it seems confusing, what can these 3 crossroads intersect with? It's obvious they're monsters. Using his superior gamer logic, Guan Shan stepped outside the storyline framework and quickly understood the text's meaning. Especially the last monster, its weapon sealing ability vaguely corresponds to shedding clothes in the storyline, similar to the Expelliarmus spell from Harry Potter. Guan Shan's mind raced. By analogy, the later letting go of memories and abandoning the body should also hint at some monster abilities. In other words, there are 2 more elite monsters, and after dealing with them, heading higher up will lead to the boss. He frowned. But what could these abilities be? Letting go of memories, maybe something that affects thoughts? Abandoning the body, following this logic, could it mean sealing my melee abilities? Guan Shan nodded, feeling he was on the right track. He just needed to be mentally prepared and cautious. All right. I've rested enough, and my health is fully recovered. Guan Shan glanced at his health bar, feeling much more secure. He had wrapped the healing talisman around his wrist, its special oil-soaked cloth covered in incomprehensible dark red runes, looking rather eerie. But to Guan Shan, it was a mysterious, exotic art form. How cute! He rolled up his sleeve to cover the cloth, glanced at the wriggling small monsters around him, and pulled out his Glock 17. He smiled slightly. Since they're not running, they shouldn't have. Whether to gain experience or enhance his strength through passive augmentation, clearing small monsters was essential. It was the most enjoyable part of the simulation, besides looting bodies. While Guan Shan looted the bodies, the worker bees who had initially noticed the commotion had all fled. Despite their heinous deeds, they had never witnessed such brutal carnage. In an instant, Worker Bee 3, a sea-level esper they considered incredibly powerful, was torn apart by a young man who appeared out of nowhere. Then, the man seized the sword that had pierced his hand and, with a terrifying expression, turned the struggling worker bee into a beehive. What kind of overwhelming strength and brutal nature could create such a horrifying scene? Everyone who saw this had only one thought left in their minds: escape. The worker bees in Death Hive were hierarchical, with the top 10 worker bees being leaders whom the lower-ranked ones served. A with tilde and beta. For instance, Duan Ning had issued the order to surround this stranger. But now, they had lost the courage to fight, let alone engage with this man. No, he wasn't human, he was a demon. The remaining worker bees were paralyzed with fear, desperately trying to crawl away, but their bodies wouldn't cooperate, their legs trembling, leaving them only to scream for help. However, Death Hive was full of selfish criminals. Who would return to save them? More terrifyingly, after resting for a while, the man pulled out a gun and approached them with a slight smile. Bang! Worker Bee 21 watched as the closest comrade was shot dead, their head exploding like a firework, scattering pieces in the dark like a fleeting meteor. Duan Ning's last remaining eye seemed to watch everything with deep fear. The man showed no emotion, taking one step and firing one shot. The flashlight in his hand was like the Grim Reaper's scythe. Whoever the light touched, their life was taken next. 1, 2, 3. Falling deaths, resisting deaths, fleeing deaths. Worker Bee 21 trembled, retreating into a corner. Regaining some control over his legs, he tried to escape while calling for help on the radio. Factory Southeast, enemy attack. Worker Bee 3 is dead. Requesting reinforcements. He turned back, almost losing his mind. Guan Shan had noticed him, shining the flashlight and exclaiming, "Missed one, huh? Worker Bee 3 is dead." Worker Bee 6 responded on the radio, puzzled. Wasn't it Gaoya who went in there? Since when couldn't Duan Ning handle a little girl and got killed instead? How embarrassing. Worker Bee 6 lounged in his factory office, unconcerned by Duan Ning's death. He always looked down on her and the recently deceased Tao Luo. Though he ranked lower, he was confident that if they fought seriously, he would win. He just didn't bother. Duan Ning's death was simply because she wasn't skilled enough. But, for another immortal who sealed weapons to die in combat, that was too weak. Worker Bee 6 sneered. The radio crackled with trembling denial. "No, it's not Gaoya. It's a stranger. Wait, I remember, he's Guan Shan Bang." Before Worker Bee 21 finished, the radio erupted in a loud explosion. "Guan Shan?" Worker Bee 6's smile froze. The radio clearly transmitted Guan Shan's surprised voice. "Good luck, found extra loot." Guan Shan. Gaoya had just broken through a few worker bees' encirclement, jumping over a barbed wire fence onto a rooftop, immediately seeing Guan Shan holding a gun. Gaoya's pupils contracted. The man was drenched in blood, dripping from his clothes and gun onto the ground, surrounded by corpses. "Guan Shan? How is he here?" Gaoya looked incredulously at Guan Shan standing in the center of the factory. Her usually cold expression was on the verge of breaking. She had come here because of the gunshots and cries for help, as chaotic situations allowed her to better use her abilities. On the other hand, her first target, Worker Bee 3, was also in this location. However, it was clear that the woman had turned into an almost unrecognizable corpse, killed by Guan Shan. To be honest, Guan Shan killing a sea-level esper was no longer surprising. What truly shocked Gaoya was that, according to reports from the Special Security Group's surveillance team, Guan Shan should still be at home. At least, he was 10 minutes ago. This cast iron factory was more than 20 kilometers from Guan Shan's home. Crossing over 20 kilometers in 10 minutes could only be explained by supernatural abilities. And the D-level spatial type esper, who was also killed by Guan Shan, had a teleportation limit of 5 kilometers. This meant that Guan Shan's suspected spatial abilities could be confirmed and were likely at least sea-level. Gaoya calmed herself, accepting the fact that Guan Shan was a dual sea-level esper. She consoled herself, 2 abilities, so what? The dead Worker Bee 3 was also a dual esper. It's not unheard of. But in reality, Worker Bee 3 wasn't truly a dual ability holder. As a controversial immortal, Guan Shan might indeed be the first of his kind. Gaoya crouched low, hiding on the rooftop, observing the surroundings. She thought, according to the psychologist, it's best not to get close to Guan Shan while he's fighting. The situation below was clear, but she noted someone had called for reinforcements on the radio. The closest was likely Worker Bee 6, making him the next potential enemy. Worker Bee 6's ability is Illusory Dream, creating hallucinations silently. Stay vigilant and act immediately if something seems off, or he will exploit the opportunity. Gaoya focused on Guan Shan, deciding to use him as a beacon. Then she saw Guan Shan crouch down, rummage through a recently headshot corpse, and suddenly break off an arm, extracting a metallic rod-like object. The arm contained a matching metal slot connected to surrounding muscles and nerves. Gaoya squinted. That looks like an internal magnetic field generator and control device. In this era, espers weren't the sole powerhouses. Thanks to brain development espers, some futuristic technologies had emerged as combat tools. But these esper-derived technologies weren't meant for the ordinary world. As a combat-specialized esper, Gaoya had studied these high-tech products extensively and recognized the item immediately. She knew this corpse's original abilities were likely weak, relying on such devices for combat. She didn't understand, but what's Guan Shan doing with it? Without the internal slot, the chip is just a decoration. The next moment, Guan Shan showed her its use. He took the metal rod and directly tore open his arm's muscle, shoving it inside. A question mark popped up above Gaoya's head. She watched in disbelief, wondering if this guy was crazy. Without the crucial nerve-connecting metal base, how could the chip function? However, what happened next was even more shocking. The wound on Guan Shan's arm healed instantly. He moved his arm, reached out, and the corpse's metal scales floated up, flying into his hand and then hiding under his sleeve. Beta. The magnetic control device worked? Is this for real? Gaoya was stunned, her understanding of reality shaken, doubting her senses. Could it be, the magnetic control device actually worked this way? For Guan Shan, this was quite understandable. Before him floated the dropped item's information. Skill book, neural magnetic field, temporary. That's right, a skill book. Guan Shan hadn't expected such a rare item, which even elite monsters hadn't dropped, to come from this small fry. Unfortunately, it was temporary, requiring no skill points to learn but lasting only 10 days. Skill, neural magnetic field, 10 days countdown. Type, active, temporary. Cooldown, none. Effect, through a control device, manipulate special metal scales with your mind. Description, White Emperor's Holy Sword. Follow my command. Guan Shan couldn't help but complain, White Emperor's Holy Sword? This monster doesn't look Russian to me. Though White Emperor's Holy Sword wasn't a real sword but a phrase Russians shouted before gang fights. Though spoken in Russian, it sounded to Chinese ears like White Emperor's Holy Sword, China's #1 sword, follow my command, followed by a chaotic brawl, highlighting sheer recklessness. But if this neural magnetic field evolves to its extreme form, it might indeed resemble sword control. Makes some sense. Guan Shan learned the skill, tested it, and after ensuring no more small monsters were around, continued climbing higher. The surroundings were anything but quiet, with layer upon layer of human skin walls forming a maze, and monster howls echoing everywhere, near and far, chilling him to the bone. The rotting speed of the human skin walls was accelerating, occasionally birthing monsters that Guan Shan dispatched effortlessly. But he hadn't encountered the second elite monster despite walking for a long time. He wondered if he was lost, then saw a familiar figure in the distance. Xiao Shan. Guan Shan paused, quickly heading toward her. Shen Dinghua turned, surprised. Xiao Shan, why aren't you asleep yet? Guan Shan started to speak but felt something was off. He turned, stunned to find himself at home, with hot takeout and soda on the coffee table, cartoons on the TV. Turning back, Shen Dinghua's smiling face was bathed in warm light. Where were the monsters and human skin walls? Worker B6 watched Guan Shan, who had stopped and looked confused, snapped his fingers, and smirked disdainfully. He had wondered how someone who could kill Duan Ning was so strong. Turns out, not much. He fell for a mere illusion. Illusory dream is an ability that traps the target in an illusion by using their deepest emotions as bait. If the opponent is unsuspecting, they can be dragged into the illusion immediately. If wary, the ability looks for flaws. To Worker B6, Guan Shan fell into the former category. As soon as the bait was set, he jumped right into the trap. Worker B6 leisurely walked out of the factory office. Under the streetlight's glow, the empty factory appeared especially eerie. Compared to the fierce battles in other areas, this place was eerily quiet. Due to his arrogance, Worker B6 hadn't summoned other lower-level espers to guard the area. His mental ability had a wide range, making collateral damage likely. Bringing those weaklings here would just turn them into useless targets, so he preferred to handle it himself. Tisk tisk. Worker B6 looked at the dazed Guan Shan, leisurely circling him while taunting. Weren't you so brave on the radio? Talking about extra loot so lightly, I really thought you were a formidable enemy. Yet, he was easily trapped in an illusion. Indeed, all physical ability users are at a disadvantage against mental abilities. Worker B6 extended his hand to take Guan Shan's gun but recoiled at the blood and filth on it, frowning. He had a slight case of OCD, so he drew his own gun, unlocked it, and aimed at Guan Shan's head. He said, "Today, your only extra gain is paying for your arrogance with your life." Just as Worker B6 was about to pull the trigger, he sensed something and turned to see Gaoya approaching. The girl leapt onto the barbed wire, hand on the hilt of her long sword, and coldly said, "You are the one who will pay for your actions." She was anxious because, following the psychologist's advice, she had stayed away from Guan Shan during his battle, only to see him fall into Worker B6's illusion. Worker B6 raised an eyebrow, pressing the gun against Guan Shan's temple. "Oh, do you really want to make a move?" He whistled. "Or do you want to see if your sword is faster than my gun from 10 steps away?" Gao Ye's expression remained unchanged as she slightly drew her sword. Your head will fall faster. Worker B6 laughed. Do you believe that yourself? If you were confident, you would have already drawn your sword. He sneered. Your hesitation means you're unsure. Gao Ye's heart sank, though her face betrayed nothing. You can shoot, and I'll kill you, avenging him. She was confident that her sword would be faster than his trigger pull, but she needed to time it perfectly, the best way being to provoke him into firing first. Oh. Worker B6 continued, do you think a desperado like me values life more, or would rather see a would-be savior in despair and regret? He mocked Gao Ye. Are you nervous? Gao Ye didn't respond. Worker B6 grinned. You've faced this before, haven't you? Gao Ye suddenly recalled, she froze and realized something was wrong. Bad? He's activating his ability. Guan Shan looked around. Living room, coffee table, TV, girl, the atmosphere was warm and intimate. The takeout had just been opened, steaming hot. Condensation dripped from the ice-cold soda. The TV showed a ceiling scene from Cardcaptor Sakura. Outside the window, it was pitch black, with rain and thunder. The girl was preparing the takeout, her cheeks flushed, wearing a thin nightgown with one strap falling off, revealing the white valley of her chest. Shen Dinghua looked up at him, puzzled. Xiao Shan, why aren't you asleep yet? The atmosphere was unlike their usual interactions, more like a couple who had confirmed their relationship. A girlfriend watching TV and having a late-night snack, a boyfriend catching her in the act. That should be the scenario. But Guan Shan looked up. The ceiling was nothing but endless darkness, swallowing everything. He could see the edge of a rotting human skin wall. It was as if the textures were misaligned during rendering, merging unfinished and other scenes. A game bug. Guan Shan was speechless at the strange scene, certain he had encountered the second elite monster. He still held his gun, covered in blood, completely out of place in this room. The plot mentioned letting go of memories at the second crossroad, so Xiao Shen here is fake? The monster created her from my memories to deceive me, AOES. Guan Shan looked at Shen Dinghua, hesitating. Though he knew it was fake, it felt incredibly real, almost desirably so. If one day he and Shen Dinghua dated, moved in together, and even got married, it would look like this. Shen Dinghua blinked. Xiao Shan? What's wrong? Why are you staring at me? She approached, holding his hand. Her touch was soft and warm, her slender fingers gently brushing his hand. Soothing and tender. She noticed the blood on his hands, took a tissue, and started cleaning it, muttering, where did you go to get so dirty? Guan Shan shook his head. Nowhere, just playing a game. It's the monster's blood, not mine. Should he shoot? Guan Shan hesitated more, feeling that Shen Dinghua was real. The conflict between instinct and reason stopped him from pulling the trigger. Shen Dinghua finished cleaning his hand and started wiping his face, her expression tender. Xiao Shan, are you thinking? Her tone was soft, like a lover's whisper. How to kill me? Guan Shan was shocked. Shen Dinghua said, it's okay. Xiao Shan can do whatever he wants to me. I'll always support your decisions. She held his hand, guiding the gun to her heart. Her fingers squeezed the trigger. Guan Shan looked up sharply. Shen Dinghua tilted her head, smiling brightly. After all, haven't you always wanted to kill me? Bang! The girl fell back, and Guan Shan instinctively reached out, grasping at nothing.